Hey y'all, we're back with some more weekend Terra Mystica. And I guess let's just jump straight into the game. Okay. So, immediately obvious things, taking a look down the bonus tiles, we have every possible scoring tile in play, all of them. And on top of that, we're missing the 6 coin card, and we have the priest card present. So this is, right here, this is pretty much the dream scenario to play Alchemist. Just because everything is set up to convert all you do into points, so just the Alchemist economy engine can really win the day. Priest card helps them out as well for potential shipping starts. So that's definitely something we can be looking towards. But it is going to be a somewhat lower coin game without access to the 6 money card. I guess people can reap an enormous chunk of coins going into the last round from this event, and maybe a slightly more modest number for round 3 via the spade scoring tile that pays it the really monetarily efficient cult reward. But those aren't particularly since this one's the final cult reward, it's not gonna pay out in quite the same way that the 6 coin card would for people. So I think we're in a situation where we'll be plenty happy about signing on with the Alchemist here. If we wanted to do something different from that, Engineers, they definitely naturally want a stronghold at this mid-game timing so that it has time to accrue all its points. Also, it's really cheap for them late in the game to just upgrade trading posts en masse, so they can capitalize on that slightly harder than a lot of the other races. You know, the round 1 dwelling scoring and round 2 spade scoring are, they definitely can't be capitalized upon as hard in those early situations as if those cards occur late. So we don't have to worry about playing to these so maximally. And a faction like Engineers definitely generates enough of its own points that it doesn't have to worry about being ultra beholden to this particular build order to score. So, round 1 dwelling scoring can lead to some interesting dwelling spam strategies, but, you know, where you just try to open with 8 dwellings as your start. And that can be very strong, but I think it's not going to be a play that we look towards here, or that we're particularly worried about anyone else trying to do. And the reason for that is that the best ways to get down a bazillion dwellings on turn 1 are to take either the Mermaids or the Witches, and then start with a plus shipping tile, and then the way the terrains are positioned for those factions, they can kind of naturally just throw everything down very easily. Without the plus shipping tile, that start is much, much harder. It requires some incredible amount of power leech to come through, and they can't really get that power leech at the early timings they would want to make it happen, because of course you're only building dwellings, so a single leech incidence can't give you very much power. So we do know Nomads will be present in the game. Let's take a look at how they stack up here. Honestly, if they make a temple opening, which would be a perfectly normal way for them to go, then they are likely to want a stronghold at any of these mid-timings also. Hey AP, nice to see you back. Welcome again to the stream. You know, you missed a real doozy last stream. I got paired against Zoras for my game. So that was an intense match, to say the least. Hopefully this, you know, we're not playing against any of the big name players this time. So we would hope that we can wrap this up a little more simply than that one. Okay. Oh goodness. Well, this is a real disappointment. Wonderful. This fellow is timing out to open up the game, and that's gonna suck for us, because the game is gonna get cancelled when they're ejected, and then this means that we lose a whole bunch of rank, because BGA does not handle ELO computations correctly for ties. Yeah, okay. No sense continuing this, so I guess we're out of here. That stinks. We get to watch our MMR decrease even though no games were played. Did I, no, I'm a good girl, AP. Which is not to say that I haven't been known to obliterate opponents. This is definitely a thing that occurs. But you know, the dude wasn't even really into the match yet. We gotta let people sort of warm their... Yeah, here it is. Oh, okay. Actually, it didn't go up or down. Maybe they fixed that. That would be very pleasant if true. Yeah, anyway, we gotta let people sort of warm their toes into the match before we chop them off. Otherwise, no one's gonna want to play with us. Hopefully this queue runs a bit more quickly. It's a shame. I was really excited for an Alchemist game there. That was quite the layout of bonus tiles for them. They had access to the Priest bonus tile and all 4 scoring ones. And notably, plus temporary shipping and 6 money were not present, which are cards that they don't want. Verg. It would have been if the alchemists were kind of ejected from the pool by someone else submitting Darklings artificially early, engineers would have been fine on that layout as well. This is actually a thing that I've come to realize as I play this game more and more, is that the engineers are somewhat independent of the round scoring objectives compared to most races. I mean, you expect this from any race that has an innate point scoring mechanic, that they could just, if they focused on their economy, then they could ignore the round scoring objectives and then use their own natural powers to make their points. And Darklings definitely do it, but I think engineers do it even better. Actually, I was reflecting on the most recent Engineers game that I played on stream. The video's still on the profile, if you want to check it out. Actually, I think it was, that was the first stream where I met you, AP. And I was playing Engineers, and we won that game by a hefty chunk with over 160 points, like 165-ish. But we only actually took 14 points from the round scoring objectives all game long. We took 8 points in a dwelling scoring round and then 6 points in a trading post scoring round. Some crazy low number for how the scores wound up. Alright, let's take a look at what's in this game since we have to pick a race. But the first thing that stands out to me is this same fellow that just timed out and cancelled our last game back in the match. He also has a stupendously low rating. You know, definitely got to be wary of wild card plays coming from that fellow. Alright, so this time we have 3 of the round scoring bonus tiles. But we're still missing the 6 coin card. So still a little bit lower scoring, or a lower coin game, that is. We do have a dwelling spam possible in round 1, given this objective, and the plus temporary shipping card is there to facilitate it. So Mermaids and Witches, if we wind up playing either one, that will be the road that we go down. Also, the cult scoring is very centralized on these 2 in particular. This may mean that an early fire 1 favor, not such a bad choice, depending on our faction. We do not have access to the Priest card. That is a bit of a setback for playing Alchemists. Makes it a little rougher to start with a shipping opening. But we could still maybe entertain the idea. The spade scoring in round 3 is a timing that the halflings can exploit for partial value, not nearly as good as if they had it round 4. And then we have back-to-back trading posts scoring in the end, which means that we really cannot afford to miss on a water 1 favor this game. So many points are going to be ground out from trading post upgrades late. Well, how do we want to... You know, the air cult can be a little... It can be tricky for people to exploit some of the early fire bonuses because typical fire favors are not chosen early. I think I'll just toss in Alchemists. We'll see how the matchup unfolds. So, AP, sorry to ignore your question for so long. So why do I think that? I assume this is in reference to engineers being able to ignore round scoring objectives, at least more so than other races. And so I think the big factor is just that engineers have this guaranteed point scoring source. That's really what tips the balance so much. That and once they have set up an economy, in the late game they spam dwellings and trading post upgrades better than other races because of the decreased costs, particularly trading post upgrades. So it means that they're well situated to score high on a Water 1 or Earth 1 favor, and they have other guaranteed point influx from their stronghold, so they don't have to worry so much about having all of these objectives be met. Yep, that's exactly the argument I'm trying to make. Well phrased. Okay, so witches and chaos magicians, both in this game. And mermaids. Alright, so witches and mermaids definitely very capable at making their dwelling spam opening in the first round by using the plus shipping card. There is a little bit of a worry attempting it as witches, and that scare is just that the mermaids get a first choice of bonus tile, and they really have no hope to execute that opening at all if they don't get the tile. So, And Chaos Magicians, I don't know about that. Always a little bit sketchy, though, you know, maybe not quite so disastrous here as they could be in a lot of setups. Just because they do have access to cut through this middle tile, right? These are not colors that are present in the game, so they can form a 3-town across here and be set to expand both directions. Just that necessitates competing with witches for the center hex here, and chaos magicians are definitely going to be slower to the punch than witches will, just because chaos magicians need to invest their power to get the sanctuary start. We also probably don't want the chaos magicians because that's going to be hard to do, or harder to do than usual. They can't get the stronghold sanctuary scoring tile. Anyhow, I think very much this looks like a spot where, you know, we can definitely, Mermaids definitely the strongest faction here in the abstract. They may have to compete some up on this region with the witches. There's a lot of potential cutoffs that could happen early. They could also, yeah, I think it's fine to go ahead and start Mermaids for 30 here. We could expect a power leeching triangle to occur in this region. And then as long as we procured the plus shipping card, which we can definitely do on witches, or sorry, on mermaids, because we have the first choice of bonus tile. You know, then the witches can't have it, so we know that we can be digging across here to have access to this town before the witches do. Also, insanity is now occurring in the bidding. Absolute insanity. Chaos Magicians being bid down the most is, that's wrong. Okay, so we don't want to bid too aggressively on the mermaids here because there is the fear of running out of coins. Again, very limited here by the lack of coin bonus tile. So if we pick mermaids, we probably have to start on a Fire 1 favor. And that leaves pretty decent odds of not gaining Earth 1. Which is, it's a little dicey. Mermaids still pretty strong just in general though, so maybe worth a bid down to 27 here. If this comes down too much farther, we can be very happy jumping on the Alchemists. Also, Chaos Magicians going much, much lower. Like, this is kind of crazy. I am a little leery jumping Alchemists for 30 here and leaving the Witches in place at 30. Okay. So what do I think is bad for the Chaos Magicians here? Well, Chaos Magicians, statistically, their best opening by a landslide, an absolute enormous margin, is the Sanctuary on turn 1. So what they really look for is the bonus tile that will, they really look for the bonus tile that will give them 4 points for building their stronghold or sanctuary, and it also gives them the necessary 2 workers to make it happen. They can't do that here, so they have to like do something like take this power action and then grab maybe the Cult and Coins card or something, if they don't want to make an inefficient power use to get the sanctuary. Let's see. I think we're pretty content to start here. We need to be worried about cutting one of these directions to block the witches quickly enough, because we do need, as mermaids, we don't have innate scoring mechanics. We're very focused on obtaining 3 towns. So, we can be pretty sure we want here. The witches can't use starting dwellings to block both of these angles, because they've already placed one down here. Where is our other spot? So I'm a little leery of taking this one. The issue with doing that would be that if alchemists then proceed to start in this position, that's really, really bad news. And we don't know where the other alchemist start point could be, but the plausible ones are these 2. So since we don't want to get cut there, I think we can be pretty happy about starting on this tile, and if they don't do that, we'll make the navigation soon enough. Otherwise, we'll just have to start coming this way instead. So in we go right here. We'll see how this goes. Okay, so you're suggesting temple plus 2 dwellings for Chaos Magicians. I think this sets them back a lot of resources to play it that way. Oh, this is interesting. Witches okay, so witches have not begun up here. I guess that makes sense. That is somewhat isolating to them to do that. So, we'll want to be focused on obtaining both of these quickly as possible, if that's a doable thing. Okay, Alchemist did start in here to gain us as a neighbor. That actually, it works out reasonably well. While they can leech a lot of power in this segment, particularly if they build this way, what they can't do is they can't actually make a town out of this very easily. It takes a lot of digging, or maybe a bridge. Okay, where do we want to start? So, I think with near certainty, we're looking at the Spade card. It's so great. We can get all the dwellings in the universe if we want, by making this start, but the problem there is that it plays extra hard into the deficit of not enough coins to start on nothing but dwellings. And I don't think we want to do that. I think we're really focused on getting that Fire 1 favor to not have coin problems all game long. So since we're making a temple opening, let's start on the Spade bonus card. We don't have to be too worried about the witches taking plus shipping and going for a dwelling spam strat, because we can dig this before they manage to get around there, right? Their dwelling spam would look something like double dig here plus here, and then they can build this, 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 and this, and that lets them end on 8. But we'll cut them off here, and that'll block them from getting 2 of them if they go for that opening. So we're pretty well situated in that regard. We also know, we're gonna get all the power from the Chaos Magicians, and the Chaos Magicians just don't have a choice about that. So that's pretty happy. Some guaranteed power leech for us. We are 4th chair, so a little less leech because we'll be slower to upgrade to a trading post here. Okay, so a lot of experience with alchemists and mermaids. Yeah, they're probably I mean, anyone who wants to be a serious player of this game really needs to have a little bit of mermaid experience because they're probably the third best faction in the game. I think that would be a pretty uncontroversial claim. And yes, Alchemists, definitely one of my better factions, for sure. Maybe my second best after Engineers. So, key hexes. We are looking to score a triple town. Because this area has gone uncontested, we can definitely make that happen up here quite easily. Once we have 2 shipping, we will attempt to dig this hex, and then we can build both of these without further terraforming. So that is super awesome. Okay, witches did take plus shipping, so we need to be prepared to go on and cut this hex. Then, other hexes. We can also look to construct a town down here rather easily. We can use this hex as a piece of it if we need it. That does take the coral reef in one of these spots to connect it up so that we're only skipping one river space. But that gives us plenty of easy space for towning twice over here, and then we want to make a third town, and that third town is either going to go this direction and be these 3 hexes, or it'll take these 3 or these 3. In particular, I'm really focused on grabbing this one early because that's going to result in a lot of power leech coming in from the Chaos Magicians. As for when do I anticipate getting them? I think, interesting. So Witches actually made a trading post upgrade, and that's pretty weird because that goes counter to the dwelling spam strategy. So possibly I don't have to compete quite so quickly for these hexes. That would be lovely if true. Now, here's what we have to ask ourselves. So if we upgrade this to a trading post, will we lose both of these digs? It would be very sad to lose both of them, because we really, this round, want to dig here for more power leech from the Chaos Magicians, and also here because it gives us access to 2 dwelling placements. So I think it's quite plausible that if we upgrade trading post, we won't lose both of them. If we do, then we can be guaranteed an Earth 1 favor as a consolation prize, because it means, people took those. And, we can definitely make do with either or in this position, because if we lose both of these, we can still build both of these spaces right here. And we don't have to be as worried fighting for these, given how the witches are playing this. So, Alchemist taking an Earth 1. Very unsurprising. It is definitely their best favor tile. As for which rounds I'm planning on getting these things in, I think I need to be... Oh, yes, please give me that power. I need to be quick enough in here to stake my territory to make sure I can make a town out of this. I'm probably going to come in these hexes in round 1, 2, using my spade bonus tile. And I don't feel any pressing need to take this anytime soon. The delay will be quite long on coming up here, just because the only way anyone can get there is with a Witch Stronghold flight, and they can't even really block access to a town doing that. It'll also be murderously hard for them to connect their network if they make that play. So, even if they make their flights, we'll have these. Okay, so what favors did Chaos Magicians take? They took an Earth 1 and an Air 2. That's a weird choice. Okay, so we don't get an Air 1. As suggested, that's kind of okay because it's a layout where we were really going to need to lean on having Fire 1 anyway. So we'll make do with that. Now, how do we want to handle this? There's no incentive to take our Fire 1 now as opposed to later. And that comes about just because we don't, we want it this round, but we don't have to, we're not going to lose access to it inside the round at any point. So we can feel free to double dig here, And then we can get a dwelling built here in case the Chaos Magicians try further upgrades on this. It would be nice if we took the double dig, if we somehow had a way to spin up an extra worker so that we could build enough dwellings. So we are gonna hit the snafu here, where, well, this is interesting, actually. If we don't make a temple upgrade at all this round and just leave this as a trading post for a round, that's, like, in a way, almost as good as the Fire 1 income. It's pretty similar in what we get. But we do lose out on a priest. So we could lose out on a priest to have more workers available to build lots of dwellings, because dwelling scoring this round is what happens. So we would have access to spade here, 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 and then we could just build on top of all 4 of those. And that would probably do pretty well in setting us up longer term. So I actually think that's what I'm going to look to do. Let's go ahead and start digging. Yes, I will definitely want this, because this is the tile I want to build next in case it enables more power leech. There is a little bit of fear. We are burning the 6 power tokens already, but we're getting a good fraction of our digging done too. So, you know, we can rest a little easier about that, and we'll get some pretty good resource payoffs here. Let's go ahead and, yeah, I'll dig here. And I'm gonna want this space so that the witches don't get all prissy up in my business. This is also the only way that we have possibilities of taking a 4th town. That would occur if we had both this and this up in here. And there we go, we're in there with the dwelling. Feed me, Chaos Magicians, I want your power. So Witch is not taking a lot of benefit from their plus shipping card at all. It's really just going to let him build across here and be worth 3 power. So we've gotten a pretty okay opener, even though it means no Earth 1 access. We'll just aim to reap tons and tons of points at the end here, using these trading post upgrades, and we might take a more focused approach into scoring massive numbers from the shipping tile in a way that no other faction can, except there is... Usually Mermaids won't have a lot of competition for this card early. Unfortunately, that's not the case for us today. Just because Alchemists will be looking to get shipping early in most likelihood. Alchemists also, they've made... Okay, building over here. Interesting. Alchemists may have a lot of difficulty in connecting their network, too. The typical preferred connection route for them is to come over top and connect across here. We're in pretty good position to cut that, maybe. Especially Chaos Magicians taking away a priest is, that's a big deal. Now Alchemists really can't make their shipping start. So they're going to have kind of a slower game compared to the ideal. Also means they can't ship up here quickly, so we can be likely to get that hex. That's good news for us. I do think we are going to need to change this into a temple for the next round, though, just because we have to start taking priest income. Our shipping does need to go up this game. Okay, action for me. I suppose I'm content building across here. We're just gonna finish out all these dwellings and hope we get a good bonus card. So there you go, AP. We have already wrapped up our key hexes. Or enough of them. If we take this, that's really going to be problematic for alchemists. Ideally, we can grab both. Yeah, we don't actually need this hex because we are set to town up on these 3 tiles. We can town down here, and we'll have a pretty uncontested town here. So when it comes to 3 towning, we can make that happen. Also, alchemists passing already here is that's pretty disastrous for them in terms of the start. They're gonna. This is much slower than all the preferred alchemists openings. They're gonna have a rough game of it probably. Chaos Magicians, I'm just sort of summarily dismissing because they're the Chaos Magicians. But we still have to be wary of the Witches. Witches, when they get to start on Earth 1, are pretty strong. They're almost unique in that Earth 1 is their actual best favor on turn 1 statistically. That's actually not very common. The other faction where that's true is the Mermaids. Unfortunately, we didn't get it, but it was a layout where we might not have even taken it anyway, because we really needed to prop our game up with some extra coin income. It'd be interesting to see where the Chaos Magicians throw this priest. It's probably going into fire, given how these score. Okay, all these being wrapped off, so no one's gonna have power going into the next round. I guess except Chaos Magicians, who are presumably about to take this income of 4, plus this income of 4. So they'll have a lot of power. Where do we want to head next? Dig, dig, dig. A little worried about how this game is going, just because, oh, well, there we go, that helps out. We get more power than anyone else from that transaction. Chaos Magicians, to make that dig, did they just dig it the hard way? They did, they just blew 3 workers on it. Okay, so, and they're not even taking like an Earth 1 income here. They're just on gaining 2 workers. Economically, we are miles ahead of everybody. Interesting that the Witches would pass onto the shipping scoring card. Witches usually the very last faction, the literal last one to upgrade shipping, because they can get everywhere they need to be without. And then they just use a little shipping upgrade on the last turn to connect up. But, you know, if that's how they want to do this, whatever. So we are going to be up at 8 coins for the next round. That's atypically high for Mermaids. Maybe we don't have to look to take this 5 coin bonus. Also kind of nifty, we get to pass in 3rd chair instead of the last one. What else could we possibly be interested in here? So temp shipping and 3 power maybe has a little bit of appeal. It will get us to 6 tokens in this middle bowl. That's actually not enough to dig this space, which is definitely our next target because of how many lakes it then gives us access to. So since we won't quite have the power ready for that, our next round probably looks like something really lame. I doubt that we are about to take 6 dwelling or 6 worker income. That is enough to make this a temple, then a sanctuary, and sanctuary is what round scores here. But the unfortunate issue is that takes 13 coins. We're only going to have 8, the 6 plus the 2 from the trading post. You know, what am I talking about? Actually, let's just grab this. That works out beautifully. That takes us to 13 coins. And we can have a fire 1 favor, and we can have a water 1 favor, which we know is critical for the end turns. That so much scoring is going to happen there, and whoever doesn't have water 1 is going to be way behind the blow for it. So that seems like a very sensible line. You know, I guess there's an alternative where we try to get dwelling scoring, but actually hitting the sanctuary scoring this turn, really not so bad. And we know we want a sanctuary in here too, for either this is a 3-town or this is a 3-town. And we don't have to, there's no worries this game about, you know, do we delay our founding our towns for a town scoring round. We want those to come as fast as possible. So getting the sanctuary early, kind of helpful. There is maybe a crazy line where we try to get a ton of workers from this cult bonus by taking Fire 2 and Fire 1 as our 2 favors this turn. But unfortunately, I think we're probably going to be playing without additional favors for a reasonable length of time here. So wouldn't I prefer getting Sanctuary plus Water 1 in round 4? It is, I agree it's very expensive, but it actually pays back pretty quickly, and the reason is that we'll likely be the fastest to a town here, and fastest to a town can take this cult tile, and that's gonna pay big. You know, I'm not completely enamored with going super hard on the cults, because we have tough competition from Chaos Magicians. But we gotta find sources of points that aren't favors because we don't have an Earth 1. So cult scoring's a reasonable way to go, and these 3 are all very spammable cult bonuses. I'm worried trying to go Sanctuary plus Water 1 in round 4 that Water 1 will be gone by then. I think people who are being savvy about this will be aware that Water 1 is so high priority for the end game. It is kind of a disaster, actually, to lose out. We don't have any power actions to fight for, so let's just get our favors. Let's see. I guess we can take 1 worker from this cult reward because we are going to be able to improve our cult scoring by 1 using this. And then we'll get another one from a Fire 1 favor. So let's, yeah, let's do it. Ooh, I love this song. Okay, favorite tile. Do I want to take an extra worker and be even faster to the town by getting this Fire 2? It's possible. It then means digging here and a single TP upgrade is enough for this to town up. So actually, unfortunately, I'm not getting the 2 key town this round, but I'm in contention to take it super early in round 3 AP. That's kind of going to be how this plays out. And you know, we do take it that much faster if we get Fire 2. So maybe that is the way to go, and then we just need to be cognizant that we have to take an extra temple pretty quickly. Because we really can't afford to miss that Water 1 favor still. Yeah, let's try this. Get in all those workers, you know, getting paid an extra worker for the next round, and then being faster to the punch on the 2 key town tile when we have very spammable scorings coming up for it. That's really something. So I also stacking them in the same one does. Oh no, it doesn't give us any additional power this round. We are going to need to have some power banked up for the next round so that we can execute a dig on this tile. This is kind of planning to 4-town if we take this tile. I mean, I guess there is a world where we get to, where all we have to do is upgrade this trading post and we have a 2 key town set up right there. Since we won't be able to upgrade this one for a bit, yeah, well, I'm gonna do double fire favors, as insane as that may seem. It seems pretty insane to me, to say the least. We are definitely in weirdo territory here. So next round, if we upgrade this to trading post in order to make a town here, and then that hopefully, since we only have 2 actions left this turn, hopefully we can get a fast pass, and it can be the literal first action of this round is the 2 key town tile. That would be pretty strong. But then that also hopefully means that after upgrading trading post here, we'll be situated to get a temple very quickly. Because we cannot miss that water 1 favor. Again, I've been harping on this, but I really mean it. Oh, witches go in Sanctuary. Let's see what they grab. This seems like a very economically slow start from the witches, given that they're not situated to take a town from it. Alright, well, we're getting paid some interesting rewards by being fast on this cult thing. Them, not so much. Okay, which is taking an air favor. That seems like a mistake. This, just for anyone who's wondering in chat, this Air 2 favor is really not as good as a lot of beginning players tend to want it to be. Really, really not as good. Okay. Next favor. Yeah, I mean, I said I'm gonna do it, let's do it. No conversions. Like, you definitely will take it under certain circumstances. If you wanted an income favor in the first round anyway, and it's paying you an immediate cult bonus, which usually means this is like the first round objective. If those conditions are met, then this is actually an okay pick. But outside of that, I really wouldn't take it unless you're the Chaos Magicians. They can take it willy-nilly, because they get enough favors to make it worth. Up we go on the Fire Cult. Okay, so Witch is still managing to pass ahead of us because they just don't have resources. There's some nicety in that. They did upgrade their shipping. One wonders why, but they did it. Probably going to be pretty... Oh, Alchemist coming up this way. Okay, well now we definitely know we want to just accept the town in here because we weren't going to build out on this tile anyway. I guess this is a theoretical option, but the Alchemists are coming here this turn. So we're not going to be making a town out of this chain. Witches also, if they're upgrading shipping, probably means they're looking to dig here, and then they'll come up this way relatively quickly. So we can give contest to people in actually founding useful towns up here, which is great, but we are not going to procure a 4th town up there, which makes us extra happy we have Fire 2. We can just town up on the minimal effort. I will go ahead and pass here with nothing else to do. What bonus card do we want? So we can't absorb that spade, which is unfortunate. If we're thinking about things to do for next round, we are no longer taking power income from a trading post. I would want to upgrade my shipping capabilities and dig down here. This card kind of handles both facets of that by giving us temp ship, and it gives us the 3 power to make sure we can spade this. You know, spades score next round, but also we want to get more dwellings down quickly. On the other hand, dwelling scoring with 2 bonus coins on it is also pretty attractive. That would give us 7 money. That is enough to build the 2 dwellings on top of making the TP upgrade here. But then we need to hope we can absorb enough power to come through here for a dig. And we would have to upgrade our shipping first. So I guess there's a world where we grab this and then just upgrade our shipping 1 step manually to take 6 points off of it. But I kind of think the dwellings scoring is probably going to score... is it going to score more for us? It may well not. Yeesh. This is a little dicey. I don't think... there's no... Okay, Chaos Magicians don't have the power for a dig, so unless they hard dig this to give us 3 more power, then actually taking this gives us access to a double dig. But it's not even clear where we would start putting all that digging. I guess we would probably put Coral Reef plus a dig here. Because we're pretty well set up on not needing infinite amounts of digging for the rest of the game. I really think on balance, it probably just works out safest for us to take this card economically. So let's go ahead and grab Town Shipping. Nope, realizing that was a mistake because I can gain infinite power from this take. Will I accept that? Yes, I will accept that. That's unfortunately leaves me slightly short of the ability to double dig as my first action for the next move. Witches actually do have the power to take a double dig in front of me. Okay, what happened? A sanctuary upgrade here. So if we take this power, yikes, this was a big mistake. I really needed to grab a different bonus card. Yeah, I should have taken shipping scoring, I think. If we take this power, then unfortunately we're power capping ourselves out of quite a lot of power, out of 2 of it. I don't think that's where the world we want to live in. And I also think witches are going to lead off with this double dig as their first action, because they're gaining 4 power income from their favor. So, since double dig's not super hot for us anyway, we'll just content ourselves with taking a single dig here as our opening move. Okay, favors for Chaos Magicians. They got an Earth 2. Slightly late. Traditional here would be to take something like Fire 1. They could also opt for a Water... Oh, they took a Water 1. Okay. Well, that's extra pressure to be quick to the Water 1s. Can't afford to lose on that. Yes, the Alchemist did indeed take... Oh, no! Oh, goodness. You're right. Okay. Well, we can maybe make this work for us still. That would require a lot of shipping. If we were to make a shipping upgrade, perhaps we could ship down to here, build there. We would need a coral reef to town up with these tiles. Yep, being slow to the punch did burn us a little bit. We can still make Alchemist's life kind of hard cutting through here, and I think witches are going to give us a little bit of help with it. But we will see how this unfolds. This has not been the most wonderful of round 2s. Alright, so like I said, assumption is that the witches are going to make a leading play with the double dig action. So, we can't take it regardless. What will our first play be? So there's no danger of anybody else towning up here. So we don't have to make our first move upgrading the trading post here. A very reasonable line instead might be to lead on this now and gain the money. For purposes of upping our shipping, we're going to need it to contend towning. We could now start to think about third town down here as a possibility. We'll need 3 shipping to get over there. There's also some possibilities in and around here. It's definitely gotten trickier with Alchemist taking C1. That's an interesting start off. Do you think we want, if we take the money, then not only can we upgrade Trading Post, we'll have 11 coins, so right afterwards we can make it a temple and grab the Water 1 favor. Because again, we don't want to be missing out on that. Then we probably invest our priest in Earth, so we take 4 coins on the round income, look to upgrade shipping once manually for next round, and then once more by building Stronghold, and then we can look to start coming in this direction for our 3rd town. I think that's how this goes. Or with 3 shipping, we can also build up to here. All these plans really necessitate grabbing this, though. We don't need as much digging immediately now that this is gone. It's a real shame I grabbed the bonus card I did, because if I just clicked accept on the Alchemist, or on the power from the Chaos Magicians and not taken this, I could have had, you know, this dwelling scoring. That would have been worth some points as compensation. Okay, seems we are in agreement, AP. Act 4 is the move, yes. Oh, I can happily take this power. So we are going to need a little more digging to make some towning happen down here. But maybe we can grab these 3 spaces as part of a town and then dig like this brown one, or this works as well. There are still possibilities here, but we're having to get a little more creative. Alright, we just saw a double dig by Alchemists. So, okay, Alchemists are getting to connect across the top. So be it, I suppose. Alchemists still don't have their stronghold and are not making any moves towards getting it. So they're presumably building here as the next step. I mean, I guess we're going to let them connect up, but they're not going to... They'll probably get stronghold in the next round. We can't really look to cut them anymore. This has sort of vanished as a viable option. Okay, not surprising that would go away. Things getting a little tight for us, for sure. I'll go ahead and... Actually, I think I would prefer to have the trading post here because we know Alchemists are about to build in there. We can take a little more power that way, rather than upgrading here where no more power will be absorbed. So up this goes. Huzzah! I can found a town. Yeah, give me that double key. Can I take all of this power? Let's double check. I'm about to get 2, 3. That's it. Yep, I can store it. No worries. I guess we're playing some fierce cult mermaids. Woof. Our priest going into Earth this round so that we can rack up some, Oh goodness, this is actually... Okay, good thing we took it at the timing we did. Just beating out the Chaos Magicians to that town, which I'm sure they wanted. Now they can't have it. If we accept this, then we can't take any power from the Alchemists who are about to build here as the next move. But it's 1 more power for 1 more point. We probably wind up wanting this deal. It seems reasonable to suppose we do. We're doing pretty well resource-wise. The issue is just getting the land at this point. Chaos Magician's gonna have some trouble given that this has been cut away, and Mermaid, or Witches kind of looking to close over here. Alright, what's our next go? So, possible things for other people. It's actually not possible for Chaos Magicians to finish a temple to... Oh, but they have the Water 1 favor. Alchemists, no moves left there for them. Witches do not have the means of constructing a temple either, so we don't have to worry about Water 1 disappearing just yet. So I sort of inclined if... while I want to get a priest invested here for ourselves, it's, I guess we would be converting power away into coins to make that happen. There's some desire to grab this because we want to get our shipping jacked quickly, and then we'll start scoring from the Chaos Magician's card. That'll be the hope. AP, that is quite a post. I will read it in a moment. Nope, changed my mind, I'll read it now. Okay. So, the reason I'm preferring a 3-town strat over 2-town is that I don't think we have enough sources of points without 3 towns because we don't have an Earth 1 favor. I'm just very worried about us being able to collect enough points over the entire game. And, the sources we can take them from are limited in number. So I guess actually we can upgrade our shipping this round just to get a dwelling out here by using power as money. Maybe that has some worth to it. Then we could look to dig here after. So I guess the way that would unfold, we will want to do like this. Let's convert power to a coin and get our... oh no, but we want to... If we want to improve shipping, then we can't invest this priest. Yeah, let's just go ahead and update the... Oh, we need to convert more, even. If we're grabbing Water 1, that will give us 2 power. So we'll go ahead and make that move here, upgrade shipping, and maybe end building out there. Or out here. Could be even wiser. Okay, well we did not lose access to water. Yeah, I mean, it's possible based on how things unfold that our resources will be better invested into hard spamming trading posts. I don't know if 6 is a realistic goal for us in trading post count. The reason I say that is that, I'm probably looking to build a stronghold in round 4, since next round is when we're going to really be making a heavy push to score on the shipping card. Or the dwelling one, whichever one we can get. And either way, we're going to want the 3rd point of shipping to make that a reality. So, that makes it really hard to build 6 trading posts, just because if the stronghold's down, we can build 4, and then maybe upgrade a temple for 1, then build another one, and that's 5, but it's asking a lot to get all of this. Ooh, I love this song too. Sticker Brush Symphony. What a beautiful one. Okay, are we expecting people to start passing and bequeathing cards? I think that seems reasonable here. Yeah, let's go ahead and drop those dwellings in. I do think rather than taking the 2 coins by investing a priest here, I do think instead I'm gonna content myself with having the shipping and then I guess I'm trading a worker away for 2 coins, but I also just start myself with the shipping. It's probably better to work on shipping. Let's make it happen. Do I want to convert coins first in case I gain any extra power? Not expecting to gain power. Alchemists... Actually, Alchemists may just be using this dig action before we can get to it this turn to build on here. Either way, wherever the Alchemists dig, we're not going to get power from it. Chaos Magicians don't have the means to do anything that would give us power, and Witches certainly won't. Okay, so we don't have to convert. We'll just grab our shipping and run. Here we go. This is actually enough for us to build both of these. Are the Alchemists passing, or are they digging a spot they can't build? I would expect the dig. It's plausible they want to pass. They're not power capped on incomes. Okay, dwelling scoring, not a shocking take from them. Which is probably about to move on to the spade card, would be my guess. That's where they should... Well, whatever, okay. And this means that we'll either get the spade or we'll get the Chaos Magician's shipping scoring. Probably the Chaos Magician's card, because we have a lot more actions left in us than they do. If we convert 3 of these, then we have the means to build 2 dwellings out on both extremities here. It may be more in our interest to build this space and then dig over to here. Digging does score this round, and then we still have this free to take whenever we want at a later date. So I think this is going to be the position. This is 5 digs to town along here, though. Yikes. Well, but either way, I guess we want the dwellings, so let's make it a thing. It would be nice if we had power income. I guess we'll get power income if we grab this card, and what's nice about that is then we'll be able to fire off an Act 4 as our first action for the next turn if it's still available somehow. We can also make it available by not down converting power as much. Okay, Chaos Magicians are passing off of the card that we want. So we're going to try and just spam those ship upgrades for the next round. We can hopefully up shipping twice, once by building a stronghold and then once by manual would be the take here. Then we'll probably rest our case at 4 shipping for the rest of the game. Maybe not. Let's dig. Oh no, if we dig, we're actually going to be quite shy of an Act 4, even with the 3 power income. Here we can... is that worthwhile? So our only coin income is going to be the 3 that we reap off of our Fire 1. Is that even remotely workable? I think probably not. But who else may take coins in front of us? Not Alchemists. The Chaos Magicians have 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, wow. They have 7 power income. So they're happy to take whatever power action. And the Witches have 4. Oh, we will gain these 2 coins, too. So 5 coins, that's still not enough when we're really looking to build a stronghold. Well, we can spend all the workers that we'll have as money. Yeah, that's probably alright. Okay. Gonna go ahead and dig it. I'll need to convert. Hey, stop it! Let me convert. I'm converting, and I'm converting. And then I can pass here. And let's get onto this cut tile. That was really obnoxious that we actually got forced into timing out just because the interface wouldn't let us convert, because it was too busy yelling at us we were about to time out. We do have another dwelling space we can take over here, and doing that forces the alchemists to use a bridge town here, and it's a really awkward town. They kind of have to put their sanctuary in here to make that a 3 town. Okay. Alchemists digging it already? Yeah, so we can't make their life miserable by grabbing this. But, you know, they're in here too. That's nifty. That's a little power, and it means we have a neighbor. Hooray for neighbor. So we would need a total of 9 coins to build a stronghold, 13 after we, if we also are upgrading shipping manually. We're pretty far short of that. It's plausible. I mean, we only even get to 12 if we grab this, but I don't know how we're going to absorb that much power to make that happen. Still no water favor from these 2 players. Okay. Shipping from the Chaos Magicians. Do they ship it 2? They do ship it rank 2. We have 2 superfluous workers we can use as coins. We also have priests that are nominally superfluous, but I don't know how interested we actually are in using them that way. I think we would have to gain 4 power to have access to this. Chaos Magicians still in shape to take it too. They have the power. Witches have the power. This is probably not happening. I guess... If we were going to invest a priest, taking 3 on the water cult, even though it doesn't yield anything, maybe not so bad. I guess building the stronghold should be the higher priority, and we do have resources for that, even if we can't do anything else fancy after. We definitely can't use both our priests in order to upgrade shipping. So let's make sure we reap our cult reward just by starting off here. Nothing else can be cut away from us. That'll be our opener. Maybe somehow power is coming otherwise. Have I considered not building stronghold? No, not really. I briefly thought about it, but I think it helps us quite a bit to have the stronghold situated so we can town faster in here. I suppose we don't have to, but if we're... The only other thing that we can feasibly do besides build our stronghold, we could have upgraded shipping twice manually. That does not pay as good dividends as just getting the stronghold out. Or alternatively, we could have... okay, well, this is gone. Alternatively, we could try digging some spaces the hard way by throwing workers at them. We don't really want to be making the premature TP upgrades when we want to cash so many points from those. This is a total of 5 digs required for the rest of the game if we want a 3rd town up here. And that might be just too many. I suppose it's not out of the question. We could manual dig. No, that's way too rich. Manual digging for 6 workers just seems like a terrible deal. I think, since we're not going to manage a manual shipping upgrade on top of the stronghold build, I think what we want is just to wrap up this space. Someone has to get that 3 water, and we can be reasonably happy in garnering it. Okay, a little more power. Now we actually would have had the power to take this at this juncture. I assume alchemists... Wait, why would alchemists upgrade here? Shouldn't they be looking to turn this into a temple first? Because they still need that Earth 1. This seems like a little bit of a missequence from them. Whatever. Alchemists do have a lot of towns coming. This is... we're just gonna have to hope we can score enough in these upgrades. These are 6 a pop. If we get 5 of them, that's 30 points. 30 is a lot of points. We're gonna get a ton of power if we grab one of these all-step, all cult increase by 1 towns. And we'll be in pretty good shape towards getting that once we just place the stronghold. All we need is a single dig for the coral reef. Chaos Magician's coming this direction. Okay. Let's go ahead and trading... Let's see, do we want the stronghold in this town as opposed to this one? We won't... It's probably better here just because we can't be assured this town is even happening. I think that's the rationale that we have to opt for on at this point. Yeah, we'll operate on that assumption. Hopefully this gets dug by alchemists so we have another neighbor here. If not, maybe we can wrap up a neighbor here next town, next to the Chaos Magicians, who are liable to build this tile soon enough. Chaos Magicians actually at 2 shipping. It wouldn't be crazy if they shipped here later. Okay, so we did just see the stronghold from the alchemists. This is unsurprising they would finally want it. This game really not going as well as it could be. Losing this tile was sort of a critical moment that was very, very, very rough. There is some world where we make a town out of this by building a bridge, and then we use the coral reef to connect to here, and that does save a dig over the course of the game. But saving a dig, probably not even that big a deal when it adds a bridge. Oh no, it necessitates us digging here as well, maybe. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Are Chaos Magicians looking to double dig this tile and put a bridge in and make a town out of that? It's theoretically it's like their only reasonable shot at town 2. They do have the capability to build here. Alright, how do we want to handle this? I think we need more coins than we have. And if we trade in like so, this lets us build our stronghold, and then how much power is needed to be absorbed? We need to absorb 3 to be able to lead off with that with the Act 4 money action. The alternative is we only convert 1 here and then we convert 3 into coins, but I think we're liable to be spending workers as coins regardless in in upcoming rounds. Oh, but we know we're taking 4 power because we have the stronghold down. So actually this is the preferred route. It just lets us lead the Act 4 action. There is a stronghold. Huzzah. Maybe worth our while to try and get priests in these spots early next round, while they're still available, because we have a lot of people to cross up on these cults. Do I want all this power? I imagine so. Will I be capped? I will. If I take 3, I move these here and then 1 up to the top end, so 4 stay here. I will not be power capped. Okay, let's take it. It actually lets us double dig next round if we want it. Okay, we have Air 3 from the Chaos Magicians. It's a little rough. And what is it? Water 2. Yep, okay. We still probably have this water cult on lock, fortunately. I don't think we have anything left to do in this round. So let's pass on to the trading post scoring card and see what we can collect from those. Then we'll be in position for whatever power action we want to lead off with first next time, which is probably this Act 4. It might be nice to have the double dig, because we do want... then we can make Coral Reef plus have this dug, because we are going to get a free... Oh, sorry, we don't get the free spade yet. Never mind. Yeah, this is probably fine then. Pass. And we need a scoring card, and this one's clearly the best. Give me those points. Every trading post I build in the next round is worth 8 points. That's pretty spectacular. Definitely know we're upgrading this. Yeah, Alchemists wanting shipping because they are at 2. It seems safe to assume Alchemists will be heading to 3 shipping next round by digging a Gloomy Shop as their next dig. Which is advancing Cult of Air. Okay, all of a sudden we're less incentivized to try competing on air. But we definitely... Priest in this slot is big game. Then we get up 3 on it, on Earth, and it's a little tricky for Alchemists and Witches to fight past us. Chaos Magicians can do it easily enough. Okay, what's our money situation for next round? We are going to have a piddly 5 coins. But we do have 8 workers to our 5 coins. So we can do quite a lot more if we grab this action. It's probably got to be the play, realistically. I would expect Alchemists to dig here reasonably soon. Then we will have another trading post neighbor. It gives us 3 of them. Would be nice if we had a 4th. Yo, we have the 8 workers by exact count for 4 trading post upgrades if we want to. How many coins is that? That takes 12, and we will have exactly 12 coins if we do this. We would just have to be worried about having enough neighbors to make that a possibility. And that may not be. But just taking a clean 32 next round is a big freaking deal. Woo. Given the difficulty of digging further spaces over here, it's probably we are stuck on the 2-town plan at this point. Seems like a safe enough assumption. We'll just see how much of this we can get down for network size. In terms of network, everyone is connected, I think, already, except, nope, not the witches, not the alchemists, but the alchemists only have to dig one space to make it a reality. Okay, what's our lead? I think we've already established this has to be the lead action, more important than digging. Oh, I miscounted workers. Where did we take the extra one? Oh, wait, did we have one banked? Okay. Yeah, I think... Ooh, witches are gonna be in a rough spot if we cut this. Okay. Let's get it. All the money. Not as much digs. Losing both of these hurts. We still have this one on lock. If Chaos Magicians are nice enough to build here for us, we actually have the resource for a dwelling construction plus 4 TP upgrades. Because we have the 9th worker and we can get the extra 2 coins from our power bank. So, that's a contender, maybe. Alright, build dwelling here, upgrade it next to the Chaos Magicians. Upgrade this one, upgrade this one, upgrade this one. That's a lot of points. But it leaves a ton of dwellings on our map for the last round. I guess we get our free spade. We'll make something happen, somehow. We could like free spade and build here, since we're not focusing on towns anymore, just anywhere we can build is good. Okay, alchemists were let to get their water 1 favor because the witches are just kind of clicking random buttons or something. Bridge from witches. That means no bridge for alchemists here, which is yay that. Maybe someone else will even contemplate, like if Chaos Magicians want to town around here, maybe they'll gun down the possibility of the alchemists bridging this up. Single dig this tile, okay. I guess alchemists can also bridge across here equally well. That's something. How do we want to handle it? I think our highest priority is making sure we snag this last space on this column. So let's go ahead and grab it. Nothing else we want to do is really disappearing away from us. We're gonna have 6 power when we grab that town tile. And again, we are in position to cut this town tile faster than anyone else can. We can still do it in just a single action. Everyone else much farther on that front. Do I want... Probably I want this power because I'm going to need to dig spaces moving into the end game to put enough dwellings down. It's not a bad exchange rate anyhow. Very, very flexible on what we can do. Actually, we're gonna have a lot of power income too. Like, we should be getting at least 3 trading posts, I would imagine. If not the 4th, and so with 3, that puts us at 8 power income already. Okay. Chaos Magicians have gotten into here. Do we want this? If we take this, is this enough to let us double dig? Not quite, but it's getting close. Interesting. Do we have a way to generate one more power this same turn? Because nobody else has the power present to double dig, so it would do us a big favor if we could take it. Now then we actually could possibly seek the final town. It's a puzzler. I guess it could be as simple as just investing a priest here to jump up 2. Then if we do that, yeah, I mean, we are going to want a priest on the fire track, and it probably pays us favors to be a little quicker on that front. Okay, let's take it. What do I want to do? Maybe I want to get the priest down now while no one else is capable of making a double dig, so that I can be sure the double dig is an action available this round. I think that sounds really lovely. Yeah, using double dig, actually, we would dig some rando space and then also add the coral reef so that this town's up. That's how we'll play this. So in it goes. Gotta power cap myself to make it happen, but there are worse things in the world than missing out on a point of power. Whew, what game is this song from? It's a Mario game, surely, but I don't know which one. It's probably a lot of them. Where is our second dig going to occur? It may be reasonable to elect this space. There's only worry that the alchemist would try and dig it away right after. Probably not. Let's see. Alchemists are, okay, they're upgrading a trading post, and they're actually paying with power, partly, instead of points. Yeah, I guess we're not worried about the alchemist digging this blue space into a black immediately. It does cost them 3 workers to do it still. They haven't gloomy shopped yet. They haven't really set to work on their, yeah, and then this has a neighbor too, so it's another trading post upgrade without paying an arm and a leg. I mean, we could dig this one instead. There's a lot more safety in digging this tile. You know, we're double digging, but one needs to go into making our coral reef. Otherwise, this is not going to town up without a bridge. I don't want to join the ranks of those who must compete for the bridge next round. Already, Chaos Magicians and Alchemists are going to be at each other's throats for that action. They should be looking to pass early, if possible. Okay, Chaos Magicians still can't get to the top of fire in one action unless they build a temple. That's something. Okay, we are gonna fire off our double dig right now. So, let's use this. We can put our coral reef in a, like, here, or here to town this, but I think we want to go here, just because we want to bequeath less power to Chaos Magicians and not give them the neighbor. Yeah, this seems fine. Right here. Yeesh, okay. UI is always a little funky if you're going into building a coral reef. Definitely funky. Yeah, we can't take this anymore. It's gone. Oh well. Yeah, I still think it's pretty reasonable for us to dig this one. Alchemists really do have to pay a ton and give up on some trading post upgrades if they want to make it happen. No! Whoa, whoa, no! Do the thing. Okay, here we go. Dig that blue. And then place coral reef here. Found town with this here. Can we take all this power? Oh yes, of course we can. We just spent a ton. And up we go. No conversions. So I don't did alchemists sacrifice economy very much in rounds 2 and 3? The bigger economy play they can make is to try and build the stronghold on round 3 instead of 4. That is actually point positive despite the stronghold scoring on round 4 because they, it would have made 6 extra coins for them to build it on round 3. That's like plus 6 points as far as their ability is concerned. So now alchemists thinking hard because they have this possibility. So let's wait and see if they do it. It would be pretty mean. I don't think they should want to. They should also probably be happy to get a neighbor. And they have to burn 4 workers to do it. Okay, alchemists passing first. That's also super duper sensible on their part because alchemists need to get that bridge. They want to pass ahead of chaos magicians. It's also good for us that chaos magicians have to fight for that because that means next round we can seal off the fire cult before they do. There's a big worry about them taking that cult away from us because all they would need to do is grab this fire 3 favor, and grabbing rank 3 favors to win cults definitely a move chaos magicians would entertain. Okay, this is good that this got blocked. Maybe it just gets in the witch's way. I'm sort of unclear what's happening here for other people founding towns. I think at this point alchemists are maybe fixing to just get 2. Score's still very low by people because we're about to grind out a gazillion points right now. I guess there's no rush to take this space yet because alchemists are past. They won't cut it. We know that. What would I like to upgrade? Probably looking to upgrade here. Rather than this one, since this town's already complete. I don't think this is gonna become a town, but we can think about it. Okay, we get our trading post upgrade here. That's worth a lot. I think we will build here because then we can use our free spade to terraform this space and build it. It's just kind of the strategy of hunt and peck, take the random spaces, and hope that's enough for network at this point. As far as bonus tiles are concerned, we do want a scoring one. Alchemists fortunately had to pass on to not a scoring one, but there's still only 2 others in contention. We can hopefully get one of those. Hopefully. I think that I think it's probably for the best for alchemists to actually focus on expanding area round 2 and move towards connection. That would be the way that I would go about playing it. So I would get the shipping. I would be a little less interested in building this one as a priority, but given his resource allocation, it made sense here. So alchemists can build this tile, this tile, this tile on 2, given that their round 1 was horrible. That was what they wanted to have happen on 1. And then, yeah, I guess you want to dig through here and take up here and connect. And then the hope is that that sets you up for town, town, and town. But this fellow's just been kind of consistently behind the curve because of a bad round 1, so he just doesn't have the resources to make it all happen anymore. I do think they had the right goals in mind. They just, what really burned them the most was No priest bonus card. They played Alchemists into that situation, which is always inviting risk, to say the least. Invites risk. And then the Chaos Magicians cut away this power action on round 1, which is not, by no means, a bad play from them. Okay, can we just have our cake and do everything and build Dwelling and 3 TPs? I think we can. Yeah, we have all the resources to make that a reality. So let's do that. Where do we want the TPs upgraded? We can choose here, here, and I guess there. Yeah, I do think the Alchemist should have pushed much harder on Act 3. This is almost always their favorite power action. And it's really, like, it's amazing that we're heading into round 6 and he hasn't Gloomy Shopped. You know, he passed off the shipping bonus without Gloomy Shopping. He doesn't upgraded Digging. It just feels like he hasn't done enough stuff because he hasn't pushed on this power action. I guess we know we want this tile, so we'll go ahead and take it here. Would be nice to get that one too, but it's not going away. It is a triple dig for the Chaos Magicians. And we want this one so badly because it gives us this convenient single dig here with our free spade. Yeah, we need every little scrap of area we can take at this point. Just for network size is the only reason. Okay, oh, we're seeing inefficient terraforms by witches going down the line. Okay. I guess the hope is we want witches to pass before Chaos Magicians, because if witches pass onto the shipping card, Chaos Magicians can't pass on a point card. Either that or witches don't take the shipping card, then Chaos Magicians do, and Dwelling scoring is available. Like, if witches pass first, there is no world in which we don't get a scoring card. And witches have to pass here, and they're ahead of Chaos Magicians. So I guess we've won on that. Huzzah. Let's go ahead and TP this one next. No particular reason to choose any of these, I don't think. We get to watch our score sail ahead of everyone's. Woohoo. So did the Alchemists actually have the opportunity to get that many dwellings in rounds 2 and 3? I know they had the resources for it, but you know, they were slow to the punch on Stronghold and then on Gloomy Shop, and that means that they don't actually have the resources to dig that many spots, I don't think, right? They would have been dwellings here, 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 and here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah, I guess actually, given he dug this on round 3, yeah, I don't know. I guess he made an intentional delay of digging actions so that he could have the double dig plus the spade tile all on round 3 when spades scored, but I don't think that's what you're looking to do in the Alchemist's world. I think at that point you have to be a little more economy-centric. I mean, this from the girl who built her sanctuary on round 2, right? So you can roll your eyes at me over that. Okay, witches are passing. So we have guaranteed ourselves a scoring tile. I guess we're hoping for the shipping one. It'll be better than the dwelling scoring. We cannot get all these dwellings out next round. That is not going to happen. Yeah, we're actually downgrading how many dwellings we have left. Okay, well... Witches want cult step. That's... Witches taking cult step probably means that they're going to come up and tie us on Earth, so our remaining priests, we will need to win fire. That has to be our highest priority, or else Chaos Magicians take it from us. But then pulling up what little we can on Earth, hopefully good after that. Okay, I still need to build 2 trading posts. Will happen here and here. Here, Chaos Magicians, have this. Are these the only spots I can do it cheap? I believe so. There's no other adjacencies that I hold. So, yep, we'll go ahead and do it. These being worth 8 a pop is just incredible. Sorry, Chaos Magicians. Oh, building dwellings out here. Wow, they've really dwelling expanded. Okay. Let's burn 2. We're down to 4 tokens left. We are gonna absorb 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we're actually power capped. It is what it is. We can deal with that. We actually might get to pass on to shipping ahead of the Chaos Magicians here. I think they... Do they still have actions? They do. They surely do if they want to make them. Yep, up they go. Okay. So, with us having the opportunity to pass in front of them, now we can be assured of winning on fire. And we can get a preferred bonus card. Even though the power is wasted, I'm happy to take it just because it has better points. So, hook me up. This is at least 9 points. We aren't getting very many workers here, which is a bit of a shame. We're probably just going to end out by building here and here. And that'll just be the end of our story. That leaves 6 buildings on the map when it comes to network. That may be good enough to defeat someone. Especially Alchemists, they still haven't connected. Alchemists still need to dig this tile to connect, and they need a Gloomy Shop. So, Witches also very unconnected at the moment. So a lot of people have resources earmarked just for connecting up, and we have that part for free. AP, you're smiling. Yeah, because finally it feels like I'm not losing. That's my assessment on this. I'm sorry, what just got terraformed where? A red space changed green for 2 spades. Where did that happen? I should see, this one. That makes sense, so they'll build in here and complete the town. Unless Alchemists get cheeky and take it away, actually, which wouldn't be insane. This is 1 fewer dig for them. I guess it is pretty insane, given that Alchemists are actually dig limited for once. Here we go, let's make this blue. Chaos Magicians coming. Oh, that's okay. Those spots. Chaos Magicians really just aiming for network wins because they're only gonna have the 1 town. Chaos Magicians cannot burst us down in water by taking water 3 plus water 2. Because they already have a water 2. They even have a water 1. So a temple construction, it doesn't get them there in this cult. We've got enough cult work to do here that we might entertain taking this priest action down the road. Okay, there goes the single dig. That's a shame. We would have loved to have that. What do we want to do? So, there is a very, very, very real fear of the Chaos Magicians going and dumping just build a temple so that they can take, you know, water 3 and fire 3 or some similar thing. It would be really bad for us if that happened. So I actually think rather than reclaiming a priest, we don't really care about priests left in supply. We'll at most get 1 more from this action. We can't even spend 5 power for a priest. It's not possible. So we can jam this spot, and that's better than going here, because it makes it so the alchemists can't compete to defeat witches on this track. And I'm a little more worried about losing to the alchemists than to the witches, I think. I'm not even sure about that. Honestly, chaos magicians are the most threatening. But yeah, let's get our priest in there. Before we do it, since we're gonna take so much power, we might make a worker out of it. I mean, it's tempting to grab this, but this is just sort of a question of like the limit, how many we can build here, we can build here. We can't actually take a single dig through power. If we had grabbed this instead, we'd be at 5 workers. That wouldn't even let us hard dig an extra tile here plus build. So what even is the point at that stage, you know? Actually, so on that note, we don't need extra workers. We can reset this conversion. What we need is coins, because we can upgrade our shipping. Shipping upgrade's worth a lot of points when we're sitting on this tile. Very convenient. So we'll upgrade like that, and then jam our priest right in here. Get up there, priesty. If we can grab this, it'll be a big help. That'll be our next priority action of the round. Here we get 1 power for free because of how we capped ourselves, so that's super lovely. Alchemists did get the bridge. Yeah, Chaos Magician's clearly off the town plan based on how they did things, but that means witches can't bridge town in here. So, not that witches had the resources to do it anyway. Witches will just take a town over here, and this game is going to have some staggeringly tiny number of towns form. We'll have half of them, if you can believe that. See, Chaos Magicians will have 1. Witches will have 1. Alchemists will have probably 2. And we'll have 2. Okay, so we'll have fully a third of the towns in the game. That's an enormous fraction. Witches, which town tile do you want? I think the cult step one maybe makes some sense. Unclear what they would choose. We are next to act though, and we will very happily grab our extra priest because we want those shipping upgrades. Our next priority action, since nothing else is disappearing from us, is to build this dwelling. Okay, Chaos Magicians just made a move in on water, so we have to be cognizant that by upgrading a temple, they can now defeat us on the water cult. Since Chaos Magicians are our primary opponents this game, they've got the most points as it stands. They're the only other faction receiving points on pass this round, and on top of that, they're not even doing that bad on network. So, especially with this available to build. So, we should just consider points in the... audio is quiet? Okay, thanks for letting me know, CDL for the win. Is that what that stands for? Let me see what I can do about that. Hopefully I'm at least audible. The music being quiet is somewhat intentional. But thanks for giving me the heads up. I'll talk a little louder and maybe just continue to give feedback. Oh gosh, YouTube, are you doing terrible things? No? Okay. Keep at it, YouTube. No more ads. interesting that they'd want a sanctuary here. I guess they're just looking to complete or if they grab fire too, is that assistive to them in founding towns? But why wouldn't they want a temple upgrade instead? It's cheaper. They can't possibly have designs of 3 towning here. That's just way too many resources. They would need 3 more digs. Dwelling TP upgrade? I guess it's possible. But no, how will they get all those digs? I don't know. So we do actually decrease our score by a point for every dwelling we build here. Unlike the usual, because we don't have Earth 1, it's just paying out a point of final resource value. Oh, Alchemist's going for 5 coins in cash. That is not a usual town tile for them. Weird picks. By the way, welcome to the chat, CDL. Don't think I've seen you around before, but always nice when a new viewer says hi. So we are decreasing our score by building here, as mentioned. We're just losing 1 point worth of final resource scoring. So it's just a question of, is this worth it for network purposes? We currently have 8 buildings on the map. We can go as low as 6. Chaos Magician's already at 6, and they still have this to build. We will never compete with them for network. Witches sitting at 7. So we can try to overtake them, and they don't have anywhere they can stronghold fly without digging first. So they can probably only go to 6 by executing a hard dig, would be my estimate here. I don't think they can grab that. So if they execute a hard dig and then stronghold flight to construct the dwelling there, that lets them get up to 6, and it's worth 3 points just to tie them at 6 buildings on the map. So yeah, that's worth paying out the 2 points for sure. So let's do that. Never mind whoever else it may help us against, right? There's some possibility of it racking network points against alchemists too, who are still at 8 on map. So let's... No, wait. We can't build that sucker yet, because alchemists or chaos magicians have craftily set up to defeat us on the water cult, and this is a whopping 8 points in the head-to-head. We can't let it happen. This time I think I am gonna leave this spot vacant in case the witches want to come tie the alchemists, just to make point-wise make this. No, I guess I want alchemists to be winning on this cult, so I will occupy this space. Okay. This is 8 points in the head-to-head. It would only be 7 to... I guess it's marginal with the final shipping upgrade, which is 8 points. So this is maybe immaterial either way, if this happens. Except this gives us resources out of it, rather than costing them. So this is slightly better. Very tiny game. But, you know, we'll play those margins if we must. Unfortunately, Witch is probably choosing to advance on this track rather than on the fire track using their free cult step. And they also have more priests on top of that, so we can actually just expect to lose in the Earth Cult. And only take a measly 3rd place. Not much we can do about that. Okay, Gloomy Shop Dig for the Alchemists, and now they need to construct in here. So how was the dig executed? Okay, they used this spade. I missed that they had the bonus tile spade. So, they do sit pretty at 6, or at this exchange rate. I suppose they can cash again here. And then that easily gives them 2 digs. With 4 workers remaining and 2 priests, they can go dig, dig, build, build. That gives them 4 power too, which is only 1 shy of what... Yeah, so Alchemists will in fact finish Town 3. Okay, that is noted. Still gonna compete with the Witches for network size though, because they're on 7 on the map, and we would like to pull even with that by building this. And then we can pull ahead 1 building here, and the Witches do have it in them to construct a final build. Just for tying us on network. But it's worth losing those 2 points of resources for 3 points on network. Actually, in retrospect, I maybe had a better line. If I, do I still have it? If I can gain... No, I don't. Yeah, there was a world where I upgraded a, better than building both of these, actually, was spinning an extra temple build by... If we gain just one more power, we can convert, for a worker. And then we can upgrade a temple, and then upgrade a trading post here. And then take the air 1 favor. And that is worth 4 points plus another 6 from this upgrade. It's definitely a better buy. So I messed that up. It's still not out of the question, but it would require me to gain a whopping 3 power still. So if I get offered that, I'm about to take it. I would need two worker constructions. Oh, okay, and now this is gone. So now that option's just non-existent. Alright, definitely a mistake there. Hopefully it doesn't cost us too overly much. Let's, on the margin though, the best we can do now is just building this. Alchemists have quite a sum here. Definitely something to be worried about, because they're going to make this bigger. For defeating them, we are very reliant on them being so far down in all of the cults. Okay, Alchemists still would dig and construct, and then they would need to upgrade a trading house, and then they would have a constructed town as here as well. So if they make a trading house, oh, interesting. Okay. Well, Witches found their hard dig. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the mat. Crumb. We are still going to lose the network to them. So this really didn't work out. We would have done so much better with the other line, though I don't know if I was absorbing any power to make it happen. There was, I guess, instead of taking air 1, it was possible to take air 2 so that I guarantee, or earth 2. I fight for this position on the cult boards, and then I also guarantee that I get the power needed to spin up the extra worker and make the TP upgrade. But it doesn't take the 4 points that air 1 would give. Regardless, this ending has been bungled, and I'm pretty salty about it, not gonna lie. the best we have here, we pass and take 12. Yeah, in they go there. And alchemists, they still need a trading house construction. They can do that using one priest as a worker and then making a worker out of this power. They're also blowing us away on network. We're actually not in very good shape here at all. Oh, okay. Interesting. Witches upgraded this instead of constructing the dwelling. That means now they're actually incapable of the... Let's see. They still have their cult step. So if they use the priest as a worker and they cult step themselves into a tie here, they will still not have the power to come up with the 2 coins to build a dwelling there. Do they have their stronghold power up? They do not. So we may have actually successfully tied the witches in network. That's a little consolation for me playing it this way, at least. But I don't think we have anything left meaningful that we can do here. I think we just have to pass and take our 2 points of resources in final scoring. Because we can't upgrade any trading houses, unfortunately. So, pass it is. We have a first, a third, and this is probably only gonna result in, I imagine witches are passing us here. Unless they want to pass alchemists instead. We can hope. It's the same number of points to them either way. So, it's just a toss-up whose score they'd rather drag down at this point. I think they can safely assess that they're not in contention for winning. So they should really try to drag down my score if they want to be closer to not getting the last. They're looking to found a town, but I would be a little miffed if they didn't, like, choosing the cult step actually assist to them in any meaningful way. Not really. So, it's just 9 points in a priest or 11 points, and there's no slots to insert priests. They really ought to just be taking 11 points. The best they can get with that priest is, like, maybe trying to tie the witches here, or... Yeah, okay, they figured it out, finally. That 11 points is just overwhelmingly their best bet in that spot. So where did Chaos Magicians end network-wise? They still have 4 buildings on the map. That's more than us. And they did choose to drag our score down instead of alchemists. Because people are mean to us, or something. But on network, we're going to take 3, and then cult-wise, we're gaining, let's see, 2 points, 2 points, and okay, so 20 for cults. We end at 130 plus the 2 points of final resources, 132. I think alchemists are actually, they're not winning network. And they have no final resources. No, they have 1 final resource point thanks to this ability. So if the alchemists only take... have we actually managed... We're very close to the alchemists in score here. Right, they gain double zeros here, so they go to 130... Oh no, we lost to the alchemists by 1 point! That's so terrible! 1 point. I think we may also be losing to Chaos Magicians. Yeah, we definitely. Yeesh. 3 for us, 3 for witches. This is not a happy outcome. Really rough taking 3rd like that. Probably all off the back of round 2 losing that 1 tile. I really needed to prioritize the C1 space much more highly than I did. That's a shame. Yes, GG all. Sorry, AP. Definitely not a finest showing there. Only scoring 130s is not a particularly high score in the absolute sense for this game. And 3rd place definitely a bit disappointing. Especially disappointing because we easily could have defeated Alchemists in the final situation if we had just taken the alternate line of upgrade a temple, then upgrade a trading house. You know, it trades away 3 network points, but it gives us 2 extra points on Cult, plus 6 extra points for the trading house upgrade. Unfortunately, we can't do it by taking Air 1. We don't have the power, so there's not enough workers. So it just winds up a net of, I guess we get an extra 8 points, but lose out on 3. We would be 5 higher. We would still lose to Chaos Magicians. But at least we would have beat the Alchemists. Oh well. That's a big shame to have missed that line of play. Big, big shame. I'm gonna go ahead and queue up for another round. Yeah, I do agree, Mermaids versus Alchemists, a very dicey early game situation for trying to stake your right spots, and I didn't get those spots, which is a little rough. Especially because we had to contend with some possible witch openings for spots. But I think I needed to be focused on gunning a little harder for the Alchemist positions and less hard for the ones that witches might cut, just purely based off of player ratings. The witches player was, you know, very lowly rated. Hey Kator, nice to see you. We are just starting queue for game number 2 of the day. So hopefully a spicy one. Definitely glad to see you in chat. I'm going to take just a couple minute break to grab some water, stay hydrated all, and then I'll be back in this. Hopefully we'll have a match by then. See you in a minute. Alright, I'm back, and still we don't have any opponents. That's disparaging. Oof, almost bedtime. I take it you are somewhere in Europe then, AP. Well, sweet dreams to you. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, let's take a look at what Snellman's stats suggest the matchup profile is in that situation. I guess I'm somewhat curious. So we had Mermaids, Chaos Magicians, Alchemists, and Witches. Okay, actually, Chaos Magicians statistically doing really, really well in this matchup. That's a very interesting stat. Also, always good to keep in mind that because the Gloomy Workshop is so helpful for the Alchemists, they get a very, very large boost compared to what these Snellman statistics suggest. The point margins that these were taken at were actually pretty ridiculous. I think Chaos Magicians was something like 21 points. Mermaids I took at 27. Witches at 30 and Alchemists at 30. So this is the spread. I was actually favored to lose that matchup. Wish I'd gone and checked this while I was doing the bidding. It's very rarely that Chaos Magician's so favored. I guess I kind of need to pause and reflect about why that is. So it's a known thing that the Chaos Magicians improve markedly when they have the central mountain hex available to them, which isn't the case in most matchup combinations, just because dwarves and engineers will almost always start on it. Maybe I'm not giving an insufficiently large bump there. So I also, I expect the witches to compete for that central hex, but this witches player certainly did not. Yeah, I guess I'll... Okay, I'll have to be more mindful of this. Conditions where Chaos Magicians really can succeed. Yeah, Kator, maybe I would have done it if you were here to nag me. I mean, not really, right? There's no way you would have talked me into it. Maybe you could talk me into Chaos Magicians in the right spots when they're available for 30 points. It's definitely possible. But no way you would manage to talk me into taking Chaos Magicians when they're the lowest bid faction. That seems insane. The real debate as far as I was concerned was, do I want the Alchemists at 30 or Mermaids at 27? And if I jumped on Alchemists at 30, there would have been less bidding down of the Chaos Magicians too. Because subsequent bidding lowered them even further. This is a pretty song. I don't know what game it's from. Kitor, well, look, maybe your insanity is... I mean, clearly it was where I needed to have my head in this game, so... a dash of insane influence in my chat, not completely unwelcome. I never want to get too set thinking inside the box. I think also I probably a thing I needed to be more mindful on was just that Mermaids in 4th chair did mean I was very unlikely to get an Earth 1 favor. And, statistically, Mermaids are one of the 2 factions that actually does not have a great general purpose option for backing up lack of Earth 1. So, that was something I needed to give higher weight to than I did. The other faction that doesn't have a great option for backing up lack of Earth 1 is witches. Their next best alternative just pales in comparison to how well they score with Earth 1. But a lot of other factions that you think of as like incredibly Earth 1 centric, something like halflings or something. Halflings, or maybe dwarves, like a lot of these races can actually just do a little better with Earth 2 even. If you think about just stocking up workers in order to have the most spades expended on round 4 for halflings. If you take Earth 2 on round 1 instead of Earth 1, that's 3 extra procs by the time that you hit round 4. So that's already 3 extra spades, 9 extra points. But it continues proccing after that, which is spades for 1 point. And also it may result in even more workers generated for round 4 because it could let you build additional dwellings early to snowball into yet more workers. So, and then on top of that, it also just, like, you got to dig more spaces and build more things, and that will be more network points. Like, it doesn't take tons and tons to tip the balance. So, like, Earth 2, a very good backup for a lot of these factions. Definitely differs from faction to faction, though. Probably the strangest one, to my mind, that the statistics are pretty emphatic about, but I don't have a great explanation for, is why is the best backup favor for the engineers whose, like, their primary game plan is to take Earth 1 plus Earth 2 on round 2 with a double temple start. But statistically, their best backup, if they can't have the Earth 1 in 4th chair, is actually to take Water 2 and Earth 2. And this is maybe a little bit surprising. You know, it does depend a bit on the setup, yes. You back it up different ways depending on the early cult allocations and all that. Because you want to hit those early cult payouts. And there is, it's actually pretty entertaining. I don't know if anyone's ever tried it, to play engineers opening with the dual favors of Fire 1 and Earth 2. Because everything costs so little and it just feels like you have infinite resources all game long. It's insane. Like, you hit the end of the game and you realize, wait a minute, I actually need to, like, remember that I'm limited in what I can do because I might place every building on my map. That sort of thing does actually become possible. It's still better to take all those Earth 1 points, but it can be a pretty entertaining game plan. Eesh, this queue really not cooperating. We've been in it for, how long now? Like 10 minutes or so. Let's refresh the page, see if we can get, since BGA gets stuck occasionally. There, get us in there. I'll wait on it this time. You know, just because we want to incur any yellow search broadening. Kator, is that really true that the Chaos Magicians depend heavily on the cult bonuses? Like, they're definitely very assistive for their game plan. But they're not the faction that depends the most on getting those. I don't even think they're number 2. It's pretty obvious that the cultists are the most dependent on cult bonuses. That's literally their only power. Whereas Chaos Magicians, you know, they have so many incomes coming in from favors. early in the game, the favor income is the only income. But, it means that they kind of expand to higher incomes than other factions very rapidly after, around round 2 or 3, once they've thrown down more dwellings. So, they are taking tons and tons of income from other sources, even without the cult bonuses, which are just icing on the cake. I think actually the second most dependent faction on cult bonuses is probably the Swarmlings, where everything is just so expensive, you're kind of always gunning to hit the next town that much sooner to receive that 3 worker bonus, just to be able to sprint to then having 1 extra dwelling, so you have 1 to upgrade to a trading post. It always feels like an incredibly just so race with Swarmlings to have the next thing exactly in time, or else it's gonna set you back so much. It's a disaster if you miss a trigger of your stronghold ability, or it can really be disaster if you miss on getting the town for 1 more round. Everything just kind of snowballs hard with them. So I think really the Swarmlings are the most keyed into needing that after the Cultists. But yeah, Chaos Magicians, they're already not doing super hot on the tier list of races. So yeah, if you take away their cult bonuses, surely they will, be in even worse shape. Q is not behaving at all. It's plausible that I turn to playing chess while we wait on it soon. Let's see. So cult steps from favors. Well, that's sort of an interesting point, actually. Do they get a lot of cult steps from favors? The Chaos Magicians certainly have Water 2 as a viable opening tile on the first turn. And most of their games, they should be looking to take 4 favors on the opening move by getting a Sanctuary. But which 4 favors will those be? You want one of them to be Earth 1 because it won't be there if you don't take it as your first. So you grab Earth 1 and, Air 2, Fire 1, Earth 2, and Water 2 are all in real contention, and you can only have 3 of those. And I actually think statistically, Water 2 is the one that people choose to skip on the most often of those. Whether that's right or not, definitely a thing you can debate. I know that I personally have varied a lot what I skip on based on the cult builds. I do not recommend skipping Fire 1. I think that one probably does the most work for them as the game goes on. Free dig for round 2. Yep, if you can get it, a free dig for round 2, definitely a huge boon for them. This can be especially important because one annoyance with taking Chaos Magicians is that a very high fraction of the time, the double dig is not going to be worth it for you in the early game. Right? The traditional Chaos Magician starting point only has 1 tile adjacent to it that can be dug to Wasteland with a single dig. And it's that central mountain. So if you take double dig, you have to have either already upgraded your shipping, or you're kind of just digging a space that's a little bit wasted at that juncture. So, the fact that they mostly just consign themselves to only single digging on round 2, definitely helps them a lot if they get that 1 free cult dig. Heading into round 2, they can build the central mountain, and then proceed to dig the desert that's right immediately east of that. And then they already have all 3 of their tiles set up that they need to get that 1 town. Then, just by jacking shipping up 1 rank, they have more places to dig and even a place they can go for free. So, yeah, if there's a spade available on as a cult reward at the end of round 1, You definitely want to try to hit it, but there are only 3 such possible spades. One of them is from quadruple air, one's from quadruple water, and one from quadruple earth. So the earth and water ones are simple enough to hit. You just grab water 2, and then use it on either the earth or the water track. Or no, actually I guess if you grab water 2 and use it on the water track, that doesn't get you there. So you might need to contemplate taking water 1 in amongst your opening favors so that you do get it. But there's really, the earth one is very easy. You just increase your earth favoritism with a water 2 on top of earth 1 and earth 2. The air one is a bigger problem. Because unfortunately you would need 2 cult steps to grab it in air. And that's just not going to be, that's basically infeasible. I guess the preferred way to get the water spade is actually if you can start on bonus tile 2. 4 coins and a cold step. That's pretty solid for Chaos Magicians, if the spade cult reward at the end of round 1 exists. Because then your 4 steps on water come 3 from a water 2 favor and 1 from your cult step bonus tile. And Chaos Magicians already need to use their power on the opening turns to gain the Sanctuary, either to gain some mix of coins and workers for it. And you do get enough coins that then you don't need to spend any power for coins to make Sanctuary happen on turn 1. So you do price yourself into needing the 2 workers for 4 power action on the first turn by starting that way. But hopefully it sticks around for you. There's not a ton of factions that are going to fight you hard for that power action on the first turn. It's mostly the 2 black factions would want it. Yeesh. Q really not helping here. Come on, give us the game. We're all ready to start. There. I'm actually curious to see what is the best faction matchup for the Chaos Magicians. I guess one way we can try to assess this is if we mark Chaos Magicians here, we can just see by checking one other faction to guarantee that they're in the game, how much does this expectation weighted score function change? If I had to guess, I would say it's probably a brown faction, like halflings. Probably the best matchup for Chaos Magicians. It gives them a neighbor on the starting tile that they most prefer if halflings are in the game. And then the halflings also are no contest to dig that central mountain hex because it is a triple terraform for them. So you sort of get to coexist peacefully there. You could ask, well then, cultists, same deal. Why wouldn't cultists be as good a matchup? I would be fearful with the cultists that, that's another faction that can meaningfully compete and steal cult wins away from you. Whereas most factions are just going to roll to the Chaos Magicians on cult scoring in the end game. So it's kind of nice when you get those points for free. Anyhow, how does it change if I check halflings? So we go from about 2.5 to, okay. 2 point, oh, we have a game. We can stop worrying about this. Alright, and it looks like we have one player was it this this Evanescent fellow was much more lowly rated than all 3 of us. So I have to be cognizant that they're sort of the wild card in this game. We can't necessarily rely on predicting their moves. Now let's take a look at what's available. Scoring-wise, we have 3 of the scoring tiles missing the shipping one. So that's a definite minus for Mermaids. Also for something like Alchemists. But we have more coins available. The 6 coin card and the cult reward card gives a lot of ability to collect additional coins for the factions that are traditionally most short them. Those being like mermaids and darklings, maybe halflings. What's scoring-wise? Spades score in round 3, so halflings like vaguely playable, but not really at their best. Actually, what I like seeing here the most is this dwelling scoring round 2. That is really hot game for the alchemists. Oh, well, alchemists gone because darklings have been submitted. Okay then. And engineers submitted too. So the two factions I usually look to submit just because of playing them the best, already off the table. So who else might we want to toss in? Let's see. There's... Not too interested in looking at a dwelling spam opening with the plus shipping card because dwellings score on round 2 and not round 1. So that would be a definite detriment. Actually, dwelling scoring round 2, not great for darklings. That's usually their timing to try and build a sanctuary. Almost always they are aiming for that. I guess we know that we want to make temple opening on 1. It's actually interesting that we can get so many coins out of this. This first card, maybe not bad for darklings. Who else could we play? I think, in third chair, it might not be so crazy to try Chaos Magicians as a faction. They have, if they could start on this card, they can hit both of these for 8 points, but again, their Central Mountain Hex already going to be blocked by engineers, whoever plays them. You know, maybe our backup here actually is just doing the halflings, and they can have a spade spree on round 3 instead of 4, and it's a lot less great, but it's a contender. It's something we wouldn't be too upset about if we wound up playing them. And they can definitely catch easy neighbors both over here and here from engineers and darklings respectively. Statistically, just sort of historically, I've done pretty well in the halflings game on my channel, so yeah, I'll toss them in. Get in there, halflings. Still not maximally looking to make those be the take here. You know, starting on engineers or darklings can both do very well with this as the first round scoring objective. Yes, I agree, K-Tor. That was part of why I didn't Chaos Magicians also, that this card very well may not be available to them. Whoever's in 4th chair, kinda likely to take it because the spade does not exist. Actually could be a little dicey with engineers to make the dwelling plus 2 temple start into a reality here. It was kind of hard because they need a worker and 3 coins and a dig. And the 2 bonus cards that really facilitate getting all of that easily are 1 worker and 3 power, or 2 coins and a spade, and neither one of those is an option here. It's still pretty doable to maybe do it with this trading post scoring card to start with. Yeah, maybe. Anything else a little bit tricky. Takes a little too much power leech to maybe get that running. Witches, okay. Let's take a look at Snellman's stats on this. Witches, halflings, darklings, and who's our last? Our last is engineers. Wherever you are. There we go. Okay, so witches actually, like, this has been discussed many times on this channel before. Witches are pretty consistently dragging down the engineers' score. They very much compete for the same hexes just everywhere that engineers want to do things. You know, if engineers wanted to start here, they can't really come up if witches start on this tile, which they're very happy to do. You know, you could have start in a power triad in here. which is cutting off this connection route too. It's not great. So now all of a sudden, yeah, I think halflings may be our second best pick here, but you know, we're pretty happy about bidding down on the darklings. Darklings still awesome as ever, especially with this priest card. So we're pretty happy to drive the point value much lower on darklings. It's now a question of when do we jump ship for halflings instead of engineers. Hopefully we get a little less competition from them, from people not realizing the interplay that witches and engineers have. Well, that's okay. That's already one of our players off of the Darkling train. I'm still happy to keep bidding Darklings at this point. Discrepancy between the two. Everyone's gonna want to start Temple given the round scoring, and Darklings and Halflings very happy to just all of these people are happy to just go straight to the Temple. So Witch is probably not gonna get one. I'm very loath to take Witches in this spot. One downside of being Halflings is you can imagine everyone upgrades a TP on round 1, then Temple for Earth 1, Temple for Earth 1, Temple for Earth 1. Witches no longer have the incentive to build their temple immediately, so they'll probably jump to whatever their preferred power action is. Then engineers get second shot at a power action, then Darklings third. So kind of an unfortunate thing about third chair in this everyone races for Earth 1 circumstance is that the halflings can expect to not get a very useful power action, if such a thing matters for the opener. Yeah, give me those Darklings. Also a little leery of engineers because, as mentioned, the optimal opening not super easy to obtain with these starts. Okay, they're still going. You know what? I will still build more for Darklings here. I really think the Darklings stand out significantly in this is from the moment that the Witches get tossed in preference to engineers. So yep, I'm gonna bid real low for these Darklings. Oh my goodness, so are they. Okay, let's have a look at this. What happens if we offset the Darklings by a whopping 17 points? All of a sudden, not doing quite as hot. And in particular, if we took Darklings, we'd be looking at an 18 offset, even a little rougher. And this is a pretty good sample size of game count. So I think at this point, this is probably the mark where we just say, darn it, it's Halflings time. You know, the Halflings, they still have their money. The money cards definitely going a long way for them when they want to be spamming all dwellings early. So, yep, I'm on Halflings for 29. Okay, interesting. Halflings still moving down further. I could contemplate Darklings at 12 even, but I think I'm more interested at Halflings on 27. Yeah, okay. Fine. Darklings for 12. Be interesting to see where I get pushback here. Oh my, okay, this person's really content to start with a very low score. So I'll keep going here. If these people fight me hard enough, there is the universe where I eventually decide to take engineers at 29. I'm still happy to do that before I jump on the Witches card. Again, Witches without Earth 1 but still, like, in a temple start, really not too savory. Witches just kind of have to, they probably even just make a stronghold start once the option disappears from them to do, yeah, where do I, well, here we go. I'm still going on halflings. We'll see how this unfolds. No? Okay. I would hope someone else would bid down the engineers here, but yeah. I mean, I can't be too shocked that no one's willing to. We definitely get an Earth 1 as engineers. We can definitely make everything happen except possibly the last dwelling. And the temp shipping card, good for spamming dwellings as engineers on round 2. This may be the mark where I decide it's okay as engineers at 29 here, even into witches. You know, something like an engineer double dig on this tile does let us get some dwellings, and we can bridge tower over this way. It's just a little tricky to connect either high or low with witches in the way in both spots, conceivably. Here we go. Darklings at 10. If this goes even lower than that, I think I'm going back to the halfling train. We've at least given this player pause. I don't know. At this point, okay, yeah. Halflings, here we go. Please, someone bid down the end. No? Okay. Oh my goodness. This is getting rather over the top. So if we start in the engineer's classic starting points, like here, we can take a lot of power from the Darklings, maybe from the Halflings, if they're content to start on this coast, too. We could absorb a ton of power. The worry is just witches will probably start here. And then also here. Yikes. Let's take a look at Snellman's statistics. Okay, so Darklings now at 21, and I think Halflings, yes, they are at... There we go. Okay, Halflings still a favorite at these point gaps. And I mean, this doesn't factor in the landscapes, but this is a matchup where landscapes don't matter much. The Darklings and Witch and Halflings ones, all very bad. Engineers one, a little bit less bad, so they maybe have a marginal bump over what's depicted here. But it's starting to get pretty close between engineers and halflings at these point gaps. Maybe as engineers, we're just on some crazy line where we don't wind up connecting. I think... Yeah, okay. I think it's time for us to take engineers at 29 and see how this goes. Yes, keep going. Give me more music. I didn't say you could quit on me now, YouTube. It'll be interesting to see... Okay. Wow, engineers coming down. Really, no one wants to take witches here, which is... Yeah, maybe not so surprising. I'll grab halflings at 19. This is some intense bidding. Not that often. Okay. This person is jump shift to engineers now. Engineers being competed down. So that's yeesh. Okay. The question is, when do we jump ship to the witches? Also not in super happy shape once the engineers are in play. You know, now we have... Let's see. Engineers at 26. And halflings have decreased all the way to 18. So, okay. I guess we'll sign on for halflings. Here we go. Engineers still coming down further. Oh my goodness. Someone submitted witches without being a witch lover. This is getting so absurd. I've never seen bidding like this before. Well, witches finally at the top of the pack at these point offsets. I mean, I had been saying witches can't have their Earth 1, but you know what's what here? Witches are almost starting up a full Earth 1. You know, they already start up that many points against Darklings. It's not that big an Engineers lead, but we could conceivably do something here, like take the plus shipping card as witches, and even though it's not worth any points, we can make a stronghold open once we don't get Earth 1. And then maybe be situated to grab this power action, actually, as our second move. So we'll upgrade a trading post, grab this, complete out in a stronghold, and then with this card in tow, we should be able to fly to one of these spots and then use shipping and go start here, 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 here. So 4 dwellings plus a stronghold is quite the economic opening in the witch's spot. And we just have to hope that we can make points out of that somehow. And we'll already have sealed up all key hexes to be truly obnoxious to engineers if we do that. So, maybe this is where we're content to do that. There's also probably, people don't pick halflings very often unless it's spade scoring round 4, sometimes round 3. So this statistic actually probably weights round scoring by selection bias slightly higher in the halfling's favor. Yeah, I think that's how we're gonna make this happen. And then we'll just try to crush everyone on our starting point gap, coupled with having such a strong early economy. That'll have to be enough for us. Let's see, instead of taking Temp Ship, we could also get this card to start. It would be worth 4 more points and give us effectively this gap, but then we would need to procure shipping some other way, and I don't think we have enough coins to pay for it manually. It's gonna be, if on which stronghold? If we grab it, it'll be 9 coins, and then building the dwellings is 4 dwellings. Makes that 17 coins. Definitely no way we could pay for shipping. Unless we got this and this power action. But I don't think that's doesn't seem feasible. We really want to pass this card forward to... Well, this card will probably get taken before it feeds forward to engineers. Do I need the workers? I can grab just this as my sole power action and then make the start anyway. To have stronghold plus 4 dwellings with only this, which I take as the second power action of the game. And if someone cuts it prematurely, that at least means that I get an Earth 1 favor. So yeah, I think I'm on witches here. Let's do it! I hate it. Hating this already. We are going to be 4th place dwellings. Basically, no matter what happens here, we're taking this tile and this tile. We actually may absorb an epic amount of power through this tile, because I wouldn't be shocked to find everyone started in this segment. That does mean engineers get even more power since they have a higher C number. And, let's see who's... Okay, yeah, we want this one, and our attempted connection will be through here. we'll just dig across here with 2 shipping. Or, 3 shipping makes it easy too. I assume engineers start here, but it's not super promising either for connection or for territory expansion. So, as far as power is concerned, we need this power action, but we know that we get it, right? We're gonna start on either that or we get Earth 1. Because with just this bonus tile, we are already reaping, we're gonna be at 10 power in this bowl already. So that even gives us 1 extra coin. We need to absorb a little more power to make it to 2 coins, so that we can actually build that many dwellings. Actually, is it possible we absorb enough power to just manually upgrade shipping by taking both of these? We start here? Probably not. I imagine there's going to be a lot of contest for this. That seems likely. Given the cult reward that comes on the first turn. So we'll just grab temp ship. It's a high point that I haven't touched on yet for witches, that there is no points for shipping bonus tile. That's really good because the traditional witches thing is only upgrade shipping on the last turn as much as you need to connect. Just because you don't need shipping to take hexes when you have your stronghold. You only need it to connect at game end. So, other people can pay out their resources earlier and not get compensated points in the interim for it. That's kind of happy for us. Temp ship it is. Upgrading to Stronghold here at the start, since this can probably only be a 3 hex town. That does mean... we may need to put a sanctuary in here too. It does get a little more awkward making our towns. Like, maybe we can make a town out of this assembly also by taking this one. And then 1 here, and we'll have to dig something else down there. It's gonna be tricky. Tricky to make those digs happen. Hopefully, there will be less pressure on the dig power actions for us than in a lot of games, just because halflings will upgrade their digs and darklings use priests. Yeah, no shocker to see everyone's gonna upgrade over here. I assume that that's all the opening moves. And now we get to find out, do we get Earth 1 or, oh my gosh, halflings going here. Big mistake, halflings. None of us are choosing to play here. So I'm going up here. Do we get an Earth 1 or do we get some crazy economic opening? I can't believe engineers were let to have this card in first chair. That's like actually despicable. It just should not exist. Okay, engineers got their temple. I assume the favor that's coming is Earth 1. Yep, okay. Darklings also grabbing it, no surprises. What's your favor, Darklings? Probably Earth 1. Yep, okay. And now the halflings, who will invariably take Earth 1. Though I guess this is kind of our wildcard player. This is the much lower rated player. Still can't believe they went over here and not this one. It's sort of a crazy thought that they might try that. They have Earth 1. No Earth 1 for us. Okay. But we still get everything we need here. Let's grab this before Darklings can seal it. Oh, Darklings did not start on the priest tile, because Halflings took it first. Interesting. So now that we've grabbed this, our next action is completing Stronghold, just in case there's any kind of power absorbing that happens here. This may be a game, since we're in such awkward territory when it comes to establishing our towns. This may be a game where we have to go digging witches just to get all of our, just to get out all of our, all the spots we're gonna need for 3 towning. You know, witches, unfortunately, there's not much option. You basically have to 3 town every game because that's how you score with your faction ability. And we can hopefully make that happen. Hopefully. Okay, priest action did get cut. Not too surprising. Darklings don't... They're not actually going to have a lot worker-wise, though. Halflings invested their priest here so they can get paid a lot on this round. Get gold next. Actually, that's an option. Yeah, let's get paid money, because we said we were going to need a couple extra coins anyway to make this happen. But we have the super efficient gold outcome available to us. And we're going to need a lot of gold if we're going to go digging witches. It's very, very gold intensive to upgrade that. Sorry. Never mind, you don't think it's correct for us to grab this? I still think it is. I don't think we're actually leeching more power from this site this turn. So if we grab the gold, then we can complete Stronghold, fly, and build and build. So may as well take this at this timing. Just in case, you know, Halflings could... Halflings would probably want this in preference to gold, but, you know, just in case, may as well. We need this anyhow, and we're not gonna expect to absorb any more power than we already have. Okay, well, actually we are. No, I suppose that... Oh, no, obviously I should expect that. They can't build dwelling here and do their temple. Okay, so they got a double dig. Yeah, if we delayed a round, I guess we can bet surely enough the Halflings would want to dig this tile. So we just wind up burning 1 fewer power token. It only impacts how many we burn, not actually how much power we have to spend at any point. It's not actually a very big deal, I don't think. What are we doing here? Since no one is coming through this, you know, we're not going to absorb any extra power here. Halflings will build this tile, engineers will upgrade on this one. So there's no sense granting the power early in case people, like if the Darklings decide to spin up a worker in order to build a dwelling as their final action here. We want them to have to burn more power tokens for it. Though I guess they have to burn the same number either way because we only pass them 2 power. So it works out fine. May as well just Stronghold now. What a smashing economic game we are about to have. My goodness, this is quite a start. And you know, we set up well to connect. Engineers don't. Like, I'm pretty happy with how things have wound out, all said and done. It's pretty telling that we actually get to cut away this power action the Darklings would want. And the Halflings cut the Darklings' priest, and that just all around makes things much rougher on Darklings. I think probably we have to be most worried about Halflings as our main competitor here, maybe? Except that's the lowest rated player of the batch. So hope, you know, optimistic we can win this. I like how it's turning out so far. You know, engineers were eventually going to cut this power action. That was a no-brainer for them, because they do want to end by getting a temple here, so they need more money. So it's just a question of when they cut it. So actually, like, especially with the Halflings granting them more power, we may well have been in trouble if we didn't take it right then. Okay, what order do we want to do this? I don't think it matters, but, there we go. We're up there now. Alright, I think as much as I've said digging witch is a real option this game, I think it's very rich to try and have our digs upgraded in time for round 3 spades. That seems insane. Okay, so engineers have to burn a bunch of power tokens, and they do it via inefficient conversions to get their temple. So they've achieved sort of the classic engineer start, and everything is going well for them, outside of the fact that we are going to make connecting a living hell for them. They're almost looking at something like dig around here and dig back this way, possibly. It's really not an easy go for them. And also, we're gonna pass with 9 coins stacked up. That's a lot. 9 coins, 5 workers. You can do a lot with that. What we need is, you know, if we want to place more dwellings to score this round, we need some digging capabilities. And there are definitely, you know, digging desires. If we dig here early, we can take more power from engineers, presumably attempting to cut up through here. We also just want to, like, stake more territory and make it clear to engineers, thou shalt not connect across here. It's not possible. We will not allow it. You know, if engineers get to connect without a journey through hell and back, then we let engineers go for too few points. And now it's just a question of the bonus card that we want. Let's see. You know, actually, we maybe can get our, we are taking a lot of worker income. We could try to spade wildly on this round by having our digs upgraded in advance. To do that, we need priests. So maybe just take the priest bonus card is what's right here. And then if we upgrade a temple, we will have on top of our, with a temple upgrade, then on top of this priest, we'll get 1 more priest for the next round. That involves paying 8 coins to upgrade a temple, and then we need, we would need 10 more to upgrade digging. That seems very infeasible. So maybe let's not go with that route. Especially because we're, unlike other races, we're not getting paid any coins for this. But I'm trying to think what could even compete with that. I mean, we do actually have 2 monetary cards available as possibilities for the round after to make all those coins happen. I'm not particularly loving a worker and a coin, because we're not going to pass on any trading posts here. I do think the priest is probably what we want. There are actually quite a number of people spectating this game on Board Game Arena. It's a little surprising. Alright, so Darkling's very quick to cut away these spaces, and whenever they get around to building this one, that's 1 power for us. Okay, another power for us from engineers coming here. Yeah, not too shocking, these would disappear relatively quickly. Not super worried about losing this water tile, but we do want to procure it if we can. Then we can bridge across here. Alright, money already shot down again. So what are we really looking to do here? I think we want to try and take this for the next round, have our digs upgraded, and then just do as much digging as possible. But if we build the temple this round, that's going to give us, this is going to give us 1 carryover worker, and then we can get another and then another, only 4 in income. So actually after double dig upgrading, we have almost no workers left to dig anyway. So we're definitely not going to optimize for that dig plan on that note. So where would we like to throw our priest on cults? We can maybe hold on to it. There's no pressing need to invest it just yet. I mean, actually, there's a lot of merit to fast passing this round so we can grab the money on the next round, or double dig, or some similar thing that's very, very helpful. No, I guess we would take 5 worker income next round. I forgot, we still have a witch's stronghold. Having a witch's stronghold is definitely something. Let's go ahead and get a temple upgraded in here. We definitely need to be on a favor of some kind or other. Presumably before this game is out, we will be looking to take 3 towns. Down here, looking impossible. Engineers would probably build this route, and there's just not space. So if we're going to do 3 towns, we really need it to be here, here, and somehow in this mess. Which does mean that we need our sanctuary in here. So that's something to stay mindful of. Probably we don't build it till round 5, but we are going to need that. Let's go ahead and get this upgraded. We can conceivably pass out in as few as 3 moves this round. Just upgrade to temple and fly over here. That might be all it takes. Ooh. Okay. Engineers expending a priest to upgrade shipping. That's not surprising, they'll want to build across here. Darklings do hit their sanctuary on cue. We're happy to absorb the power because, you know, we're absolutely looking at dig and coin actions for the next round. The favor, we take an interesting call here. It's like water 1 certainly going to be the most important moving down over the course of the game. Like having it now helps set us up on round 3. Or for round 4, sorry. It means we avoid the round 3 setup. Yeesh. Okay, the Darklings took Earth 2. It's an interesting gambit. So they're trying to get paid 1,000,000 coins at the end of next round. There's maybe some merit to investing a priest here just because we know it will be 2 coins at that timing. But I don't think there's a hugely... Well, maybe there's some pressing need to do it. Maybe. Where else could we contemplate putting a priest? So one option is to take the 3 in the air cult. It does score once, and it puts us pretty far out in the lead. Absorbs a lot of power as well. Again, it's not necessarily clear which of that is better with the Earth, and we don't have to invest it this round if we want to be really sure about fast passing to get a power action we need. So let's go ahead and get the temple in first. We have a temple. And now we need a favor. So what would it be if it isn't Water 1? There's maybe a universe where actually Water 2 is acceptable. Fire 2 we can grab at a later junction. No need on that. I think it's got to be one of these 3. And if we grab Fire 1, it's well, grabbing Fire 1 does set us up the most easily for dig spamming after a dig upgrade next round, if that's the route that we decide we're taking. Because we will need such a huge pile of cash. But then we very plausibly lose out on access to a Water 1 favor for scoring in some of these latter rounds. I think probably the safe, sensible option is a Water 1. If we do... If we do Fire, will we have a timing to grab the Water 1 favor on this round? Maybe it's enough to try and take Water 1 in the middle of round 4. Maybe that's okay. This is actually probably going to pay big dividends. I'll take Fire. It's a spicy line, but I'm okay doing it. We've now mitigated all these money problems for much of the game, which is always having giant money problems. It's very routine. So Fire 1, not a bad favor for them on balance. We are going to want to take as many workers as possible from our bonus card. This is a big deal here. Just because we're going to want to use those workers as digs inside the spade round. Yeah, engineers needing a bridge already to put stuff down. I guess they're going to build here and here. And if we can grab these couple spaces, we can make sure that connecting out through here is murderously tricky for engineers. This is a lot of digs for them to come this way. A lot. But we'll dig the contested regions first. To get a town in here, we are going to need 4 spaces if we're using a sanctuary there. So digging both of these pretty important. Especially, like, halflings may look to come at this one very soon. So actually, we have to be mindful of that. Halflings have set up with a dig upgrade. They're still going to want another one in the next round. Okay, Darkling's already passing. Crazy. Let's get ourselves down here. Just because we know this will be connected to our network as we take these later. We're not going to skip out on that income, just to pass faster. When the Darklings open up next round, they have 1 power income. So they do have enough power to go cut this money action, but they won't be interested in it. They're on 13 coins. Amazing. Truly amazing. Halfling's also going to need to upgrade shipping if they want to come across here. They can no longer take the temp shipping card to start digging other places. So they're going to have some actions to do ahead of us, which is like important, you know? If we pass in front of them, we can upgrade digs in front of them, upgrade digs again, then dig here. Whereas they'll have to upgrade digs behind us, then upgrade shipping to look to dig here. We really want this tile. It's so critical in our game against halflings. We may actually contemplate digging it so quickly that we only upgrade digs once before then. Is that insane? It might be. It might be too rich. How are we going to have the coins to do this? We need money. We need a lot of money. Oh my gosh. How much money are we going to need? So we're going to have 5 workers coming in. That'll be 6 workers in total. Yeesh. But, okay, so maybe actually we don't upgrade digs yet, and the power action we lead off with is just double dig, taking this spot. That might be too high priority to not do. Then we'll have time from there to make it wherever it is we need to be. I mean, we could, I guess if we want 2 terrain space spots available to us, we can double dig here and here, but I think it's too important to cut this. Otherwise, we're left digging this hex later in the game to make a town out of this. And we can't even choose to abandon this hex and just make the town here so it doesn't take a bridge. That's probably for the best. Though, actually, if we don't make this part of the town with a bridge, we won't have neighbors adjacent to it. These up here are just going to be isolated. Okay, halflings passing very quickly. Yeah, now we really need to be on the line to compete faster for this. So be it. Will we have the power to do it? We'll have 7 in this bowl. And yeah, we'll have lots and lots of power. Okay. What do we want to do? So we're already 3rd chair, and we know the engineers are going to finish here before they pass. So we do have the opportunity to take an action now without losing tempo. And it's quite plausible that a reasonable line for that action is investing the priest right now. Given that we're already off of the upgrade digs for round 3 plan, that was very early regardless. We can maybe look to have our digs upgraded moving into the later part of the game. So, I think, yeah, it's just a question of, do we want to be taking 2 money as a reward here, or do we want to ensure that we are miles down the air track? You're taking this one also has the nicety that then we burn very few power tokens in double digging. Staying on more power tokens, that keeps some optionality then, you know? We're not priced into having to upgrade digs later if we don't want to. More money! Yes, always more money. Welcome back to Stream Illusion. Nice to see you again. And we can still pass in front of the engineers here. Interesting to note, maybe we can pass on to the dwelling scoring card? Is that the line that we want? It's very plausibly the one that we want. Just because we know, I mean, we have 4 dwellings out already. We're gonna dig this one. We're gonna Witch's Stronghold somewhere. So this is... It's looking like the dwelling scoring will be worth a lot of points. And the 2 coins absolutely does not hurt. We need all the money we can get. It's probably better than taking a cult step. You know, it is nice that the cult stepping in Earth gives us 1 coin more immediately. But I think we want to be on the scoring. The dwelling, really, actually all 3 of the available scoring tiles as often as we can get them. So we'll pass, and we will take this. Here's the question. Do we get to take the double dig action? Is that going to be cut from us? And the answer is no. Darklings lack the power to do it? No, Darklings have the power to do it. But they would surely prefer to take this priest if they wanted more digs, and they have so many priests. Darklings can make a killing here in points. An absolute insane number. And then next up will be Halflings, who surely won't choose to take this. Okay, Darklings want money. Wow. That is a giant pile of money. Darklings really not getting their worker income. Yeah, Halflings want this. Okay, so now it's our time to be mean, because we're going to cut this space away that the Halflings are going to... They were going to come clean up after us and get it if we didn't. So, yeah, we don't have to feel too mean in doing it. And it's very important as far as our game goes for, you know, keeping other people down a little. So let's go ahead and get in here. Yeah, only alternative would be taking these 2. And I'm not maximally thrilled about that. If we cut here, then 3 towning is very hard for Darklings. Or for Halflings. They may... Actually, where are they even going to use all their spades? Yep, yeah, let's be prompt and grab this. Engineer's probably looking to come over here soon too, and we can leech a power from it. We can actually cut down the entire coast. This becomes a single dig for us if we want to nail it. Engineers are pressed to get here fast. So, I'm happy enough to do that. Now, here's the question. Do we want to actually build on the tile? Because there's no rush to do it. We could instead just Stronghold Flight there as our next move. And then if we Stronghold Flight there, probably we look to upgrade a temple somewhere next, like up here, so that we have Water 1 moving into this round. It's possible we hard dig still inside this round. So if we're hard... Actually, I think that's the line. And end with a trading post so we can be quicker to get Water 1. Yeah, we'll go ahead and build here. Alright. Yeah, we gotta be mean, Illusion. Don't you think? Gotta. We definitely wanna... Now Halflings are gonna be hard-pressed to, Darklings excited their plan will work? Like, pff, okay, maybe, sure. Darklings definitely are going to combo off here. They can dig like mad, right? 4 spades with these priests, and they're all worth 4 points a pop. Yeah, Illusion, I assume they're just going for the 20 points of digs. You know, they can dig out here to make this a town. This is only 3 digs for a town in that direction. Halfling's really gonna get cut hard on connecting, same as the engineers. This is promising. We would want to take this if we could. I don't think we can. I'm sorry, who has the power to get a town this turn? No, no. No, Darklings cannot get a town this turn. They don't have nearly enough workers. I'm just saying that ultimately this will be a town for them, and they don't have to wait too long on it. Yeah, that would have been something incredible if were that possible. I think we may be investing our priest here in Earth just to get paid some coins. That seems like a reasonable use. Then what else is there in this round? You know, we may hard dig and build a dwelling, because dwellings do score 1 while we have... Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get the coins. Turn a priest into 2 coins for later. If we... Oh, okay. Yeah, engineer's taking this before I get too mean about it. Because I could hard dig this tile instead, and then engineers, it becomes, I think, a literal impossibility for them to connect. Darklings have all the shipping to build up here, I guess. Oh, they're on the temp ship card, I see. Interesting. Still no pressing rush to do this here. I think we may want to procure a trading post. Because we don't want to miss on Water 1 next round. We want to be able to get it in a single action. Unfortunately, we don't have quite enough resources to... We're shy a worker of being able to hard dig and get our trading post. I think I actually prefer the hard dig a small amount here. We can town up very quickly once we have this. We need the bridge. We need a TP upgrade here. We probably make it into a temple and take fire too. Yeah, that sounds vaguely plausible. Okay. Oh, actually, no, we can do it all because we haven't used our witch flight yet. So we'll just go ahead and witch fly that space. No, not gonna build. We'll witch fly this tile, and then we'll upgrade a trading post over here. And then we're pretty well fixed to town in this first thing in round 4. No, we should save the TP upgrade for when it scores 3, I think. I don't know. This does give us resources. Maybe let's just play the econ game and see. We're playing We're playing a risky game here. This feels really rough without Water 1 and the possibility of us now losing... Or this is risky, like, no Earth 1 and the possibility of us losing Water 1 on top of that is, I don't know. I mean, this is a bit of a rich favor to start with, for sure, but I think it seems like it's working out for us. Oh, engineers going up already. Their next pick of a favor is certainly Water 1. And they can grab it this round. Okay, if Darklings cut through here, that's problematic for us. We cannot town out of this unless we take either this space or that one. So we need to cut off here. Unfortunately, that's probably not going to happen. I think Darklings are just, as their next move, will be building here. And that's just sort of the reality of it. Okay, it's a little power. Helps. But we can't cut this here. We don't have the means. We'll just go ahead and execute on Witch Flying down here. I imagine Darklings last move is, maybe not last, but their next move, it's got to be building in here, because otherwise they do open themselves up to some big risks. Definitely I can make plays at this spot, and I care deeply about obtaining this spot. I guess it's possible we could just take these 4 hexes. That's fine. Never mind. We're okay. This is just as many digs to take as that one, so we'll be okay about it. And I don't think anyone's competing here anytime soon. Engineers would have to do some digs here, and then I would just kind of be situated to grab it. So key hexes for us. Here, this one not as much of a concern. Darklings will surely connect up with 3 shipping by coming through here. And then they have a lot that they can do. They're still down on us points-wise. Engineers got their water one. How close are the Darklings to getting their water one? Because there is an option where we don't build a trading post here, and we just pass to get this TP card early. It's good to have the TP card in the TP scoring round, and it has 3 coins piled on top of it, and we save ourselves 3 points by doing the TP next round, plus 1 more for having an extra dwelling. So I think I'm okay with the early pass here onto this trading post scoring card. And then we kind of try to make that work for us. Coins-wise, we will be at 10. That's enough to get maybe trading post, and yeah, there's some possibilities here. Let's first pass. And I want this toy. We are still situated ahead of Darklings to get a Water 1 favor. And we can do something like Trading Post into Temple into Trading Post. You can actually lead off with this. This power action is very good for us. All in all, it seems like things are going okay. We're doing all right for ourselves here still. But we do have a lot of important hexes to wrap up in this area. Not ones we have reason to believe are disappearing imminently, but they are very important, and we're running out of backups if any of them go. 3 taco or 2 taco with chips and guac? Definitely 3 taco, Illusion. Try to time it so it hits on a taco scoring round, but the 3 tacos a no-brainer here. Chips and guac is great, don't get me wrong, but it's not a taco. Taco scoring round Tuesday. Okay, you could wait till Tuesday. That's an option. I can be patient for the things that I want, but perchance not everybody can. Okay, so what are we starting with? We lack the power for a double dig, which would be nice if we could do it, but I think not. I think we're pretty happy to start with this money. We can still go digging witches later to wrap in all these spaces quickly. Especially because we are starting to pile on a lot of cash if we grab this. How badly do people want this action behind us? It's like engineers look like they'd be reasonably happy about having it. We do lose the tempo on racing to a Water 1 favor if we take this. That is the one concern here. Maybe it's okay to start racing to water 1 and then just keep double dig as the backup in our back pockets. But engineers could cut that. Single dig I'm a lot less enthusiastic about. Way, way, way less enthusiastic as it happens. Okay, there is a nicety actually to going temple first and then trying to dig, and it's the only way we'll get this stupid Raven's blunder down, which we may need for network. We probably will in the late game. So let's do that, damn it. I hate it. I hate it! But, yeah, it's very tricky to land the Raven's blunder. Otherwise. Where are we going to put the digs if we are let to double dig? Here is obvious. Do we single dig on this, perhaps? Okay, Darklings have conceded their chance at outcompeting us to a water 1. So that means we no longer have to fight for this. Okay, double dig went away. Went away quite promptly. Are the engineers going to try and cut here? I mean, it doesn't let them connect, but we do really want these. I think maybe we're looking at... I still want to get a Raven's blunder placed somehow. Jeez. There's so many things we want to do, and we don't quite have the tempo to do all of them. Maybe it's okay to grab this, and then we can just hard dig these hexes if we have to. Because we're not going to lose in the race to a water 1 favor anymore if we grab this. I think that's where we want to be. This is a very important action. So now we have the ability to go like temple and for water 1 and then multiple TP upgrades. Actually, how many TP upgrades? It could be a gazillion. It would be nice if we could do one in here so that we didn't have to upgrade for Fire 2 to round out this town. Point-wise, we're behind the halflings, but they're post-digging spree, so they're gonna peter off for the rest of the game. Especially because it may be a literal impossibility for halflings to connect at this point. I guess it isn't a literal impossibility yet, but it's getting that way awfully soon. They don't have long, and I can't imagine they're gonna try. So, I mean, we got the halflings beat on network. Engineers, courtesy of taking this, they do connect at 3 shipping. They just don't get paid any points for bonus tiles for upgrading the shipping. Alright, so where do we want to be in this? I think we just, we have this bonus card, and it's a TP scoring round. Let's just get our darn water 1 and start doing our thing. Here is a temple. And a water 1 favor. This be a favor that the Darklings can't have, or the Halflings. We'll find out who winds up missing on it. Looks like Halflings are setting up to take it on their next move, though. So okay. I'm not really sure who we're supposed to be worried about as our prime opponent here. This is not obvious to me. What I do know is I want way more spades than I have access to. Way, way more. Maybe I upgrade both of these as trading posts in preparation for this town forming, and then I can upgrade digging as the last move. Upgrade digging again next round, and you know, then I go to town. Dig, 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 dig. I still need 2 bridges, though, as part of this town plan. If I don't get one this round, that necessitates that I get a bridge every round for the rest of the game. And that's horrifying to think about. The reason being quite simply that engineers will want this power action in conjunction with their stronghold. And, like, probably also just to bridge these. Or these. There's any number of ways that could happen. So we want to hope that they'll upgrade, that we can leech a little bit of power somewhere, somehow here. And grab this bridge to finish off the town. Right here. You've won your tournament game, but lost your top 10 status. Which tournament is this? Is this still Twilight Struggle? One possible explanation I can think of for something like that is if you're playing a Glicko MMR system, then Glicko has all kinds of counterintuitive things that can happen like that. This does seem like the spot we want upgraded more, and we want to absorb 2 power if the Darklings try something like upgrading here. So let's grab this one first. Woo points! Also more money income. Gotta love money income. We're getting way too far down on digging, so I do think we need to go for a digging witches type of strategy in here. One unfortunate thing is we haven't used our stronghold power yet this turn, so we're gonna have to just throw a dwelling in rando location, like right here. You know, it won't get to be part of useful stuff, but so be it. We shouldn't miss on it in a useful location ever again, just because we'll have our digging upgrades moving forward. So we can definitely dig hexes green. Okay, there goes the bridge. Crumb. Now bridge has to be an outrageously high priority for us as we do the rest of these things. Outrageously high. And we still have 2 actions left to take this round. We could cut it to 1. There's no absolute need that we upgrade digging right away. Okay, there's some power for us. A little slow on the uptake because we didn't get to bridge, that's what we really want. You know, if the engineers get this just 1 time, it could be really disastrous for us. We may be stuck on 2 towning. Okay, there comes even more power. Halflings are okay. Halflings are playing through this without a water 1 favor on this scoring round. If I didn't have to pay an arm and a leg to do it, I mean, I guess I could contemplate upgrading a trading post here for no reason other than it's 8 points. 8 points is amazing. But I'm going to fly here first, because that retains the optionality. Woo, optionality retained. Okay. We see a pass from Darklings. Okay. That seems fine and good. Yes, we lost access to this scoring card again, unfortunately. We could contemplate earlier passing without doing the dig upgrade now, just so that we can go ahead and get on this dwelling scoring card. Just, we really need these scoring cards. We don't have Earth 1. We might be stuck at as few as 2 towns this game. Things are starting to look pretty sketchy. So we need to take point sources like that where we can get them. Other people, okay, you won a tournament, but other people won the same tournament? This is like a multi-winner sort of tournament? This is a little bit goofy. Let's see. As much as I want that digging upgrade, I'm so incredibly inclined towards grabbing this dwelling card. Then next round we can be in second chair to grab this Act 1 power action. If we even need it, actually. We'll have a lot of money. We're taking 7 coin income? Oh my goodness. When did we get so much stuff? Yeah, I think... I guess actually most of that 7 coin income just supplements completing digging. So we will want that as our lead action. And then we'll upgrade digging capabilities twice and get to work. Crumb, but that doesn't let us prioritize bridge building, which is sadly very important. Either way, I think this is the spot. Let's pass early. And get on dwelling scoring. We may wind up skipping this. Maybe our first action is just the bridge. It's that important. We can't miss the bridge power action. Ever, ever. And the engineers might build their last bridge the hard way in the next round because they're going to get a stronghold this round, I would assume. And if they build just one bridge the hard way, then all of a sudden there's no contest for bridges anymore. It should be easy to take this as a slow action in the 6th round, which is good. Because we're not going to be, we definitely don't have the choice to fast pass any longer. Do we want this power? I think we do not want this power. Because we are already taking in 4 power. So this is effectively 1 power for 1 point? That doesn't sound like a good rate. Yeah, we can turn that down. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Our points! We have so few of them. Engineers, what is your shipping status? Okay, engineers already ship at 1, so them digging this away from us is sadly possible. I don't know if they're gonna be... I mean, it's hard to know where engineers would choose to head, even. Because they don't have a lot of ways they can go on this. This opens them up to some possibilities here. We can maybe town... Actually, if we get our second bridge pointing this way, we can town... No, that takes 3 bridges to make 3 towns. Never mind. I think it's unrealistic to assume we can get everything at this point. We may just be stuck to the 2 towns, and that sucks. Because if we open by digging here, well, then we don't get to take advantage of our turbo digs, which we will have. And we also, it's really, oh, it's not a happy situation. Yikes. We don't have to worry much about Darklings taking these, because it's safe to assume Darklings will want to spend their digs for additional town constructions out here. So I'm not too worried about these disappearing as long as we can secure these hexes. Okay, water cult rewards. Oh no, engineers are getting paid 2 free digs here. This may be where we lose this immediately. If we lost this hex, we would also need an additional point of shipping to connect. It's really disastrous. Like, if engineers were to elect to dig this into a mountain, maybe our opening move should just be hard dig it at that point before we even upgrade digs. Nope, they're coming this way. Okay, that's maybe something of a relief. They have all this territory to expand along without impinging on us here. Also, it's exciting if they come here, because then they're cutting off Darklings from Town 3 if they build this. So they have a priority thing to do. Okay, money sealed off already. Let's probably we want our bridge. I think that may be the most important thing here. That's one less thing to worry about. I'm sorry. This is, you ordered the tacos and draw a, that just sounds mean to delivery workers, if I'm being frank. Draw a dinosaur? Like, that's a lot of effort. I kind of feel like delivery workers, they probably take enough crap as is. I just want to be nicer to them at this stage. That's the sort of thing I might have done when I was in high school still. Yeah, spoilers to people watching this who may not have known. I am not in high school. This is probably not terribly surprising. Okay, Darklings grabbed the final Water 1 favor. A little slow to the punch there. I mean, they have lots of trading posts to upgrade, but they didn't get it in time to really capitalize in this round. I think... You know, I think we just gotta hope on this. We're gonna upgrade our digs, and then we'll dig this to be the Raven's Burrow, and dig that to be a dwelling, and yeesh. Okay, up we go. We're gonna have a lot of workers for the final round, because we get to cash 2 of them from the cult scoring. We probably want to get a priest in here, since we're gonna have a spare priest. And, you know, this is the one cult where we actually stand to do well. So it's actually crumb. It may have been higher priority to invest a priest here than to start competing on these. So that looks like a mistake already. When it comes back around to us, we can definitely go ahead and... Well, too late. All gone. Infinite sadness. I messed up. And actually not the least costly of errors either. We're going to be on 3 workers. So that does let us dig 2 here and 1 here. And then we put the Raven's Burrow in and we witch flight that dwelling. I don't think there's a pressing need to do anything else now that this is lost to us. It's a shame, but it is how it is. This is also a source of points, you know? Like, definitely not to be underestimated that upgrading our digs just gives us 12 points. Woohoo! We are gonna need... Yikes. We even have resources earmarked for getting 2 levels of shipping on the next round. That's pretty scary also. We have so much work to do in this last round, but it's maybe doable. Maybe. Do I want this power? Probably yes. That looks right. As mentioned, we have infinite amounts of work to do in this last round, so we'll take power and see how far we can get. This is not a hex I can really realistically skip. Probably take it in preference to that one, just because Ravensborough in the middle of nowhere is, you know, if the Ravensborough's here, we can't make it into a trading post. But if it's over here, then this one can be made to a trading post. So our last round is going to look something like dig and build, upgrade all the way to a sanctuary, and then with that sanctuary take fire too. And then we have 3 towns, assuming we can get a bridge in there somehow. Yikes. Very yikes. Yeah, I agree. The board does look a little on the empty side. Sort of an interesting question to wonder why. I think one big factor that contributes an enormous amount to how empty the board is or isn't in the late game is actually just the presence of the spade bonus tile. That swings a lot by itself. Okay, engineers definitely shown intent not to take this away from us, or else they would have done it an age ago. In fact, actually, engineers could be looking to town up out here. These are single digs for them, and then with their 3rd and final bridge, this is a town. We'll need to make sure we pass in front of them so we can get our bridge. They have to build their bridge the hard way. Both shipping tiles still available here, and that's probably good news for us because we may be reliant upon them for connection at the end of this. Yeah, I guess, yeah, okay, let's go ahead and... We can really do these either order, honestly. I guess if we want to use Witch Flight, we do need to make it 3 actions left this turn instead of 2, because the dig and the flight have to be separate entities. Oh well, we can tolerate this, maybe. Maybe. Do I want the special? No, I mean, I'm just gonna fly there. Do not build. Confirm, not building a dwelling. What did the halflings just do that scored? They got their rank 1 shipping. Not that they can really ship to any meaningful location. They kind of compete with engineers if they want to do more stuff down here. Halflings really at the end of their rope on what they can do without shipping. Okay, engineers double digging. Both of these. Yeah, not surprising. So engineers are going to go for an extra town. This is kind of cool. I've never seen the engineers playing this far west before, but it's nifty. There's real possibility there. definitely looking like the engineers are our biggest competition, and we have not managed to keep them down enough. That's a shame. They still need to upgrade straight to 3 shipping, though. Okay, what do we want to do here? Witch fly! Give me that witch flight. In I go. We can build maybe 2 more dwellings. If we convert power inefficiently for workers via these conversions, then we can absolutely get in here. And I should have done that conversion so I could accept power from halflings. For some reason, halflings are slow digging this. I don't know why. That just gives us a chance to rectify the mistake. Definitely worth getting an extra dwelling down this round as opposed to the next, both for the income and it's 1 more point with our bonus card. We do need help with our incomes. This is gonna be so tight to actually make any to make the 3 town line happen. We're really aiming to shoot the moon here, and I don't know if it's going to be enough. It is a giant influx of points all at once when we take our fire favor, though. What are we going to need coin-wise to make a sanctuary out of this? It's 11, 12, 13, 14 coins for the last round? We're not taking anywhere close to that. My goodness. And I can't even take this power because I didn't do the conversion ahead of time. I really would have wanted to do this, take this power too. 2 for 1 point, still a good deal given all we have to do. We're not going to have enough workers to do everything, quite everything, either. So what's our best scoring card? It's surely the one the Darklings are camping on. That forces us into having to take this power action for coins? Yeesh. Okay, things we know we want to do. We have to be able to take all this, so I think it's reasonable to just assume that's happening. Then we get most of that power back anyhow. It's just really a pity I missed on the 2 through here. Let's go ahead and dig this, and we'll dig it into the Raven's Burrow, is that right? We could dig this into into a dwelling and pass there. And then just skip on Raven's Burrow until next round. That's not crazy. Yeah, then we do get the extra point and the extra worker income. So I think I'm now inclined towards that route. There's also, if we want, we can invest our priest to move up 1 in air. That'll give us an extra worker. We need a lot of workers for this last round. Okay. One more place sealed off for us. Niche. What's our income looking like here? We're gonna take 7 workers, 8, 9. We can make it 10. 10 if we want to invest the priest here for a bump. How many do we need? We need 3 digs, a dwelling construction, and then upgrade straight into sanctuary. So 3 for the digs, 4th for the dwelling, 5, 6 on this trading post, 7, 8, 12? Oh my gosh, that's so many. If we use our priests as workers too, it's maybe feasible. Yikes. think we're also going to be pretty happy if we can just wrap up these 7 coins. It's so tight on resources to make it all happen. We don't actually have the means to dig an extra dwelling for income, though. It's literally not possible. Oh no, that's not true. We can dig a dwelling here by using the priest as a worker. That's interesting. That gives us another dwelling in a way that isn't investing, or another worker in a way that isn't investing the priest on here. But I kind of think it's just better to do it that way. Yeah, it's actually strictly better because it scores more for the dwelling construction at the end of round. So we'll go ahead and cash this here. And then the question is if there's anything else we want to do, and the answer is probably not. Halflings digging so much in here. I was really glad we took this, just to be meanies and cut it away. Am I winning? Who knows, Illusion? Who knows? No? I'm leaning no. Yeah. You thought I would. I didn't make promises. This is not going super hot. Part of the problem is that we're getting murdered in cults. Like, engineers are clearly winning here. They don't have tons to do to round out this town for next round, and somehow they're winning all the cults too. I do not think that's the case. I think what happened is they played better than us, Illusion. This is definitely something I'm going to remember in my engineer's arsenal moving forward, though. This strategy where you actually connect out here in the west for a town, if witches get you a cut. You know, obviously you need this hex so that you can connect through here without these. Because you're gonna lose these to witches, and probably lose these too. I've been atypically slow in taking them. Oof, Darkling is gonna get 8 points for passing here. And the Halflings have some too. Actually, the Halflings have 8 on their hands, because they have all their trading posts. And they're just saving up to spam dwellings with Earth 1. That makes for a pretty strong last round. Like, if things don't go perfect, our last round is not going to be all that. Okay, so we already counted, let's see, what do we need worker-wise? We need 3 digs in a dwelling, is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we do need... Oh, maybe we can take the Darkling's card here. That's happy. Okay. So we need 12 workers, and we're only about to take in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, we get 11, 12 with this. That's really something. So then we're just desperate for coins. Maybe that can be made to happen somehow. Either way, this is like the clearest pass ever. We ain't getting that Darkling scorecard otherwise. And this is worth a clean 8 to us on our intended plans. Actually, we only need 11 workers, I just realized, because I still have Witch Flight as an available option to construct the dwelling here. And we don't even have to hit the dig in that first, because we can rely on, if we just upgrade Sanctuary first, this turns into a town, and then we can daisy chain to get all the coin resources we need. But the money town tiles are gone. So definitely the best thing we can do, hands down, is grab this power action. The Darklings may just choose to take it from us, though. And yep, there's nothing we can do about that. Okay, that sucks. What do we need next? We need a bridge. We can't really miss on this bridge, or bad news bears. If we do this, can we still get a sanctuary up in here? Let's pause and think about that. So we're on 9 coins, and we need a total of... Oh my gosh, we need 14 coins, so we're short 5. If we put the bridge in here, then I still have access to 1, 2, 3, 4 coins. I guess we already know I can spend a worker as a coin to make it happen. Yeah, this is possible. Okay. Not out of contention yet, but we're certainly not out of the woods. Oh my gosh. Illusion? That's pretty funny, actually. Here's an anecdote for you. I am the only person I know who has been catcalled by Smokey the Bear. That was a pretty awkward interaction, because it did happen with a lot of kids around. You have to wonder about the man in the Smokey the Bear mascot thing that elected to do that. I'm gonna dig this first so I can make it a Raven's Burrow while that's still possible. Because as soon as we... Actually, no, it's gonna be possible throughout, because we're never gonna lose 2 temples on this line. Never, ever. Okay. He did not. I did not even know how to play Terra Mystica at the time. Shocking, I know. Really a shame the Darklings took this. We would have been in so much kinder shape if they'd just picked anything else. I don't know what they're going to use all those coins for, because they definitely... it seems like a stretch to imagine them founding more towns. At least now that the bridge build's gone. I guess they could do it down here. That's a possibility. Okay, never mind. Of course, if they take this first, we may just be pranksters and witchfly them right here to be jerks about it. That does necessitate an only... Oh no, these are actually identical numbers of digs for them, so they don't even care. Never mind. Kind of a shame that... Well, I guess, we'll just use our witch flight in finishing out all this construction we have to do. There's still so many things we can lose. If we just go straight for the sanctuary first thing before we do any digging. Yeah, that... How does that pan out for us if we do that? So, we need 8 workers to make it happen. We can... Okay. And we need, how many coins are required for this? I think... well, I guess we've been over that. It's 14. Wait, is that right? 6, 5, and 3. Yes, that is 14. Okay, so I actually have that. Still seems better to not tempt fate and dig this away first before it can get taken by someone being nefarious. It would really bork my connection if I didn't get this and cheat me out of this town. So best to dig a Raven's Burrow here right now, and then we'll go Sanctuary for Fire 2, and hopefully this still exists and we can dig it at the end. Now this gives us the power to win any cult we want, because we are about to found 3 towns. That lets us spam uber hard on a cult instead of taking our 5-point bonus. We're probably not going to do that. But, you know, we could. Alright, this is an interesting power trade offer. Will we want this by end of turn? Probably, because I imagine we're going to be looking to dig extra dwellings in locations like here. And over here. I think this is likely worth it. Just because we do we stand to win on network? Maybe. It could happen. No, even just competing on network is good. Probably somehow this is useful. Yeah, Smokey the Bear catcalled me at the Ohio State Fair. It was really awkward. Especially because the Ohio State Fair has all sorts of beauty pageants. One for people and an awful lot of them for livestock. So, you know, you'd think he would hit on all the beauty pageant contestants, but nope, that was not his choice. Okay, up we go here to get that sanctuary. Columbus was actually, that's an area that I used to live. I am there no longer. But only for career reasons. I really loved living there while that was possible. It was quite enjoyable. So trading away 5 points for 3 steps on a cult it's not paying us any rewards. So, this is via the Raven's Blunder ability. You can read it here, our special faction landscape. Yeah. So it's only about points. We can pick up 4 points for passing engineers into first place in this cult. And that is also -4 for them. So if we were worried about beating engineers in the head-to-head, I would be more inclined towards that sort of thing. But unfortunately, we have to worry about points against everybody. Nobody here is bereft of points, except for us, which sucks. We don't have to worry about competition for power actions, because these are just less efficient than our conversions to workers, thanks to having upgraded digging. So we're just gonna hold these priests and see if we need them to make a shipping upgrade. You know, because the other source of shipping we could gain is from our completed town tiles. Which would be a little sad if we had to go that route, but it's looking like we might. Maybe it's worth taking 3 on this cult just in lieu of 5 points on one town, just so that we can go ahead and get all the power that comes from crossing these thresholds, right? Like if one of our towns was this all cult step 1, then we can ensure we win it by gaining 3 ranks on a cult in lieu of 5 points on one town. The halflings, you know, they have a lot of points here, but they're kind of going to get murdered at the end. Their cult scoring is real bad, and to top that off, I don't think they're connecting. I think that has become a literal impossibility now. Yes, they cannot connect, ever. So, last on network for them. But we don't have to worry about that. We just have to worry about town tiles that are available as we... Oh, we get to pick 2 favors here. Well, isn't that something? I guess we can use the Air 1 favor to get the extra step there. Let's see, if we build this sanctuary... Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and build the temple. And now we know we want fire too. We do have the coins we need sitting right here to make sanctuary happen. And then we still end with 2 workers, so it looks like we actually are going to hit all of these objectives. The full miracle setup we wanted. And yet we are still going to be left wondering, is that enough to win? Which is really pathetic. Okay, town found time. Where do we want to go? So we're probably looking at an Air 1 favor on our next move, so I'm not super in need of this. We're going to be way too pinched for coins though, so I think plus shipping, probably a necessity. At least once. Maybe only once, though. You know, we could still gain like a water 2 favor and take a 1 step on all the cults. Like, we're not actually... If we go 1 step on each cult, does that it gives us only 3 power immediately. Kind of like the thought of just jumping to the top of air before engineers can do anything about that. This is also worth a lot of points. It's really too taxing on our resources if we have to spend priests for shipping. We need at least 1 of these. So this one can go in here. Okay, and then which reward do we want? Do we want 3 on the air track or no? Probably not, because we can rush past at the end with this town if engineers haven't closed it out. So I think we're just going to confirm for 5 points here. Then I have to found another town. Still think we may... You know, we're going to want to put down whatever dwellings we can in the end position in order to try and compete on network. So we know we're getting a dwelling here. The sanctuary goes back on the map. And then we can maybe place 1 more dwelling. We'll end with a temple, 2 trading posts, and a dwelling on the map, and that's not the worst. Yeah, you know, we can still grab this as an end thing. We absolutely need shipping to the max as much as is possible here. So we'll confirm for 5 points again. Do I want conversions? No. Still okay on this front. We are going to get to pass for 8 more points, and we're also going to get a witch-powered town founding. So we still have some good numbers of points coming in. We may be looking at taking the priest town tile just because it's worth 9 points. All 1 on the cult step's pretty good too, though. You know, we have become bigger contenders for some of these towns. Like, we have enough priests to actually throw them all down here and pass up engineers on fire? But what is our favor of choice? There's still some mystery there. Okay, so we got got ourselves the coins. Oh, we need one more coin. Now we can build our sanctuary. You know, I'm going to delay building the sanctuary, actually. And the reason I'm waiting on the sanctuary build is I'm going to want to make the choice atomically of favor plus town tile. Like, I want those to have no actions between them on the part of my opponents. And the reason that's so important is we don't want the Air 1 favor, and also then we get, like, if we how to phrase this, we only want the Air 1 favor if we are not getting this town tile, is the gist. Yeah, so let's go ahead and dig that. We'll dig, then we'll, nope, I'm not gonna build. So we'll build a dwelling, because there's no danger of these fire tubes going out. None at all. Oh, sorry, we have fire tube already, yeah. I guess the bigger worry is Air 1 disappears on us, so it's probably not happening. I have never been to Origins, sadly. I just was in Columbus for a brief stay for business reasons I will not divulge. And it was one hell of a place. I hope that I can retire when I'm old someday and be there, because I loved that city. I did get catcalled a lot there, but it was worth it. I also got catcalled quite a lot in New York City. You expect that from New York City, right? It sort of has that reputation as a place. Kind of wild. All that. I have never been to Indianapolis, Illusion, but Baltimore's oh no. That bitch. Really? I mean, I guess he just has random spots to dig. Yeah, okay, I guess I had to build the dwelling here and then use Witch Flight out in rando space. This is horrible. I should have... Actually, did I have enough resources to do that? I had... Let's see. I was gonna come up short in coins to make the sanctuary right after. Well, do I want this for a point? Probably not. Sanctuary's still 4 points to build. Unclear if it's worth. Yikes. Yeah, I mean, we just lost this game. No question that we're losing now. I think dead last, in fact. If it had just passed just one more action to us, and we witch fly there, then actually we have some reasonable shots at things. But now we have nothing. Nothing at all. What can I meaningfully do? So I can still upgrade trading posts for 3 points. That's maybe something. I still have Witch Flight to come over to this tile if I really want it. It's probably not worth it. Baltimore has the fake National Aquarium. And that is a really wonderful place to go. For anyone wondering. Oi. So building a dwelling worth 2 points. So that's something we should do. Darklings no longer have enough priests to get in our way over here if we just choose to dig this and then witch flight it. We can also make plays down here. How many dwellings can we build? That's basically the contest at this point. It's just if we want... Sanctuary is worth 4 points. Dwellings are 2 apiece. For much less in resources. So we'll build some dwellings. We'll build this one next. We will need to work up a coin to build it. What else can we do? We can, Now, instead of potentially winning 2 cults, we win none. This is terrible. Bad news. I don't think we actually had the resources to do this without Witch Flight and still hit the Sanctuary, though. That was actually impossible. We were going to be 1 coin short. Or 1 power. Yeah, Baltimore food's pretty good. My favorite pizza place is in Baltimore. That's, I don't know. I haven't explored a whole lot there. I'm not going to say exactly all of what I've done there. Available spaces that we can take are pretty limited here. I guess this is a single dig. We'll happily have it this one. We'll just continue on over this way building dwellings. Unfortunately, since they come at 2 workers a pop, we need the worker for the dig. We can't actually do 2 of them. Unless we use a priest. Maybe that's worthwhile. Just build dwelling, and call it a day on network. Then we keep 3 buildings on the map and still only take 2nd place in network, which is pathetic. We may actually have been winning this game if we... Now that I'm starting to count it up, I'm realizing actually I think we do have the win if we get that. That's a real shame. Oh well. Yeah, I agree. The food at the aquarium, definitely not so good. The reason I call it out as the fake National Aquarium is because technically the National Charter calls for, it dictates a specific aquarium as the national one that isn't the Baltimore one. And everyone just thinks of the Baltimore one as the National Aquarium. Like, why not? But, it's certainly way better. The technical National Aquarium, by some strange document I can't recall, is, it's in the basement of the Pentagon. And it's only like 5 tanks. It's very underwhelming. For anyone who's seen that even. Not super easy to get into the Pentagon. Terrible day for us at this game. Losing this so big. Yeah. We'll see how it counts up. Maybe we can avoid... No, we can't avoid last, I don't think. Actually, I don't know. Can we take the Darklings? Like, we're doing the same on the as they are, cult-wise. Points, we're not that far back. We are 6 network points more than they are. Well, guess he didn't wind up taking his time. Okay, Sorry, what action? Oh, they're calculating if they need power. Okay, I see. Columbus as your favorite place to travel to. Or, sorry, Vegas. Is Vegas really so great? Like, Vegas is, I think, all about scamming free meals. And possibly even free hotel stay, if you're really ambitious and flirty. That's a step farther than I want to go. I'll settle for free meals. That's the main draw of Vegas. If you're the gambling type, then, you know, go for it. And I even... this is tricky. I'm not the gambling type, per se, but I'm good at poker. So that's something. Not good enough to... You have to be truly spectacular at poker and have an enormous bankroll to actually be profitable in Vegas. And I am not that good at poker, nor do I have that size bankroll. Not the gambling? Is it the shows for you, then? I've never heard anything about Vegas food. I'm happy to take your word for it that it's interesting. I would expect, just as many of the major metropolitan areas in the United States, it mixes enough people coming from enough cultures that you have pretty good offerings from all sorts of cuisines. Your work sent you to Vegas. That's, I guess you're in retail, aren't you, Illusion? So being in retail maybe makes sense that your work would draw you there, and then you would be busy around the clock. Alright, what's next for us? I guess we're digging this space as our next recourse. We'll need some coins. Is it within our power to defeat Darklings on network? I think so. Actually, what do Darklings have left they're going to be doing? They're presumably upgrading a trading post here for yet another town. Yep. Okay, well, this is a better conversion of resources than final resource scoring, so we will dig this. There it is. Then I can end by digging a space and witch flying there. No, I will not pay points for this. Because all I need is my dig, and then I can use priests on the cults. One assumes Darklings are going for 9 points and a priest is their town tile. I guess we have to be a little leery that the Darklings now have the possibility to do again to us what they did before. And after we dig a space to witch fly, they just dig it back. But if we pick this one, they can't reach it. So we'll pick this one. The alternative is over here. Yeah. So, Digging we go. Is it in our interest to invest priests first so that we can try and take 2 slots on fire and tie engineers? That's plus 2 points for us. Minus 2 for them. I don't think so. Halflings and engineers both out of priests. Darklings just have 1 more they're probably not going to redeem. So I don't think we have any incentive to battle on cults now. We'll just go ahead and change this space. Will there be more gaming after this? Oh yes, we are gonna fire up for a 3rd Terra Mystica game. 3rd time's the charm, yeah? Today has not been a great day, regrettably. Yes, dope is all the kids say. If I was a cool kid, I would say dope too. Unfortunately, I'm a not cool kid. Rawr. No illusion, it's dope for all kinds of other reasons. Yes, it's pretty cool that you get to catch 2 games, but don't flatter yourself. That's not the only reason we're playing a 3rd. I do say crud. Yep. Alright, what's it gonna be, halflings? Still really salty about this. So what is our actual best cult allocation? I guess there's no way for placements to change on air. Yeah, especially with halflings passing here. We can surpass halflings on the water cult instead of tying engineers on the fire one. But I think that's immaterial. May as well take a shot at engineers just to see if we can't, you know, it's plus 2 points for us either way. It's all about who we want to take points away from. Would we rather take 2 points from engineers or from halflings? Seems reasonable to suspect we'd rather take them from engineers in some desperate grab to be last by a smaller margin. Yo, it's possible that really engineers, the amount of pressure on them decreased quite a lot later into the game. And I think actually one function causing this may be that we skipped out on the, you know, if we upgrade our digging like this and halflings do it too and darklings dig with priests, like engineers has free reign to dig as much as they want with power, and those are never disappearing from them. Yeah, actually we should fight on fire instead of water objectively, because we absorb more power for coins at final scoring. So let's get up there. Up we go. No conversions, and yeah, nothing else we can do here but pass. I guess we can convert one worker to dig, but that's pointless because we can't actually build a dwelling. we wouldn't have resources for it, and we also just don't have dwellings left to build. Oh wow, the engineers have this game killed, actually. Yeah. They won by a mile. Because the engineers also won on network, right? There are only 2 buildings left on their map. That's better than anyone else did. Sadly, we only tied Darklings for network scoring. So we're going to be last by a landslide here. All because of those obnoxious Darklings grabbing this away. Alright, let's go ahead and, yeah. Okay, really not great. Still in the top 100 after many back-to-back losses, but at this point, it's safe to say we're on a losing streak at 3 in a row. Don't feel too bad about losing to Zoros on Thursday, yeah. Hop back in the queue. Oh, I think I've heard this song before. This is from Breath of the Wild, and maybe other Zelda games too. I think Zelda recycles its music a lot. Anyway, didn't finish anywhere near the patterns predicted here. I guess actually kind of what Snellman suggests at this point, once we weight the point margins by such an incredible amount, is that it's actually pretty even amongst top 3. Yeesh. Yeesh. Maybe the single most mystifying thing that any opponent did to me that game is actually before the start of turn 1. I wonder why the halflings chose to have the priest starting card as opposed to taking the 2 workers bonus tile. And that let the engineers have that, which is just a huge game for them if they can get it. It's definitely like their 3rd favorite starting tile, probably. I think the 3 power and a worker actually works out a little better for them. I guess justifying that may be a little bit fishy. So why 3 power and a worker over 2 workers? So you only need 1 additional worker to get the optimal 1 dwelling 2 temples start. You don't need the second one. You'll just be banking it over for round 2 if you have it. But the 3 power does set you up better for taking. You need both 3 coins and a spade still. If you only start with the 2 workers, it's very tricky to actually make all those power transactions. Hurry up, Q. I'm really salty. I want a game quick. Go ahead and clear these out in case we need this utility for examining matchups on our next bidding sequence. Okay, there we go. All set, except we need 1 more opponent. Let's go ahead and close this down. I don't want to think about that game more. That was too mean by the Darklings. Too mean. I mean, not anything that we could do about it. As mentioned, we have insufficient coins to construct the dwelling and also make the sanctuary in that spot. And even if we do get everything to go well, it doesn't even help out by enough. We still lose that game. I don't think we're last place at that point, but we are still not in great shape. Pretty shifty decision we made early on was to take a Fire 1 favor instead of hooking up with the obvious Water one. I think I still stand by that. In retrospect, that Fire 1 was enormously helpful for us. Enormously. I think, twice in a row we've bid into the 4th chair faction and just been literally unable to take an Earth 1 favor. And twice in a row we did this with the factions that are literally most in need of the Earth 1 favor. That being witches and mermaids. This isn't my opinion, this is actual stats. So, I think it's a pretty basic facet of the game that Earth 1 is good. Take Earth 1. But I maybe need to have a little less fancy play syndrome and just recognize that a 4th chair faction that is uncharacteristically dependent on it, I'm not going to be able to make up the points, even of a very large bidding gap, by taking that. He is being way too slow today. So, okay. It's no secret in this game. Engineers pairing up with witches. It's a bad time. It drags their average score down so far. I guess it is dragging down the witches' score a little. No, actually, it's not really changing it. Or, oh no, sorry. To examine that, I would have to check the differentials between these states on this app. Okay, so witches from 2.5. Yeah, okay, so it drags the witches down pretty far too. So definitely something to be aware of. It's not a one-sided punishment. Drags them both down. If we add in Darklings, is that... no. Yeah, there's really not a great... yeah. Ugh, I'm just still so salty. I want to be in another game now. Illusion? It's been a bad enough day, it can't really get any worse. Maybe it's not so bad to toss in Chaos Magicians. We'll see. We'll see how things shake out. Either way, I think no matter how salty I am or am not after this third game, it's unfortunately gonna have to be my last for the day. So let's hope I don't come off of it on a really salty streak. I'm hoping we get on a board where engineers or one of the black factions is good, and if we can win one of those. That's definitely what I'm in the mood for. You know, when you're like really, really salty after getting pounded in a loss, it's more comforting for your salty run back to be on something familiar. Since this is taking a bit, I'm gonna go take a 1-minute break just to grab some water. So stay hydrated, everyone. Hopefully we'll be in game when I make it back to this. Oh no! Ugh, I was really optimistic that I would be into the game already when I made it back here. Okay. Still not happening. Time to pull up some chess. Embarrass myself even more on stream because I am terrible at this game. I know most people lead the kingside pawn, moving to e4, but I'm not about that. I usually do the queenside one instead. I know statistically, if you really know all the follow-ups in the opening book well, statistically d4 is like the move that is doing slightly better in high-level tournaments these days. Hey Lexabyte, nice to see you back in the stream. Today is not going well for us. Let's hope that you can I don't know. I'm optimistically marking you as my good luck charm. Let's hope we can turn this around. Chess rating. Illusion, I'm unranked. I'm really bad at chess. Sort of the unfortunate way of it is that when I was young, no, Illusion, because I was losing before you joined. So, you're exempt of the blame. Yeah. I think I just have to go down the user list and pick out some lurker. And signify that they are my bad luck charm. It's all their fault. I'm gonna go with another TTV viewer because I know that that's a bot. Stupid bot cursing me to losing. I hate you. Alright, yeah, let's move these horsies up. No, illusion, yeah, okay, I have no good answer. I'm aware that you're a cyborg. I like my bots coded by me for the most part. That would be a succinct definition of what I like in a bot. I don't know what's up with pushing this pawn here, but I sort of imagine that if I was a bad player, which I am, this bishop would be likely to come in here on the main diagonal where it threatens a maximum number of spaces. So they're gonna make like a two-turn. If they're gonna be a turn behind developing the bishop, I'm like maybe pretty okay with sliding my own bishop here and ooh. I don't know if your coding is good enough for me, Illusion. I have very high standards. I am a software developer. Not gonna settle for half-assed code, that's for sure. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I will happily take the fork on the king and the rook. And, is it even right to go grab the rook here? Because, I mean, his only way out of that is if he takes the knight with the queen, and then I get a queen instead. And still come putting the knight under threat. So, like, I don't know if it's right to make this capture or not. But I guess I'm just gonna play like a 6-year-old and do it. Right? Like, a 6-year-old can't resist taking the capture immediately. Let's see, and that's the only piece captured all game long so far. So if I'm up a rook, I can make trades pretty satisfactorily. Because of course the ratio of power on the board improves for you if you both lose even amounts if you started up ahead. It's very much like, you know, 4/3 is smaller than 3/2, so like you want to make those trades. Those specific numbers were kind of pulled out of my butt, but it is to demonstrate. Yeah, I'll trade queens. Happy about that. So I could even continue the trading train and trade knights here. But I think I'd like this knight. Ooh, ooh. Okay. There we go. Okay, bishop here kind of a little annoying because it can capture either of these pawns without retribution. And if it captures down on this one, then the rook comes under threat immediately. So I mean, I guess I have a preference for him only getting the pawn and then not also taking further tempo on me. So I can advance this pawn some. And yeah, okay, there he goes for that. What do I want to do next? I mean, I really want to get that bishop. I don't have a super meaningful way of doing it. The bishop, if I actually push this pawn up here, then the bishop, it can't escape to any of these spaces without capture, or here, so it would have to kind of slide here. It can be captured by my knight. Here is its only out. Like, maybe it's okay to make him move his bishop back there. Get your bishop back there. Okay, he didn't do it. So actually now I just have the bishop. Because now this bishop can't escape anywhere where I can't take it. Haha. Oof. Illusion, I'm not calling you a 6-year-old. Okay. I mean, if that's how you play chess, then... I mean, maybe I did. Sorry. Sorry. What do I want to do here? So this bishop is still trapped. It's not getting away anytime. If I move the king over, I can make the move to take it. But I can't also, like... If I want to pull the knight back here, it's no longer under threat of capture from the pawn since it's advanced. And then I do get to threaten this bishop. But I think he's pretty happy about developing the bishop. Let's just grab this guy. Haha, I have your bishop now. Actually, if I take this pawn, I still have your bishop, because now there's 5 spots you can escape to, and I can still capture it on all of them. Can't take this pawn, though, or else he has the capture out on this space as a line to save his bishop. So I'm just gonna eat the bishop right now. Hard, it's mine. I think I'll take that pawn, and, like, we're up so many pieces that I don't know how I can lose from here. It just seems like impossible. Okay, bishop is over here. I guess now the worry is that if he moves the king forward, then the rook is, like, under threat to capture both of these. And that's not good, because then even if we move one out of the way, he still gets the other one. Is there something I can do about that, given that I've seen it coming kind of far out? So if I... He would have to move the king to exactly this space to make that happen. If I moved the knight here in response, he wouldn't be able to take the bishop right away, because the king would be in check. But then he could get out of it by forking the pieces anyway, moving the king up here, where the king would threaten to take the knight, and the rook would threaten to take the bishop. So I can prevent that from being possible just by moving the rook here, which also develops a rook. So we'll do that. Oh my gosh, okay. Well, the bots are, I think the bots have been acquitted of all charges of being the bad luck charm now. Because, bad luck Brian. Surely it's his fault, right? So, blame bad luck Brian. That's the reason I have been losing today. It's totally not that I was playing terribly. In other news, Gesenchak was in our last game, and he was the Engineers player, and he was outrageously good. So, it went outrageously well for him that game. So, definitely the player to be careful of here. Alright, let's take a look at this board. So, only scoring cards, trading posts, and shipping. That's not easy for people to capitalize on scoring-wise. There's no spade, and also there's lots and lots of, oh gosh, Darklings already? So we can't put in Alchemists. Well, that's a shame. Do we want to toss in the Engineers? So the Engineers aren't going to be able to get a great start off of anything except the one bonus card. Town in round 1 is a completely missable objective. And then we have all this spam scoring of dwellings and trading posts. That could be a bazillion points. Like, these are highly objectives that are just so easy to capitalize on. Trading posts and dwelling spamming in the late game. So we definitely want to be in an early chair spot, because we know with double dwelling scoring in rounds 3 and 5, that's 1,000,000 points on the table for basically everyone. And we can't capitalize on it without an Earth 1 favor. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just look to the Engineers as the next best alternative after Darklings. I'm not super thrilled about anybody here. Mermaids do have this bonus card, but it's gonna be a really tight game coins-wise. Darklings are looking like they're in the money, though. Like, they get Sanctuary scoring on this round, and then they naturally do their expanding after. So that's probably where we want to be playing. Get in there, Engineers. Do your thing. We can finish this chess game real quick, like. Okay. You did advance the king out to try and capture these, so As I said, I had the prepared line to defend, would put the king in check, pulling the knight out, and now since it couldn't move over with the bishop lined here, now I can escape my bishop. I'll escape here, it can't be captured because the pawn keeps the king from taking it. And that way, the rook is under threat too, so really good. Instead of saving his rook, he opts to trade rooks. Yes, please. That will make this game end faster. Now we will trade bishops. If this opponent was a human, they would have conceded by now, but they don't seem to have. What other factions have we got in here? I'm ready to kill off this chess game. We've won this by a million. Okay, so, Mermaids, Engineers, Darklings, are we going to see the Nomads as last? That is sort of the classic quartet, the most played matchup on Snellman era. Here we go. One wonders what faction comes out here. I would not be excited to play Nomads on this board whatsoever. The lack of coins, very, very limiting. And you know, the Stronghold doesn't... It's very tricky to do a temple opening with Nomads into a Stronghold on 2. So you probably do Temple on 1, Stronghold on 3, which misses these timings. Or alternatively, you hope this card is in round 1, and then you just do the Stronghold opening. Orin! Okay. Well, that's made this bizarre. Now we're on a very low sample size of games, because, you know, no one plays Orin. They're pretty bad. Yeah, we're happy to bid these Darklings down a chunk. Okay. Orin not quite as bad as Witches for the Engineers game, but still green factions, they pull the Engineers and Dwarves down. There's just a lot of tension for map hexes between gray and green factions. So, Mermaids, it's gonna be tricky without access to coins and without the spade card. Right, this is... Okay. Our weirdo was happy to bid Orin for 30. Good for him. I guess he did already mark himself as the beginner in the group, just by saying his first arena game. So, whatever. Have your fun with the Orin. Probably neither one of these is a super happy faction after that. We'll just keep working on Darklings here. The Sanctuary scoring in round 2 is very strong for them. Oh yeah. Okay, so Bad Luck Brian's had enough at bidding on Darklings, so it's just a question of, you know, do we want Engineers for 30? Like, maybe that's good enough. Hard to say what this Orin player will do. But probably make our life a lot harder, somehow. Basically anything they do, any sequence of legal moves, gets in the way of our natural connection points. But Engineers at 30, that's something. Get down. I mean, these stats don't really tell us that much at this point. It's a tiny sample size, and also we have the special knowledge that there are not so many coins available, which hurts Mermaids and Darklings more than it's going to hurt the other two factions. Orin probably gonna win all the cults, so we don't have to be super cult focused this game. Yeah, I still think I'm happy to bid Darklings here. I would happily take Engineers at 30 if it weren't for the existence of a green faction to get in their way. There's just all kinds of way that can go wrong. Oh my goodness. Okay. But am I still tempting fate too much to try it now? Maybe. Maybe. It is nice that this town up here should be available to us as Darklings. It's not something the Orin can compete to especially quickly. If we take this as one of our starting hexes, or this, probably this, so the Orin can't build across, then, you know, this is open to us, and we can maybe branch this way later. The alternative is that we would have to get, we can use temp ship and start here to absorb more power and jump around the map. Mermaids can't start in this hex without us cutting them away here. Because of course we get the last move on where we want to start. If they start here, we can get a neighbor just by being there. Where are we going to absorb the most power as Darklings? It's really tricky to see how we get that much. I think... You know, there is an interesting backup with Engineers here. If they can't get this tile to start with, this one's not so bad. Just because getting 2 temples and no dwelling is trivially doable, and you get a free spade out of the deal if you start on the cult step tile. Because Earth 2 and Earth 1 will take you to 3, then you get the final step there. And, you know, we'll definitely be able to take a lot of power in the central hex here. Yeah, okay, we'll make it Engineers for 30. It's not the happiest matchup, but we'll try to work our engineer magic. Let's see what's available. Our starting hexes as Engineers, much more easy to figure out than with Darklings. You know, we want this spot, we want probably this spot. This should be adjacent to everyone but Darklings. This should be adjacent to Darklings, and that seems likely. That's how that's going to shake out. Okay, Darkling's taking this one. That's a bit interesting because now they can't cut that away from Mermaids, so Mermaids might have a lot of rain over here. If we don't put the dwelling over here just yet, it's possible that since we know this, like, this Orin player was happy to take Orin for 30 as a first bid, so we know this player can't be very knowledgeable about the game. And in light of that, it's possible that if they don't see any neighbors here, as they're, you know, they're going to have to place both their dwellings now. If they don't see any neighbors here yet, maybe they won't take this one. In which case, this is really high value for us. So we're going to have to hope that's how this goes. It would be nice. Otherwise, we'll get creative. Okay. Yeah, they're giving it a hard thing, but I don't know where they would pick if not here, right? Like, these are all 1 hex digs for Mermaids, and then this is 0. Sorry, not for Orin. It's gonna be very hard for me to parse green as Orin and not witches. Because, you know, who plays Orin? But apparently this person. Okay, if they're starting top, then the pressure's relieved. We connect through here, and we're actually really, really happy that we're the engineers now. Thank goodness. That's a big relief. So, I mean, this is a little shameless. We're just profiting off of this Orin player's likely misplay. It's like not clear they're going to have a great time with these starting spots. They can't connect digging through here. Right? The witches are going to eat up this one, and then this is too many digs, then I will compete here, and Darklings will compete there. Yeah, here we go. We might get everything we want out of this. We will still need this hex double dug to connect across here with shipping. That's a little bit lame, because one assumes the Orin are going to cut this too quickly for us. If they don't, though, then, you know, that's still something we can look at. Presumably, Darklings are taking one of these and only pausing to figure out which one they want. Darklings, it's too hard to escape temptation of starting at least one hex on the East Continent. Because this area is just, these are all single digs in here for them to take. Right, they have the 2 blacks and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hexes that are only a single terraform from them. It's really incredible. And they're gonna have to make so many more digs to place dwellings if they start anywhere else. On the other hand, one could entertain it here just because they're not gonna be that interested in having that many dwellings early. We are second chair here. At last, we'll get to play a game tonight with Earth 1. That's definitely going to be a thing that happens. You do have to keep in mind that even though Orin always starts Stronghold, their Stronghold gives them a favor. So them racing for Stronghold is still going to be a favor. That, like, they'll take our Earth 1 if we break for any power actions without going straight there. So we'll do that. We'll upgrade in the middle. Like, we can expect Mermaids to be upgrading this one, and we can and so, like, we should absorb power in here. The question is just, does the Orin player choose to donate power to the Mermaids or to us? Let's hope us. No neighbors out here is really crazy. This is a huge cut to Mermaids, because now they've lost access to all these easy spots. So, actually, it's kind of an interesting place because, okay, we lost 3 power and a worker. So, how do we want to back that up? I do actually think that taking the cult step so we get this spade on round, going into round 2 is probably our best bet here. I think that's better than getting the extra worker. We may just miss on having the dwelling on top of our 2 temples. And if that's the case, it sucks, but so be it. You're banking on a friend's... Ah, I see. The classic. You're reliant on a friend for games, but they have a wife. Yes. I hope for your sake she falls asleep soon, Illusion. Also kinda nice to buy up some money here, just from the angle that, you know, there's very little money in circulation on bonus cards now. I'm sure we will find that we want money before this is out. Less so because we're engineers, though. Yay. let's see where this goes. The only one who plays games you enjoy? Maybe you just need to get better friends. Sorry. Okay, clearly we want to upgrade this. We do have an issue that without taking the dwelling, we actually can't make a 2-temple start. So we have to pay an arm and a leg for second trading post. Alright, mermaids are gonna dig the crap out of this. Well, that gives Orin much more incentive to upgrade this one first, since it's not even clear that the mermaids are coming through here. That means we get more starting power than anybody. Assuming this person can figure it out, they've made relatively crazy moves thus far. I guess the mermaids felt the compelling need to race here because the Orin are on the temp ship card. With temporary shipping, they can just build here, so they close that possibility out before the game starts. Alright, great. We know we're going to see another upgrade here too from their stronghold build. So, nice that we get that power. Unfortunately, we're going to need to spend 7 power for a nice looking start. 3 for a worker, and then 4 for a dig. Okay, that helps. That means that we're... Yep. Okay, it's coming this way to leech some power. Not a surprising line, but it means that we gain more power. So what do we need to do here? There's no risk of us losing access to Earth 1. There is a risk of us losing access to the digging action, which is probably what we want to take here. Currently we're sitting on 1 spendable power and 5 more in this bowl. So that's actually only 1 shy of what we need to make the good open happen. So let's just go ahead and wedge ourselves in this gap and assume we're getting power. Well, surely it's coming from Orin at some point here. So we need our dig. We're going to dig that spot. Darklings do have the capability to terraform it away from us, but I doubt they'll be interested in burning a priest just for that. It's not like they can even build on it at the start, right? The reason we would skip the construction here is just to get 2 more points from Earth 1 by building it second. There is a little risk involved in doing that, though, is we might just lose access to more power that we could otherwise have had. It would be nice to catch a little more from a mermaid upgrade or something. You know, if the mermaids choose to make a trading post upgrade somewhere, this would be the place they'd do it. I think we're safe to just go ahead and terraform this and then build after we've obtained Earth 1. That seems alright to me. I guess Orin could dig the hard way here. Would anyone be so insane as to dig the hard way on turn 1 and skip their stronghold, though? I don't think so. I don't believe. I'm gonna take my extra points. Definitely dig that. Yeesh. We are gonna burn a lot of power tokens in this opener. We're already at 9. We're fixing to burn down to just 6 in cycle. So that's gonna make this really tight with digging moving forward. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm just gonna have to pass building. I don't like that. That feels fishy. There's... You know, anything that causes this to go wrong for us is just insane. But there's, like, enough ways insanity could happen. Okay, we have the power at least to know that we are not getting cut out of, we're not getting cut out of the possibility of making the open that we want. So that's something. I imagine we're about to see some Earth 1 takes, because if people don't start taking Earth 1 now, like, anyone who declines it is handing the ball off on getting an Earth 1 favor. So that's extra reason we're probably not losing this. Illusion, I didn't say your friends suck. I just said you should get new ones, because everybody deserves gaming friends. Kinda crazy we have free reign on this continent with no neighbors. Okay, this workers cut, so we're not going to get the efficient trade for workers, but that's okay. We didn't really budget for getting this. It's not expected. That does mean the Orin have dropped the ball on getting an Earth 1 favor, so that's not happening. That means Mermaids can take it back now. Kind of weird the Orin would allow that, but as discussed, this Orin player is just doing crazy stuff anyway. Alright, this is where Earth 1 goes for the... Oh! Interesting, the Darklings starting Fire 1. I did identify there's not great options for procuring coins. So maybe it's not so shocking they'd choose that. Anyway, we are not going to pass on an Earth 1 favor, because as discussed, we are set up to take this cult reward. And if we drop Earth 1, not only do we drop Earth 1, we also don't get our free spade. I am very in want of that spade. Okay, I mean, your friends could also suck. That is definitely a possibility, Illusion. But I wasn't gonna say it. More power? Come on. Can I gain power from Orins? It would be wonderful if they gave it to me. Because if I gain power from Orins here, I don't have to kill so many power tokens out of my cycle to build this. I mean, I guess actually I have time, because I can build this, then TP upgrade as my first two actions. So it'll work out okay. They want to play a 1-hour game 7 times, but won't play a 3-hour game. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Sorry. Thankfully, we don't have to come up with extra money to make this start, because we got all we wanted from the bonus card. Oh my gosh, Mermaid's starting Fire 1 too. Okay. That's actually, in some ways, it's a little unfortunate for us. If everyone agrees amicably to start with an income favor and then take their Earth 1s on round 2, that is actually net better for all the income favor takers. The problem is that it's a prisoner's dilemma spot, right? You're hitting defect by taking Earth 1 early, but getting the Earth 1 is so much better that cutting someone else off of it is, this situation where everyone goes for an income favor usually only pans out if they actually can all cooperate, but maybe they're managing it. It's not quite as bad as all that, because Fire 1 is a very good favor to have access to early. For sure. I don't want to downplay that at all. And especially on this low coin allocation. And we're probably going to be taking more moves than actually, certainly we have many more moves to take than anyone else this round. So, we're blocking them off of taking coins on their bonus card for the next round. So, people who don't take Fire 1s, the Darklings probably didn't have a way to build a round 2 Sanctuary without that. Okay, Darklings investing in water. That's not surprising given the cult rewards that are coming up. We will happily go build this dwelling. In we go. And now we can't be cut off of anything that we wanted for round 1 anymore. It's all guaranteed now. So the next question to ask ourselves, the next spot where we actually have to think at all, is where do we want to put this spade? And unfortunately, nowhere to put it in this assembly except here, or we can put it there. We can also look to terraform this partially, but we would need it to come up with another spade to get it. Whose bonus card do we want? That's another thing to ask ourselves. I think we want 3 power and a worker, just because we want to expand out however many dwellings we can get on this round. I know dwelling scoring comes later, but we're just on too little resource income at all to really stick in the state where we're just taking 2 workers a turn, 1 from income and 1 from the Earth 2 favor we are about to obtain. Illusion, I think I would be more sympathetic to your friend's viewpoint if I was less good at games. And perhaps you would be also. And the reason I say this is just that if I was a really bad player, wouldn't I be... I might actually want to play 7 one-hour games instead of a couple longer ones, just because then I don't have to live with my mistakes so long. Like, a lot of 3-hour games will just continue to punish you over and over again for the mistakes you had early. And that's something you don't have to put up with in a shorter game. You know, it's over. On to the next one. You learn from your mistake and then do the thing. Alright. Oh my gosh. The mermaids are passing already? What? What? Surely they wanted to build these, right? Were they that concerned about... they want to pass on to the dwelling scoring card. That signifies they wanted to build dwellings before that they were scoring in the round objectives anyway. I think this is just a straight up mistake on the part of the Mermaids player. Maybe they didn't realize they could have built 2 dwellings. I don't know. But if you're taking an income favor, one assumes you want incomes, right? Like, how could you pass on those worker incomes? When he's gonna be building these anyway next time, it just seems insanity. Okay, up we go. We have a trading house now. Orin are taking this tile from us. A little disappointing, not too shocking. This does mean that in order to obtain connection, we are going to need to dig this hex here. And it is a double dig. And there's no spade bonus card to help us. Sorry, I can't make that trading house until after I do a conversion. There we go. Keeping 8 power tokens in our cycle is a very happy place. We have a little extra room to fill past double dig. So, glad about that. And here we go. Let's take an Earth 2 favor. Woof. Orin going... Okay, Orin are just going to make sure that they obtain this as well. Which favor did the Orin pick? The Orin player did take an Earth 1. So either Darklings or Mermaids are about to miss out. Based on how much Mermaids has screwed themselves already, I'm hopeful that the Darklings are the one who misses out here. But I don't think that's how that happens, because the Darklings... Actually, the Darklings will be short a work... No, Darklings passed on to this card. So Darklings have their 4 workers to build a sanctuary, and they have plenty of power for the inefficient conversion to coins. So Darklings in one action can upgrade this to a sanctuary, and they will make that happen. So that means it's Mermaids who are just in the tanks right now, very far behind the rest of us. They'll have no Earth 1, and they've just declined to do their things. One wonders why. Okay. We've done everything we need. Sorry. Oh, Orin have to use their stronghold ability. Okay, so we can't take temporary shipping, which would let us build across to here. That might have been valuable. But we can't do it. I mean, we're certainly not heading west like we saw. Mermaids in the tank. Yes, illusion, all puns are intended. Of course. Yeah, illusion, also, I'm not saying you don't have a point about, you know, that there's definitely diminishing returns on playing a game extra times. You know, it's kind of a weird function how much utility you get out of playing a game, because I think most people get more utility the more plays they get until they hit some critical mass. And once they're over that hump, they're getting less utility. It's growing boring. But before that, you know, the interest is there. They don't have to invest the extra hours and energy to learn to play. Anyhow, we're definitely passing. It's just a question of which bonus card. The one we really wanted was the Darklings card. Temp Ship also would have worked out nicely for us. We are taking 6 power income. That'll put us at 2 in this bowl and 6 here. No, and then 2 more move up. So 4 in this bowl and 4 here. If we took any more power beyond that, we would have enough to open on a double dig. I don't know how much the double dig is something we're in imminent need of. If we want a 3-town this game, the third one's going to have to be down here. Not that we need the 3-town. We're engineers. We can have a lot of flexibility in that. I think building across this gap quickly is something that we're sort of in need of doing. The reason being that if we don't, we don't have extra tiles, or we don't have any spots we can upgrade into trading posts. And I'm not keen on getting this sanctuary here. Even though it scores 5, it loses our most awesome income, the 5 power. Okay, who's gonna have how much power? Orin are gonna take 2 power income. Darklings and Mermaids not getting any. So Mermaids can maybe contemplate cutting our money action if we wanted to start that way and grab the priest. And that would enable us to, that would have enabled us to maybe upgrade shipping and, no, I don't know. More and more, I just think we want to be focusing on this hex. I want to dig across the middle here while connecting is still a thing we can do. And also, I want to have adjacencies to Mermaids in these spots so we can upgrade some darn trading posts. Let's, we can double dig without taking this shipping card, and I don't think we want this shipping card. We don't really want any of these cards is the real problem we're having. Maybe we can invest priests on the fire track for power. And also workers, because that pays all game long. I think I'm inclined towards priest. Let's make priest the line here. We can also invest priests on water alternatively and take power and get paid rewards for it later. Maybe better rewards. Getting workers more immediately is definitely a nice plus. Let's see what power actions come around to us. This is going to be interesting to see how we start here. Since we are getting a free spade that we can throw here, upgrading our shipping actually gives us 3 tiles we can build on. So we definitely have things to throw our resources at. But we would probably want to be taking this action for the money power action if we want that shipping upgrade line. Because we will have to pay out 4 coins for shipping. And then, 1, 2, 3 to build all of those. Okay, spades, I think we're pretty happy about using this one. Because if we don't get the money power action, our backup call is double digging here anyway, and we'll still be able to build 2 sites. Where are Orin gonna pop theirs? Here is the only spot they can dig in. Yes. Orin very badly set up for connection when we dig across this hex, and later in here, it's gonna be murderous to connect here. They'll probably just abandon this dwelling because it's nowhere. Alright, that's infinite power. And mermaids have conveniently cut away an Earth 1, so screw you, Darklings. Great. Now the mermaids have screwed themselves by not building the extra, gosh, yeah, mermaids, they really didn't need to bank these extra things at all, even to make this starting play. Okay, money power action disappears in front of us to the Darklings. Not unexpected, really. We'll just go ahead and get to work on our digging. Actually, what we could alternatively do, since we know even after we take this action, we still need to convert some coins to actually build the two dwellings here and here. So, to that end, we can convert coins now and then throw a worker to make sure we get the 3 rank spot in fire before it's gone. And that's pretty happy. Then investing 2 priests in fire gives us an extra couple power. The only worry is, can we lose this? And we can't. The Orin are short power to make it happen. The mermaids are short power to make it happen, and the Darklings are nowhere close. So let's play it that way. We're gonna make 2 coins. Sorry, do we need to do 2? We can just make 1. Maybe that's for the best. Yes, and then we'll jump in here and take the 1 power out of securing that spot. Really wonderful that we can get all these worker incomes ground hard, and you know, we can lead the fire cult this way too. No, I don't think the Darklings are actually so far behind. They are still the Darklings. You know, that Earth 1 favor, losing that is big game, but they can still play. It's not like they're dead in the water. The mermaids are actually kind of in trouble, because this hex cut by the Orin, so they can't 3-town here or here, and they can't do the natural town up here. They're going to have some real trouble. Okay, so we did actually get capped out of a little extra power, but we avoided, you know, we got free power. Maybe that worked out okay for us. Only favor we care about that hard for the rest of the game is Water 1. So as long as that's not disappearing, we're pretty happy with how this is unfolding. So the mermaids' credit, they are gaining points this way that they wouldn't have if they built last round, because now they have an Earth 1 favor. But of course they're also losing out on resources and being able to pass in as high a share. They've lost out on quite a lot of resources. Okay, mermaids are sitting on a ton of power. We need our double dig. It has to be our next action. We can't let them cut that away from us. No, we're still desperate to take more area because we can't get our, you know, as engineers, upgrading digging completely inviable. Like the worst faction for it in the game, maybe. And, you know, we don't have access to spades through these, so we can't lose on these power action spades, wherever it's possible not to. In we go. This also, actually, we capped the mermaids out of receiving the full power. So, not a bad timing to do that whatsoever. And now we can also be sure that this makes a town when we pop across here and throw the bridge in. And of course, we're going to be wanting to do bridgey naughtiness as engineers. Hey Deluxe, this is game 3. How did the first 2 games go? I don't want to talk about it. I want to forget that ever happened. Ugh. Yeah, not the happiest day. It was that bad, as they say. So what else do we have incentive to do in this round? We can be pretty happy investing a priest here, trading it for a worker in the next round. That, and we build this tile, but there's no real rush on any of these. Darkling's passing back onto temporary shipping. Interesting. I guess they're gonna start shipping down this away. That's no big shocker. Yes, Lexabite, definitely that bad. Yep. Yeah, both bad. Really rough. Ugh. Anyhow, priests left. Only mermaids could choose to invest a priest here, so this isn't going away. We may as well build this right now. Here we go. Actually, that was a big mistake. That was a really big mistake. Because this extra dwelling isn't paying incomes, and building it in the next round was just worth 2 more points. So, all we did was pay 2 more points there. It may affect past timings, too. We're going to be pretty happy to take as many dwellings as we can in the next round, so we do want this dwelling scoring card. I don't think the Orin are going to be inclined to pass here, though. They still have this cult bonus to use. You might say, isn't it worth sometimes not using that? Yeah, sometimes it is, but I don't think this guy knows that. This fellow who first bid 30 points on Orin seems kind of unlikely. Orin actually can, they probably want to get a dwelling here as well. And they can take an extra worker if they cult step themselves there. Yikes, can we accept all the power we are going to receive? So we're only taking in 6, and actually yes, okay, we can take it all. We can take it all and have access to a double dig. The unfortunate thing is we're going to need to upgrade our shipping before we can look at a double dig. Because we would want to dig these tiles, of course. And, you know, build all the dwellings we can build. Very big mistake to pay out 2 points going here. But maybe it might actually work in our favor if second action double dig is in the cards. You know, Mermaid's still not collecting any power, so they can't actually first action double dig. Darkling's definitely not going to be double digging. Hard to say what the Orin may or may not do. They have a giant bankroll of power and are collecting 2 more as income. But this person's sort of been a wild card doing crazy things all game long. Whew. Okay, so what action did they execute this to move forward on Earth? That's very interesting. They could have had an extra worker going on fire. But whatever, we don't have to worry about that. What they choose to do, not our business so much. If we want to build 4 dwellings, we're going to need 4 workers, and we're only taking 3. So, is there a world where we actually get to build all 4 of these? It's not out of the question, I don't think. We're going to need to upgrade shipping, dig twice. If we take this, the issue is going to be money as well as dwellings. Yeah, we need 4 coins to upgrade shipping, and we can't take the temporary shipping card Darklings are on it. So maybe 3 power and a worker is tempting to have the 4th worker. And then, we have so much power also, but we come up short coins. I think we need the 2 coins, plus we get paid a hefty chunk of coins just from being on the dwelling scoring card anyhow. We can do that comfy enough. Then we'll just have a much more leisurely double dig and build 3. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, we're taking all kinds of workers. Never mind, because we have our fire investments. So, yeah, definitely want this money. Coins are what we need the most, and the points that come with it are just gravy. Very annoying to miscount that. Oops. We can maybe get the power for the coins by investing a priest in the... Investing a priest in the water cult is a little unfortunate, because it won't give us power, but the second priest in the water cult gives us a whole spade, and spade's always super worthwhile. We're not going to get to 3 town this game unless we double dig here, and then we can make this happen. I don't know if 3 town is the thing we need to do. As always, we are the engineers. Very natural faction to just do 2 towns and milk round scorings in your stronghold. This is such a mistake. I'm mad at myself for throwing away 2 points like that. Doesn't get us any further up in the passing order though for the next round. It puts us in the same spot. Okay, so, Darkling's not cutting the money action. Money available to us, though we're more interested in digging. It's always, okay, well, money disappeared to the mermaids, that's not surprising. We can't actually lose access to a double dig here. We actually can't even execute our double dig without having some money first. Because we need to upgrade our shipping. So we can only spend 1 power and still have access to a double dig. So there's like some line where we do it like this. That keeps enough workers to build lots of spots. And then we can get the shipping, and if we absorb any power after the fact, we can... Yeah, I think this is how it has to be. Just double checking no one else is in a situation to double dig. Orin cannot make it happen. They're at 4 and 3. So they can only spend 5 power. Mermaids, Darklings, not even close. Okay. So shipping it is. Hopefully we absorb more power, but yeah. Not gonna hold our breath for this. So there might be a better way to do this. Where we spend... No, actually, it's too risky to spend 2 power for the coins instead of a worker. Because even though we can use the priest to obtain more by investing in a cult, we won't get it back. it leaves a timing window for 1 round where the Orin might gain enough power to double dig. But we won't be able to cut it then. So we definitely have to do it this way. We need to make sure we have our double dig. Can't win in this game without doing some terraforming, and the fact that all the terraforming is going to me and Darklings and none to the Mermaids and the Orin that's big game. And Darklings don't have an Earth 1, so that's some notable advantages we have on everyone. I'm not saying we're necessarily in the lead here, but we have angles to argue that we're in solid shape. Lexabite, how is it going? Just fine. Just fine. Nothing worrying has happened yet. We may be able to play out the whole game on 1 shipping, depending on how this goes down. Okay. Orin do have enough power to double dig now, so it's really good that we spent the way we did. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to take away their access to digging. And more importantly, of course, is to gain digging ourselves. Okay, so we want to dig here and here. There's still a question of how are we actually going to build dwellings. We're a little short resource-wise. But maybe we gain some power. Maybe. Darklings will be building here. So, if we didn't have to cut double dig, we could build here first to take the 1 point of power. A little sad we need to miss that. Okay, I think we want to... Okay, yeah, I think we can convert a worker. We can give up on the dream of building all 4 dwellings. There's no way that's gonna happen here. The question is just, can we get 3? If it's possible, it starts with us taking this spot, I believe. We'll go ahead and grab this one. It's unfortunate that if we don't gain a big wunk of power before our next move, then we only get to build 2 dwellings. But we would have to gain 4 power to make it possible to do something else. And every dwelling here is worth 5 points. 2 for the round scoring, 2 for our favor, and then 1 for the card that we are passed on to. It's going to be very important to get those trading posts out in the next round so we start having some money income to do what we gotta do. So now we can ask ourselves where we want to build, if we want to take here or one of these first. I'm inclined to take this one just because we do want the 1 power when Darklings builds there. And these aren't going anywhere. We can make a town out of this just by upgrading here. This might be where we put the stronghold, in fact. So then we're pretty easily in our 2-town state, and we have room to have our fun down here with extra construction, if need be. Yeah, let's go ahead and build this one. That's really all we can do left for the round. Now we're set up to pass next. We are going to need coins to make trading posts upgrades next round. So we can get our coins from taking this card, but we also have the ability to get our coins from taking this. Just because that's so much power influx, right? It'll be 9 coming in. Is that enough? So 9 power in moves all 7 to this bowl, and then 2 more up here. So we'll be at 2 and 5. We do have to burn power tokens low enough that we can no longer double dig for the rest of the game. But we've gotten a shocking amount of our digging out of the way early, so that's probably fine. Okay, now thanks to that, we only have to burn 1 power token, so we don't even lose access to the double dig. So since we can count on taking this first next round, this will be the one that we want. It comes with a coin on it too as bonus. Yep. Let's go ahead and pass on to that card. First to act gets the money. Huzzah! Okay, Orin making a hard dig here in combo with a power dig. Orin are going to need a bridge to make a town out of this. I mean, of course, we need our bridges soon too, because we are going to start looking for a stronghold soon. Unclear quite how soon, but yeah, we'll try. We're probably going to turn... This is probably the only neighbor we get on this. So if it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 level worth of buildings over this entire assembly, then that actually does not beget a town here without using fire too, which we don't want to do if we don't have to. So instead what we'll do is we'll make the extra temple here, so this becomes a town with a simple bridge build. We'll get water 1 there. Then we'll aim to make this a stronghold, and it just fits out our town construction much more nicely. We do need to, of course, bridge here, but we can make that happen. And now we're taking a pretty hefty worker income, 5 around, nothing to sneeze at. For engineers, at least, with our reduced costs, that's pretty great. So first priority, this power action. Next priority, get this up to a temple so we can have a water 1 favor. We'll have to hope they don't disappear by then. I have decent confidence they won't, because it costs the Orin an arm and a leg to get a water 1 favor. Right? They can only upgrade dwellings here, and they have no neighbors, so they'll have to pay out the hard way to make that happen. Stronghold! Yeah, yes, we will be looking to get us. Okay, if Orin take bridge here, that's just less for us to worry about down the road and competing with them for that. So that's fine enough. Bonus card for the Orin. Whatever. You do you, Orin. We know what we have to do. Unfortunately, it looks like we're just in lose on the water cult mode, even though it scored twice. There's no way we could have both of these slots. Because we have to open with this, or our turn sucks. Now it does not suck. So let's go ahead and we'll get temple here, and then we'll get stronghold here, and that's the plan. or sorry, temple here and trading post here. We don't have to build the stronghold this round. Would be nice if we absorbed enough power to throw a bridge in here. Would definitely do us some favors. Well, there's 1 point of power, but we're gonna need a whole lot more. We can get a little by throwing some in temple spots. Let's see, Orin are hard digging this tile, the Tree of Serenity. Okay, well, all of a sudden, it's a lot less interesting for... Oh, Orin have actually complete town. So did they take the double key? They did. So actually, Orin not in the worst shape with the double key town tile. They can presumably win all 3 cults and take 12 points of it for it with the Tree of Serenity. What are we gonna do? We're just gonna make sure we don't lose a water 1 favorite here. Because that's something you don't get to reap, Orin. Mermaid's actually sitting at a surprisingly high point right now. But, especially when you look at they're sitting on the dwelling scoring round card. But I'm optimistic. We can make good things happen for ourselves. I'm very happy to end on some trading posts so we can get some... About time that we get some actual money income from these. Engineered trading posts are so efficient. They pay back the gold you used to buy them in 1 round. It's pretty stupendous. Okay, Darkling's already pinched away a water 1 favor. Darkling's on double income favors. They could be very menacing moving into the later game. Yeesh. Meanwhile, we are gonna have to pay for expensive trading post prices. Not much way around that. This probably gives up on the 3rd town already. And the reason I say that is that now we can only put a sanctuary in this town that's already going to have 4 spaces. Because all our temples are placed. So that is how it is. That's a good chunk of power. If we take that, we can actually build a bridge this round. And I think we want to do that because we want to build as many bridges with this power action as possible instead of spending 2 workers. Workers a much more limited resource. It would be nice if we didn't have to burn power tokens to do it, but we'll figure out what has to happen here. Yeah, no one wants to. It's kind of amazing Darkling's not starting over here. But, you know, they'll come around. Darkling's sitting at... I guess Darkling's still at 0 shipping. You know. Cutting the bridge also cuts it away from Darklings here. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels of buildings. 7 if they just build here. So they can have a town this round, which they probably want. So actually cutting the bridge, definitely a notable occurrence in this spot. We do have outs, if we want it, to obtain a free spade this round. So the way we do that is we invest the priest here, and then we construct the bridge and take the all bump for 1 town tile. Not too worried about this going away. Definitely worried about the bridge power action disappearing though. And I am interested in a free spade because we have many dwellings to build next round. So I'm going to go ahead and jump on that bridge plan right now. This can even give us the coins for more stuff and things somehow. I mean, we're also going to need a stronghold next round. It's another consideration. Let's go ahead and fill this one in. Okay, so we could wrap up a lot of coins if we wanted here. I don't know that that's the highest priority ever. We definitely have one more action regardless by making this trading post. How much power are we going to take if we bump one on every card? We're only going to take 2. Doesn't put us in a good state for avoiding power cap. We get capped out of 1 power. I think this might be pretty valuable for the spade. Could definitely see myself wanting to spade this the next round into bridge tower. And then yeah, then I can bridge across to here and I can get another bridge in there or some such thing. Some nonsense like that. Unfortunately, what I can't do is start building down these coasts. Not without going all the way to 3 shipping, which is really a lot. This is a tight spot. There's a lot of incentive to picking money. Now, if we take money here, we can upgrade 2 trading posts. That's actually probably worthwhile. Trading post, trading post. Yeah, maybe that's the way to go. The trading posts are worth a lot of points right here. We'll make digging through this hex kind of a headache, though. Definitely a headache. This is a tough call. I wish we had some more neighbors over here. Those are really the only candidate options. Do we want this increase all of these by 1, or do we want money en masse? I think we're going to be looking to pass on to the dwelling scoring card either way if possible, but the Darklings will surely one-up us there. Maybe we can just grab the trading post one so that we get some points. I guess I can upgrade 2 trading posts by using workers as coins, even if I take this bump 1 tile. So let's bump. Up we go. Yeah. Oh, okay. Up we go. We have it now. Okay, more power we can absorb. This is actually, it just works out to being a free coin, so we'll take it. Because, you know, we're already power capped, but now we can actually convert power to coins without throwing away tokens in the cycle. So we will happily do that. Still not ready to pass just yet. There's too many actions left in this for us. So we gotta get our trading post here. That is a non-negotiable thing. But I guess it's not going away. The more immediate concern is taking this. So let's take it. Now we have our free spade secured. And that actually lets us spend 2 of these power markers as coins so that we only wind up wasting, I guess we'll still wind up wasting the 2 power we get from the trading posts. That's how that's going to shake out. We are going to be pretty low on worker income our next round. That is not the happiest. Since we're planning to go stronghold here on the next round, regardless, you know, that's all of our workers spoken for already in upgrading the stronghold, and then we'll have to use some power for coins to make it happen. So we can't even build that many dwellings. And if we can't build that many dwellings, then we may as well build one of the dwellings prematurely this next round, just because it will give us access to... Oh no, it won't. It won't give us access to to extra... Yeah, we won't get any access to extra workers because we're about to cover up 2 of these. If we build one more, we just uncover the blank space on our worker income track. Yes, Illusion, I could definitely use a neighbor right now. Where's Mr. Rogers when you need him? Shame, shame. Darkling's advancing on air. Okay. Interesting. Darklings don't actually have to take any more actions this round. And like, all they would really be doing is invest in priests or using priests' spades. So one can safely assume the Darklings are passing next. Unfortunately, it does kind of fall to us to, you know, we'll lose the dwelling card, but it's just sort of an unfortunate fact that we do need to make the trading post upgrades. This is very, very important. They're worth so many points to take right now. Look at us sailing on ahead in points. We're not going to have any difficulty making a town out of this block, so there's no worry that we're like wasting levels of buildings since we're pretty thoroughly cut out of a 3-town scenario. So yeah, we can happily upgrade this as our next trading post. And all the passing happens. Okay. All the passing. So we're stuck taking a priest or temp shipping, or we'll actually happily take the trading post scoring card. Give me money. And this goes up. Now we're taking actual appreciable coin income. We can receive 4 of it, which is plenty for most things engineers would need to do. Since we don't gain any extra worker income by building the workers now, we just won't. We'll do it in this round. Let's go ahead and pass here. We don't have a compelling reason not to. Fortunately, we're probably only taking 2 points off of the trading post scoring card, but it does give us a worker and a coin, and a worker and a coin makes it that's pretty worthwhile. Spades for everybody! Lots of spades for the Orin. Okay, Darklings have gone and taken their terraform here. Orin, actually, they're terraforming away some of our territory, so we do need to be a little more expedient on this, or else I guess the best spot we can hope to expand is down here, just for extra build sites. But it would be nice if we could cut both of these away before the Orin get to this, because then they'll need to build a sanctuary up from nothing in here to make a second town. Yeah, don't take kindly to Orin doing Orin stuff. Mean Orin. Anyway, yeah, we will happily terraform this one. And we're actually gonna turn it green. we have no real incentive to make a bridge tower out of this anymore. It's unfortunate. You know, we'll just be putting dwellings here. We're probably just not going to use a bridge tower this game. Or, I mean, we might wind up putting it somewhere just to be a thing somewhere, but we're not going to use any of its special bridge tower powers. That's for sure. Okay, so upgrading to a stronghold here. We're going to need 3 of the workers. We will require additional coins. So how many? Because we also want to get dwelling, and ideally a bridge too would be lovely. Right? Like the stronghold, we probably want to take 6 points off of it this turn. So if we use our power as coins and then build a bridge the hard way with 2 workers, then we have 9 coins. That's 6, 7, 8. How many workers does that take to build all that? So we need 5 to build these and then 2 to throw in here. So if we use a priest as a worker, we can fully town up with a bridge and then take even extra resources maybe to do something or other. I mean, I guess if we take a worker town tile, we can immediately throw another bridge in here just to max out our stronghold score in the same round. So, yeah. Good number of options. There is also, of course, the concern that we want to dig this, but I'm not too worried about losing that yet. I don't think. Probably feel real bad if, nah, oh well. We have more important things to worry about. Now, should I make this upgrade first? Probably not. Is there a way to do this using... If we use this as 3 power plus bridge, we can form the stronghold. And then how many workers would we need to... Let's see. We would be able to build stronghold and we'd have 3 workers left. So we could go build. So it works out the same for us to do it that way. The difference actually comes to other people who then can't take a bridge. And I think we're pretty happy to continue in our plan of... and I guess Darklings have actually moved away from the plan where they need a bridge. So this isn't even cutting the bridge from anybody. Darklings will just be 3-towning entirely on the west region. Well, that's a little exciting. So we get to keep, if we do this the other way, we do actually get a little more in residual resources, I think. Right, we keep an extra coin. That sounds better for us. Let's go ahead and build these spaces then. There's no particular reason that we need to get the stronghold first then. So Lexabite, Orin in the lore of this game are like, they're like dryad people. They hide amongst the trees and are difficult to spot there, or some such thing. Yeah, that's how this works. Creatures we don't like. Possibly an accurate description. Yeah, it's kind of weird, like, all of the manuals info about them talks about how they're... Well, actually here, this is the story bit. Orin are mysterious, forest-dwelling people said to exist without physical body. You can't prove this because you'll never get to see them wandering through the woods. And when threatened or expecting relatives to visit, they simply blend with the trees and become invisible. So after all of this hype up about invisibility, you would hope, ideally, is they'd have some kind of power pertaining to that, but no, they don't get that. All they have is just a whole bunch of, like, the gods love them. They get all the cult fever. That's it. It's boring. We are going to need a couple more, or just one more shipping if we're going to make it down to these couple spaces at the end, which we probably need to, just to have enough space to throw our things for network size's sake. We're running out of places we can actually build on. Yes, Orin, very disappointing. I would agree with that assessment. Yeah. This is... Yeesh, I don't know about this. And I guess we're situated to capitalize on points by upgrading trading posts in the last round. Situated better than many. What do we do next? Next up will be, I think we use these as coins, and then make our stronghold here. Yeah, this is right. Okay. Which cult or which town bonus tile are we looking to? So I don't think we need the plus shipping action. We would only need one more shipping for the rest of the game, and that's if we want to build these two spaces up here. Yeah. Not too worried about mermaids digging this away, because they really need to dig here pronto if they want to, or here or something if they want to make a town out of this assembly, which they kind of need to given the investment. They also even need to throw digs in here to make a town, like a dig in here puts in the coral reef. Mermaids very far behind this game. I think I like their spot the worst, or the least out of everyone's. Like, Orin are down many points on them, but at least the Orin are, okay. So they have dug here. Yeah. Alright then. We also have extra hexes on one shipping that we can get to in this game by, via here and here as possibilities. Obviously we prefer this way because it gives us access to two spaces. We need to hope the Orin don't get any power because we don't want them, like, double digging this away. We need to at least take one of these. It's going to be pretty sad, though, that they're probably going to get this from us. We'll see. Either way, our next action definitely to the... Oh, actually, if we take the power tile, then nope, we're unable to execute this. I lied, because it's already disappeared from us. That's a bit of a shame. So we'll use our special engineer passive that lets us build bridges for 2 workers. That's something no other race can do. Every other race dependent on the power action. In it goes. And now we get to found a town. So, which town? We can continue to try and stay cult competitive with this all cult boost by 1. We kind of have second place wrapped up on fire anyway. What that really does is it means we're fighting the Darklings on the water cult for second. I don't know how hard I really want to brawl that out just for second. It gives us much better assurances on air and earth too. Okay, that's actually something. The alternative is we can take this 2-worker tile, and then in doing that, we enable ourselves to build an extra bridge, which is probably 3 points right there. I mean, definitely 3 points off of the stronghold ability. I think I'm more interested in early passing rather than taking more actions. But if we get all bump 1 on the cults, we will want to invest the priests here this round if possible. So, yeah. Ugh. This is a difficult decision. Definitely want to be digging here as our next action on the next round. That's pretty straightforwardly true. I think I'm gonna grab the cult one. I think that's better. Up we go. Do we want to run conversions? I don't think there's a pressing need to do that. So, what would we consider early passing for? Probably the only thing that we might want to early pass for is this dwelling scoring card. If we had a neighbor, we would have the option to use the priest as a worker to upgrade a trading post in here, just so we score 2 more points on our existing card when we pass. As it stands, we're taking 8 on the pass. This is not great that we're only getting 15 points from our engineer stronghold ability. You're pleased by the Darklings line? Yeah, maybe. I guess I get it. What I'm not pleased by is that the Darklings are so well situated to 3-town as this game ends. That's not happy times. Like, it's gonna be so easy for them in the next round. Maybe not as easy over here, actually, because upgrading buildings gonna be kind of a pain with no neighbors. But they can get around that just by priest digging. Right, if they upgrade here, 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 that's 3 of the trigger that they want, and then they have 2 towns. You know, if they take like 9 points in priest town tiles, they can just dig dwellings in these spots. They're, I think the Darklings definitely in the lead here. Not shocking given how astoundingly well this guess and check fellow played in the previous game. That was such a beating. So, yeah. Also kind of unfortunate that we're in 4th with the Darklings in 2nd, so this Orin player's right between us. The reason that stinks is that we want his scoring card. And that means someone else has a chance at taking it first. So if Darklings, we're kind of going to wait and see what Darklings do here. Like, it would make a lot of rational sense for them to build an extra dwelling if they could. There's nowhere... They have the resources, but nowhere they can gain in a single terraform. They would need an extra priest to make that happen. They could gain an extra priest by grabbing this. If they do that, then they may be... no, they still have the coin available. So that's how I would play this in their shoes. Then you also take forever and deny your scoring card to everyone. Ooh. Oh, you know what we can do, actually? We can end off with another action, dropping a bridge down. Right, that's worth 3 points to just throw down now. But it does mean we don't ever get to use power digs here. We have to hard dig this tile. And that sucks. A lot. Okay, Orin have dug that away, and we're gonna lose this too. Well, that's just brutal. Really, really terrible. But there's nothing we can do about it. We don't actually have the means to dig this. So, as our next best alternative, I think we're gonna have to, let's make sure we do take this water cult down. Because we're gonna be, that also lets us just convert 2 extra coins that otherwise don't exist if we get the power right now. Or 1 extra coin, rather. Yeah, okay, we'll want to do this and then convert. That seems right. Yes, conversions. We need the coins so that we can accept power here, and then we're still going to build the bridge. So the hope is now we have second wrapped up on like every cult, which is pretty depressing. But, you know, we do still have 18 points incoming from our engineer stronghold. That's free and we won't have to work for that. This is so brutal to lose all this area though. How are we not gonna just get reamed on network? There's no way. Thankfully it does, oh no, it doesn't even mean that we get to one-up the Orins on taking this dwelling scoring card. Just brutal. We can accept extra power from having received that one now. We don't have to burn a power token to throw in the bridge. Okay. Illusion, you're our aesthetic expert. Is it more aesthetically pleasing if we just connect this whole mess with bridges? Because I can throw a superfluous one here. Or we can connect the entire line using the bridges, and maybe that's kind of cool. It's just a question of where we drop this bridge. You have a preference? Well, either you're lagging a little behind too long to answer, or you're not watching. So I'm just going to go ahead and chuck the bridge in right now. In goes the bridge. Chessing. Oh, I got you in a chess mood. Mermaids, surely going to pass on to dwelling scoring. We've missed our chance at that. Maybe we'll take shipping scoring, actually. That's not the worst. Because then we can take 6 points from passing and, you know, upgrade to shipping and try and build these. That would be the hope here. I mean, actually what we're going to do is upgrade as many trading posts as possible. Unfortunately, we only have one neighbor anywhere. So if we can build here first, that helps a little. That is a very long time to wait without a chess game. Okay, Orin capping out this cult as well. Surely they're going to be capping Earth using their stronghold power at some point. I mean, it actually very well looks like... Well, actually, Orin can't cap all 4 because they won't have enough town keys. So that's not possible. We are happy to pass here, and I guess it's a little lame to pass on to the shipping bonus. Just because in so doing, we get, like... Yeah, it's pretty lame. You know, we're so power capped already. We're taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 9... and 4 more from this cult reward. 13 power, and then with this, it turns into 16 power. This is literally more than double what we can store. But I think it's probably the right move, anyway, just because we need all the spaces we can grab here. Being second in line, we're probably not even going to get this coins power action, which sucks. I guess we'll use single dig as our power action of choice to dig out here, and then we have two dig. Yeah, pass already. There's no better alternatives anyhow. Even if this shipping is only worth 3. Come on, there we go, let me choose. Jeez. Can we outcompete anyone for network size? Most likely not. Yeah, tons of power. Way more than we can hope to store. We kind of knew from game outset that we were going to be power capped this round, right? You're always power capped if this is the round 5 cult reward. It's definitely the worst one. Okay, we take almost no resources because we suck at this game. This is not going well. You know, it worked out kind of well early that we got to connect through here, but we've taken our punishment late in losing all these hexes that we might have been able to have. Upgrading shipping is worth 7 points, so that's something we can definitely do. And it does give us shots at being over here. But it might turn off our ability to do better on cults, too. Maybe it's not even worth it. It might just be in our best interest to spam trading post upgrades. Like, we could pay, if we pay 2 of them at the increased cost, then that would take 10 money. Only 3 workers. We're still even a tiny bit short on making that happen. I guess we would get the extra coins from power that comes when we invest priests in the cult tracks. This is so disastrous, losing that. Gar. Oh well. Not much we can do now. I do think the Darklings clearly have this game won. It doesn't look like there's any contest on that. They just have 1 billion points incoming. You know, they have so many priest digs. They have lots of trading post upgrades incoming. And they're gonna score 3 towns. See, if Mermaids take Fire 2 as a favorite here, then that does found this town for them. It's probably the favorite that's coming. And then one imagines they'll look to dig a coral reef in here, and that will make this full town too. Oh no, sorry, it'll be 1 off, but they'll make a trading post upgrade. Aye. Can we take second? Maybe? Mermaids are gonna have so many points on us, right? They're already like 15 points ahead, and they're on a card that's probably gonna score them better too. One imagines it's very easy for them to take a high number on count of dwellings down. Whereas we're gonna have to go to more effort to get points from shipping, though I think we're still gonna do it, as much as it sucks. Okay, interesting that Fire 2 was not the pick there. Huh. Alright, so where do we want to upgrade? We can count on this upgrade occurring from the Orin. They'll want to make a town out of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the Orin, yeah, they upgrade this to trading post, and then they pay the hard way for a second trading post. It's a town. So we can spend a power as a coin, then upgrade this here, and then still have access to 4 power to execute our dig, which is maybe happening in one of these places. If we don't gain that power back to take this dig action, then, well, we can still invest a priest to gain 2 power and make it work for us. I think that's how this is going down. And if we can dig a spot over here and upgrade that to trading post, that makes it a little less, Yep, okay, indeed there's the power. If we dig one of these, we lose access to build by shipping. Have we just lost network already? It seems that way. It seems impossible that... It seems impossible we could defeat anybody on network. Perhaps the Mermaids? We have 6, 7, 8, 9 on the map. And they're at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's not even happening. Maybe it can if we beat the Mermaids to the dig, actually. I guess they can always dig hexes the hard way to pass us. If they had to do that twice, I think we would be okay. So let's aim to beat those Mermaids on network. That's worth a good fraction of points, and then we can... You're not too worried about the Orin? Maybe I should be, actually. Yes, okay. Well, we're scrapping for not last here. That's what we're really hoping we can take. Pretty great that the Mermaids had to pay the extra upgrade price here to make this a town. So glad we didn't jump in there yet. What do we want to do? So if we take this power action and then build here, we are going to end on 2 priests, 1 coin, 2 workers. That is enough for a shipping upgrade if we throw one of the priests into one of these slots. But rather than making a shipping upgrade, which is only going to pay off 6 points, it's better to upgrade a trading post much cheaper. And we can still do that over here. So let's play it that way. The reason we dig this one and not here is just because we don't want to grant 1 power for free to the Mermaids. We're going to make them pay points if they take this power. In we go. Okay. Can we make 2 trading posts happen here? That's asking a lot. I don't think it's possible. We can easily, trivially upgrade the 1. Okay, then I'll dig over here to fill out this town. That is some more power for us if we want it, but I don't think we do at this juncture. I think this is where we start to decline. Interesting that they would take the 8 power tile. That seems like a mistake. I guess what it signifies is that they need money. We may be able to defeat the Orin on network because they're not connected to this temple. That's something to keep in mind too. Definitely happy about grabbing that single dig to wind up there. No, we don't need this. Oh my goodness. If the Darklings player also had superfluous coins to upgrade yet another temple. Yeah, so they're gonna grab Air 1, they're gonna kill us. Oh, they're gonna win by so much. They have a Fire 2, they don't. So they're gonna upgrade, if they upgrade Trading Post, Trading Post. Then I guess they just have to dig over here to finish this town. But they can do that comfortably. These are both double digs for Darklings. Alright, what do we want to do? We want to do well in cults. Unfortunately, Darklings have infinite priests, so attempting to defeat them in air seems a bit foolhardy. Probably in our best interest to take the Earth one. Because there's lots of vacant slots here. Darklings could easily pass us if we don't. Then at least it's effort for them to pass us if we do. And we get a coin out of making that swap here from the 2 power, whereas we don't if we do it in water. We do also force the Orin's hand to win this cult. Otherwise, we obviously will invest our last priest here and actually win a cult. Still not interested in taking this, I think. Unless it upgrades, lets us upgrade a trait. If we'd taken both exchanges, we could be 6 power up here. That would be maxed out. That would actually... Oh, gosh. That was a mistake that we didn't do all that then. Because it would have enabled... it's 2 points less. Except then it... 3 points less to accept every time. But then it enables this 6-point bump of shipping in addition to building the town. Is there any hope of us recovering additional power in this game? I don't think so. That does look impossible. So I think it's still correct to just keep mashing decline on this. On the margin. Obviously we should have accepted all 3. We should have been aware we were pulling that much power down too as soon as the temple came here. Because we knew to finish out this town he was going to need 2 upgrades. Definitely a very, very rough game. That's pretty sad. And we have to live knowing we could have been a full, like, We just wasted 2 points in the early round by building the non-income dwelling prematurely. And then also wasted 3 points on the margin in the end game by not accepting all of these. And it's easily possible 5 points is enough to put us 1 more rank ahead here. Wouldn't shock me at all. That's actually quite a lot. This is very sloppy to drop that many points. Even if we just click, actually the best is to click accept twice, yes? Yeah, and then we have access to 3 coins through here, and we just upgrade the, Yeah, and we just make 2 trading post up? No, we can't make 2 trading post upgrades. We don't have enough adjacencies, of course. No neighbors over here. What a start. I just assumed it was automatic the Darklings would take 1 placement in the east. But apparently not, and it's worked out pretty well for them. It's a good way to starve engineers off on the side. Okay. Mermaids invest here. What are we looking to do now? I guess we're just gonna go ahead and make this TP upgrade. Yeah. And that is 6 points at least. And we do get 12 when we pass, whereas the Mermaids, I think, not going to take as many. They're actually upgrading a lot of their dwellings away. Oh, interesting. They actually accepted power there. That is deeply surprising to me. Very, very surprising. And maybe we can pull this out and take second. Maybe. I'm a little skeptical. Okay, Darklings are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They need to build an extra dwelling. Can? Yes, they easily can. And they can also easily make their... Yes, so Darklings just have everything. Surely they'll be signing up for 11 points or 9 in a priest. In actually 1 of each, probably. They still have 2 towns to found. Mermaids still decreasing their score, accepting power. A little surprising. But I guess this is enough money for 3 trading post upgrades, except they can't build all of those. Well, they're actually spending money to collect, or power to collect workers instead of keeping it as coins. I guess if they're gonna dig past me on network, they need a bazillion workers. Anyhow, we don't have anything constructive we can do at this stage, except invest priest somewhere. Darklings are going to need 2 of their priests to dig on this tile. But other than that, they have all the resources they need to do whatever. Or do they need a shipping? They need shipping upgrades. They only need 1. They can get that from the town, but I don't think they would choose to with all these superfluous resources. So, if all 3 of these priests go into finishing out here, and then they can take maybe 2 more at best off of these, we don't have to worry about losing water. And there's even a stab at us getting second on air if we go invest right now. So, up we go. We'll see if that pans out. If we took 16 points from cult scoring, second in every cult, I would be thrilled about it. I just don't think that's happening. This is easy decline now. we definitely can't do anything left at this juncture. We may not, if we do wind up taking a second place in air, then we won't have actually dropped the full 5 points. Interesting. Upgrade here. I suppose they'll just build here instead. Either route works, honestly. Oh, and this is a little better in terms of... No, it's not. It's the same. Okay. 11 points. Yeah, Darkling's winning by a zillion. We'll get our 12 for hitting the pass button next. And then we'll just hope that that's good enough, and it probably isn't. Really a rough set of games all day today. Do the Orin... No. Orin have... Oh, Orin still actually... They could invest a priest here to take an extra 4 from Tree of Serenity by winning this cult, except they can't. They don't have enough town keys. They only took 3. This is actually a very swingy property of the Orin, is that they really rely heavily on the double key town tile. Because otherwise, they need 3 towns to actually win 3 cults, which really holds them back heavily. We can't do anything, so pass it is. At least this will not be as embarrassing as previous games. Darklings still have a whole another town to found, though. Lots left for them to do, even if not us. One assumes they want 9 points and a priest, because they still have the monetary amount needed to upgrade. Yes, 9 points and a priest. Now they can upgrade their shipping 1 time so that they're actually connected. And then they just have a spare priest to do what they will with. Now they could choose to use that spare priest to come up and tie us on the earth cult, or on the air cult, but I don't think they will. So if you think about it, that's only plus 1 point for them and minus 1 for us. Whereas it's plus 2 for them to just throw the priest at a random terraforming. And plus 2 for them, from their perspective, is the same as plus 1 for them, minus 1 for everyone else. That's strictly better than plus 1 for them, minus 1 for just engineers. So seems like we might actually have a wrap on this and take second in every cult. That would be excellent. So where did this game go off the rails for us? Because it felt like we had a reasonably strong opener. I feel like the point of collapse... well, clearly this was a disaster. Wasting a terraform that actually helps the Orin is just nightmare stupidity. We could have been 1-up on network and also, like, had more points if we dug somewhere over here instead. But I don't really think that's where this broke down. I mean, one could argue that the breakdown was actually just in the first round when the Darklings had this insane double west location start. That was pretty bad for us after we hung ourselves out here. but there's not a great alternative for where we want to start. If we take here, what other tile would we look to begin on, if not one of these? This may just be something to cache for future thought, that if you're in one of these matchups where mermaids aren't going to be able to cut you on this space, then as darklings versus the engineers, you should look to keep open the option of starting in either, so that engineers kind of forced to take one of these and then you give them no neighbors. Obviously this won't work if you have a mermaid or swarmling starter that takes this location though. You need to be guaranteed that this will stay open for you if you make this start. So you need to be higher in the pick order than mermaids or swarmlings to put in the dwellings second, as the darklings were this game. It's a cool trick to remember. Okay, darklings did up their shipping. How much more do these people really have to do? Let's see, mermaids, when they pass, are going to take 5 points from their bonus tile. That's going to put them pretty solidly ahead of us, 24 points up. Can we make that up in endgame scoring? I don't think so. They've got us on network. Yes, they do. Yeah, okay. So we're pretty doomed here. Did we get third? I think... Well, we were bested on network also by Orin, and we're bested on them by cults, too. By quite a lot. It's actually not crazy to think we might have dead last here. That's purely the fault of having, dug this and then not prioritized racing down here, and instead tried to have everything by completing this town, getting the stronghold. I do agree with Check here that it did seem quite tricky for mermaids to be this strong in the opening. And I think a big factor here was, as we mentioned before, that they all played prisoner's dilemma with each other at the start, where they could have been the one to oust everyone else from their oh gosh, yeah, we are losing badly. This is embarrassing. They all played Prisoner's Dilemma with the chance to get Earth 1, and they all cooperated successfully and took a Fire 1 into an Earth 1. And that's pretty rough for the person who doesn't get in on that. So, kinda an unfortunate thing for us there, but it's, oh well. Oh well. Yikes. We're probably not even going to be in the top 100 now. Oh, no, we're still there. Okay. Well, this has been an embarrassing day. Nobody watched this video at all. And if you did just complete watching this as a video in replays, then shame on you. You should have known not to watch this one. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the stream off here. We have had a good number of games. Illusion, I mean, you're welcome to feel that way if you like, but I don't attribute any blame to you. It's all Bad Luck Brian's fault. All that guy. So, yeah, I'm going to cut the stream off here, and I'll be back on Monday. Probably back at, actually winning on stuff, which was the usual turn of events on this stream up until today. I'll try to do better in the future. So, see people on Monday.